Watch my aid. Mad. Alright, so Chewy ain't got a lot of time, yeah? Chewy ain't got a lot of time, yeah? Let's have a quick preview of the PBD Tommy Robinson interview. Yeah? What you saying? I got the two ginger dons mixed up. Jim Davidson and Tommy Robinson. What? Alright.
Know that you're kind of a controversial figure in the UK, but I wanted to do this interview, so why don't you begin by telling me a little bit about yourself and where you grew up, guy?
Where do I start? I grew up in a town called Luton, yeah? So I've seen the changes that take place over the years.
Man, I like numbers, I like statistics, guy. So help me to unpack this. How many friends do you actually have from Luton who actually converted to Islam, guy?
So we had this one lad. I used to go around Luton causing mischief with him, yeah?
What was his name?
It's called Donald Duck.
Donald Duck is from Luton?
Donald Duck is from Luton. But he don't call himself that anymore because he converted to radical Islam, yeah? He's called Donald Abdullah Duck. He's from Luton.
Well, slow down a little bit. How do you even know that?
It's all online. Yeah.
Rob, can you pull that up? I had no idea that Donald Duck was from Luton and converted to Islam.
Donald Abdullah Duck.
Can you pull that up? Okay, go up a little bit. Go down a little bit. Guys, stop.
There he is. Yeah? And the second he's converted, he's put a fat warrant out against me. Yeah? So my life is now on the line.
Yeah.
And you're telling me that there are a lot more people like that?
There's thousands of them. Yeah? Do you remember that little fella from the film Gremlins? Yeah? Gizmo. Yeah? He was born and raised in Luton. Yeah? We was mates for more than 20 years. Yeah? Now he don't go by the name anymore. He goes by Mohammed Abu Gizmo. Yeah? And he's one of the main leaders of jihad in the UK. Yeah? And he wants me dead.
Rob, pull that up.
Again, it's all online. I'm a journalist. Yeah? I've tried to expose him when he tried to hide the fact that he's trend. Yeah? So he's essentially replaced the arch terrorist Abu Hamza. Yeah? Born and raised in Luton.
So here's the most obvious question, guy. Why haven't the authorities done anything about that?
Because they're scared. Yeah? The number of clowns converting to radical Islam are in the thousands every year. The British public is scared. Yeah?
So this is almost unbelievable to me. And I'm not even saying that it's not true, guy. I'm not saying that. Are you allowed to talk about your time in prison?
So on the first day I arrive, I've been prosecuted by Scotland Yard. Yeah? I've arrived in a cell. And a Muslim lad, Abdul, come up to me and said, "Why are you here?" I said, "What do you mean?" I said, "I've just been prosecuted by Scotland Yard." He says, "But why are you here?" I said, "I don't know." He goes, "You're not supposed to be here." I said, "What do you mean?" Muslim lad, yeah? Could have known him from Luton. Yeah? He says, "The judge don't even think you need to be here." Because I'm a journalist, I asked him for the documentation of it. And he shows me, he goes, "The judge thinks that what they've done to you is unlawful." Yeah? So I'm in solitary confinement, even though the judge don't even agree with it. Yeah?
Did anybody ever attack you when you came out of solitary confinement?
After solitary confinement, I befriended these two Muslim lads, yeah? Omar and Bashar. I could have known them from Luton, yeah? They've gone out into the yard, yeah? These two white lads have come up to us and said, "Going to knock them both out." I said, "What do you want to do that for?" Yeah? They've said, "Because we hate Muslims." I said, "Why do you hate Muslims?" Yeah? I could have known both of them from Luton, yeah? They said, "We thought you hated Muslims." I said, "I don't hate Muslims. I've got a problem with radical Islam." Yeah?
So, Tommy Robinson, I know that you're kind of a controversial figure in the UK, but I wanted to do this in...
Yo, let's say radical Islam. Mad. Yeah, man, so it's funny still. Alright, so let's get serious, man. Don't make me get serious. Bust all the jokes and that early. Yeah, let's get a bit serious now, man. Let's remove that from the studio. Oops. Damn, I put the windscreen wipers on. I'm about to get you iPod. And let me draw for the windscreen wiper.
Era of imperial Israel. A new status quo is being established by the United States, Israel, and their partners across the region and in Europe. War rules the world. Permanent genocide. There is no turning back. The Zionist empire of Israel is expanding. Israel, in 600 days, has bombed Gaza, Syria, Lebanon, Iran, Yemen, and the coast of Malta. Israel is setting the world on fire to protect its genocide. From a settler colonial idea.
Was it there for Vicky's question? Staff question regarding public funds. What do people think pays for temporary accommodation and all they need during their stay? Well, what it was, yeah, Vicky, is that yesterday on Easy's channel, Easy and Wendy was making claims saying that Keir Starmer said in the Houses of Parliament, yeah. I noticed that Easy still hasn't posted the clip to him saying that he said in the Houses of Parliament that they're building houses for illegal immigrants. Yeah, let me repeat that. Yeah. Easy and Wendy claimed yesterday that Keir Starmer said in the Houses of Parliament, Prime Minister's questions, that they are building houses for illegal immigrants. Huh? So I did challenge them to provide. Yeah, you need to provide the evidence for that one. Yeah. First of all, yeah, I don't even know. I don't think like anyone sensible would have made that claim in it. Like, come on, man. Like that would have been on front page news, ITV, GBBs would have been all over that. Talk Shite TV would have been all over it. Like no one's heard of it apart from Wendy and Easy. Yeah. So yeah. They made the claim, didn't provide no evidence for it. I'm like, fam, share the screen or at least post the link to the Prime Minister's questions that it was on. Hmm? Mad. Yeah, and only people with British citizenship are allowed on the social housing list in the first place. Yeah, basically, in certain boroughs in London, like we found out, single men ain't even worth going on the housing list, isn't it? Because you just ain't ever getting a place anyway. So it's mad still. But boom, if only anyone with a British citizenship can receive social housing. Yeah. Or anyone with with anyone with special circumstances, which is far and few between. Yeah, but the majority of people that are not a British citizen won't be entitled to no help from the government for housing. So obviously that was a lie anyway. And even the whole sentence, the framing of the sentence is non-scholarly. Yeah. The head secretary of state, making a statement saying that they're allowing illegal immigrants to receive housing within the UK. It's like, yo, he's telling you he's breaking the law in the Houses of Parliament. Like, obviously that can't even happen. Literally can't happen. Why are they building houses? Oh my god, what a spazzy question. Are you joking or are you like are you being serious? Or you can't be being serious. No way, you can't be being serious, cause yeah. Why are they building houses for migrants? They're not building houses for migrants, you idiot. Again, where is the speech or the paperwork that shows that the government has said they're building houses for first of all, yeah, I noticed that you've tried a bait and switch from illegal immigrants to migrants. don't even make sense anyway. You know, what your point that you're making ain't even a point. Why they're building houses for migrants? Okay, where is the Prime Minister's question? So and so that says, yeah, we're building houses for migrants. They actually don't. You're not going to be able to find a statement that says that. We're building houses for migrants. It's like, brother, you okay? Like, you okay? And again, social housing, affordable housing, social housing. First of all, you can only receive social housing if you are a British citizen. So that don't make sense. Then the private housing industry. Why the fuck are private housing developments gonna build buildings that they want to sell off to give to social housing for illegal immigrants? How does that even make sense? I actually don't anyway, man. Let's carry on.
Ideology to an imperial power. The choice in the region is between independence or direct Israeli control. Israel is today a psychopathic entity. It kills as it breathes.
Let me just bring you some breaking news. Around 60 people, including 20 children, have been killed in an attack on a housing complex in the capital, Tehran.
Israel has added Iranian children to the long list of children it kills. It also killed civilians, nuclear scientists, and even the person heading Iran's nuclear negotiations, Ali Shamkhani.
Today we sat down with Ali Shamkhani. He said Iran also wants a deal.
Yes, we are ready.
We can definitely have better relations with the U.S.
Shamkhani said that Iran is willing to commit to never having a nuclear weapon, to getting rid of its stockpiles of highly enriched uranium, to only enriching to a level needed for civilian use, and to allow inspectors in to oversee it all, in exchange for lifting all sanctions immediately. He said Iran would accept that deal tonight.
Zionism is, of course.
All right, let me pause it there, yeah, because, you know, if we listen to Base Luke's report, yeah, as far as he's concerned, he's going to tell you that Iran actually has nuclear weapons that they're saying they're going to use on Israel. Israel have been saying that Iran has nuclear weapons and saying that they're planning to use them or whatever, with no evidence of the nuclear weapons or whatever. Yeah, enriching uranium to use for domestic use and enriching it to use for weapons grade use. It's two different levels, right? So why the hell would they say that they would allow the weapons inspector again, yeah? Sound familiar, right? We're going to allow the weapons inspectors in to come and have a look. And then even when they find out that nothing's there, they're still going to mash up the place. Yeah, for yonks, man. Every 2 seconds, Iran's gonna do this with the nuclear. Iran's gonna do that with the nuclear. Iran's gonna do this with the nuclear. You get me? And then, all now, they ain't got one nuclear arms capability, yeah? But we know who has got nuclear arms capability. Yeah? Do you want to know who has got nuclear arms capability? Yeah? And doesn't have to report how much nuclear arms they've got. I'll give you two guests. Big up yourself, man.
As we have known for many decades, the enemy of peace in the region. Israel has bombed a nuclear facility in Iran. If any state in the world were to bomb a nuclear facility anywhere, there would be universal condemnation of that act. Instead, we find universal collaboration with that act.
A Downing Street spokesperson has told us that the Prime Minister has spoken to the President of France, Emmanuel Macron, and the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz this morning. The leaders discussed the long-held grave concerns about Iran's nuclear program. The leaders reaffirmed Israel's right to self-defense.
They forget to mention that Israel warheads, which it does not declare. It's the only state in the Middle East which does so.
Alright, let me pause it there, innit? Because, you know, like, liars like to lie, right? I said Luke said blah, 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 yeah? But then I said Israel have been saying Iran are going to attack us with nuclear weapons for years. But hasn't seen no nuclear weapons, innit? So, you know, but it's weird, it's strange here as well, anyway, yeah, that as like the neutral people on the outside, we can see a state that has nuclear weapons capability being able to crush other regions around it, and then man ain't allowed to develop no nuclear weapons or whatever. It's strange still, like, I don't really get that one still. Yeah, and like, I swear the last nuclear bombing thing was like the Chernobyl thing, was it? Chernobyl? That was condemned, wasn't it? Yeah, man, alright, go on.
Israel procured nuclear weapons through the work of Jonathan Pollard, an Israeli spy within the US military, who stole military secrets from the US, particularly on the development of nuclear weapons, and gave them to Israel. It is on the back of that treachery that Israel was able to obtain its nuclear arsenal.
Well, in 2015, after nearly 30 years in prison and extensive efforts to free him, Pollard was granted parole, just under strict conditions. Pollard's parole has since been lifted, and his 5-year ban on travel was also now allowed to go unrenewed, in a move seen by some as a parting gift from the Trump administration.
Israeli nuclear scientist Mordechai Vanunu tried to lift the lid on Israel's nuclear program when he was under the care of the Rupert Murdoch-owned Times newspaper.
To inform the world about Israel's nuclear secret.
However, he was swiftly honey-trapped and kidnapped by Israel's external intelligence agency, Mossad.
The door opened and immediately jumped on.
But you see that one there, yeah. Israel was so gangster with that Mossad thing, the way that they could just run up on this one. Tough, man. Tell man, you better shut your beak. No condemnation from that. You know what I'm saying? Because obviously if you got the protection, then yo, you man carrying about still they called down for snitching on the Iran fucking nuclear program with their stolen secrets from America. And yes, America still cap for them. It's bad still.
Me, 2 people, and one kicked me in the stomach and I collapsed. Another one jumped on me, put his hand on my mouth, silencing me. Another woman came and injected me, and then I lost my conscience.
He was imprisoned for decades, most of it in solitary confinement, and now he is not allowed to leave occupied Palestine or have any communication with quote-unquote foreigners.
All what I want is to be free and to feel freedom. It could happen only when I leave Israel. To be free is to leave this country and to go abroad. Set me free from Israel. Let me go out of Israel.
Israel and its supporters talk about this as a preemptive strike against Iran. But it is Israel that has within its military directorate something called the Samson option, which is justifying the use of nuclear weapons against a target it deems fit. Iran has no such directive and has no nuclear weapons. Iran is being targeted for regime change because for decades it has supported the Palestinian resistance. The commitment of Iran to Palestine's liberation is not emotional or symbolic. It can be clearly traced through the words of both the Palestinians and their enemies, as was revealed by Talal Naji, the General Secretary of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Iran has gone to great lengths to arm, train and fund all of the Palestinian resistance factions fighting Israel. He also asserts that Iran made possible for the Palestinian factions to develop their own means to defend themselves through training which took place in Iran, Syria, Lebanon, and Gaza. Talal Naji stated it was Soleimani himself who oversaw the delivery of Russian Kornet missiles to the resistance factions, which were then able to lay waste to Israeli Merkava tanks. Saleh al-Aruri, the late Hamas leader, stated Iran was the only state in the world with a budget that existed specifically for Palestinian liberation. The testimony of these individuals on Iran's contribution to the Palestinian cause cannot be discounted when understanding the development of all of this. The leader of the Iranian Revolution, Khomeini, stated,
"We are the supporters of any oppressed people. Anyone, anywhere who is oppressed, we will have sympathy with them. The Palestinians are oppressed by the Israelis, and Israelis is the oppressor, so we are sympathetic with the Palestinians."
He also stated, everyone should realize that the world's superpowers aim to create Israel does not end with the occupation of Palestine. They plan, heaven forbid, extending the fate of Palestine to all Arab countries. We are now in the process of the Greater Israel Project. Foreign intervention and regime change is not new in Iran. In the early 50s, Mohammad Mossadegh, a leader who was democratically elected, was overthrown in a CIA and MI6-backed coup in order to push back and establish what is now known as British Petroleum, BP. At that time, the company, the Anglo-Iranian oil company, Mossadegh hoped to nationalize it and use the country's resources for the betterment of his people. For that, he was overthrown and the Shah was installed. Today, you have the son of the Shah vying to take over Iran.
The ultimate solution is regime change. Now we have an opportunity.
Where are we heading? Alex Karp of CIA firm Palantir, which has been essential to Israel's genocide in Gaza.
I'm super proud of our stuff on the battlefield and to kill our enemies and scare them because they know they will be killed. That's my agenda. It doesn't have to be yours.
Alex Karp says that a three-front war with China, Russia, and Iran is on the cards. The United States is remaking the world, and Israel is the spear. We need to use our voices in every way we can to fight for peace and not war. While this policy is being taken by some of the most unpopular governments in the history of humanity, the vast majority of people across the world are against this war. Israel has normalized the killing of children in Palestine, in Gaza, in Yemen, in Syria, in Lebanon, and now Iran. The longer this continues, the more possible it will be in future to kill other children in other places. This is degrading our own humanity. As you can imagine, it is very...
Yeah, shout out Double Down News. Man like Low-Key. Out there, I know they call man Lowski. Mad. Yeah. See, so just a little update on what's going on over there. Yeah, man. war season, cuz. But jeez, mad. Like, Banksy was calling for Iran to get bombed and blown out of water, right? Mad, you gotta be careful what you wish for, G. Yeah. Mad. All right, go on, let it.
So, with no sign of either Israel or Iran finding or even trying to look for a way out of this war, I'd like to take a look at the sequence of events which have led to missiles flying between Tehran and Tel Aviv, what each now hopes to achieve, and the unintended consequences which could arise afterwards. But first, for daily news and politics, please subscribe to the channel to stay notified. So I'm just going to discuss the basic steps which led up to this Israeli-Iranian war, which has now broken out from a purely objective point of view. I've already discussed my objection to bombing civilians and just in general breaking international law. Once you accept the idea that international law doesn't really mean a lot, then, you know, we're all in trouble. This is basically a war between two nihilistic extremist governments who seemingly won't be happy until the Middle East is just ashes and dust. This is about the factors that led up to it as a way of understanding how all the pieces fit together and maybe give us a sense of what's to come next. So this is a little bit like, where do you start on a circle? Because this mess can in theory be traced right back to the last century in a sense, but this specific conflict very much has its roots in Trump's first presidential term, when he collapsed the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. Trump claimed that Iran were reneging on the deal. There didn't seem to be any real evidence of this. It seems more likely he was jealous of Barack Obama's Nobel Peace Prize and wanted to wreck the work that underpinned it. However, this did two things. First, it obviously damaged Iran's economy because it meant sanctions. The carrot for agreeing to the nuclear deal was an easing of previous sanctions and not quite a normalizing relationships, but they were a little bit warmer. Second, if Iran were complying with the agreement, despite what Trump said, as seems likely, then of course they would feel aggrieved and harden their attitude towards the West, which was never great to begin with. You know, the bad blood and politics potentially made it impossible then for Biden to restart the deal when he took over. Next was the Hamas atrocities of 2023. That gave Israel the excuse to launch a full-scale invasion of Gaza on the pretext of rescuing hostages and eliminating the group which had raped and murdered innocent civilians in Israel. Now, Israel's operations had less to do with rescuing hostages, because there wasn't a lot of that going on, and more to do with land grabs, but also something else. It gave them cover for carrying out a series of attacks designed to weaken Iran over time. They did not confine their attacks just to Gaza. You know, there were cyber attacks on nuclear facilities, assassinating scientists, drone strikes on weapons depots of Iran's proxies in like Iraq and Syria. I mean, that weakening of Hezbollah in Syria, for example, is likely to have been useful in helping bringing about the fall of Assad, the one bright spot in the whole affair. But this also left Iran's proxies in a much weaker position. Hamas may not have been destroyed, but many of their leaders have, although likely at a cost of generations of Arabs developing a hatred of Israelis for the future. Hezbollah, much weaker position now. Then Trump won the presidency. At the start of the year, Netanyahu became the first world leader to meet the newly inaugurated President Trump in the White House. Trump talked excitedly about forcing all Palestinians permanently out of Gaza and turning it into some sort of luxury beachfront real estate. Netanyahu quite liked the idea of Palestinians being permanently evicted, and if Trump wanted to do that for him, that would be delightful. But it also meant that America was now led by someone with a particular disdain for Iran, beyond just the fact that the USA and Iran tend not to get on these days, and also someone who is surprisingly easy to manipulate with flattery. Then Khamenei bristled at the idea of agreeing to uranium enrichment limits. Now, this, of course, was effectively an admission, or taken as an admission, that Iran was wanting to develop a nuclear weapon. It doesn't mean they were at all close to developing one. It doesn't even mean they were trying to but the reality is, you only need uranium to be enriched to like max 5% for nuclear fuel, which is what Iran claimed they used the enrichment for. Talk of enriching it to 100%, that is something that can only be used for nuclear weapons. So basically you need about 5%, maybe not even that, for nuclear fuel. limits on enrichment without the economic carrots the US previously offered for doing it. So saying that they wouldn't be bound by international
Hey, my bad. Check. Biggity man, check. Check. 1-3. Yeah. Let me run that again. I went pausing when I was trying to speak on nothing. Oh my God.
No sign of either Israel or Iran finding or even trying to look for a way out of this war. I'd like to take a look at the sequence of events which have led to missiles flying between Tehran and Tel Aviv, what each now hopes to achieve, and the unintended consequences which could arise afterwards. But first, for daily news and politics, please subscribe to the channel to stay notified. So I'm just going to discuss the basic steps which led up to this Israeli-Iranian war, which has now broken out from a purely objective point of view. I've already discussed my objection to bombing civilians and just in general breaking international law. Once you accept the idea that international law doesn't really mean a lot, then, you know, we're all in trouble. This is basically a war between two nihilistic extremist governments who seemingly won't be happy until the Middle East is just ashes and dust. This is about the factors that led up to it as a way of understanding how all the pieces fit together and maybe give us a sense of what's to come next. So this is a little bit like, where do you start on a circle? Because this mess can in theory be traced right back to the last century in a sense, but this specific conflict very much has its roots in Trump's first presidential term, when he collapsed the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. Trump claimed that Iran were reneging on the deal. There didn't seem to be any real evidence of this. It seems more likely he was jealous of Barack Obama's Nobel Peace Prize and wanted to wreck the work that underpinned it. However, this did two things. First, it obviously damaged Iran's economy because it meant sanctions. The carrot for agreeing to the nuclear deal was an easing of previous sanctions and not quite a normalizing relationships, but they're a little bit warmer. Second, if Iran were complying with the agreement, despite what Trump said, as seems likely, then of course they would feel aggrieved and harden their attitude towards the West, which was never great to begin with. You know, the bad blood and politics potentially made it impossible then for Biden to restart the deal when he took over. Next was the Hamas atrocities of 2023. That gave Israel the excuse to launch a full-scale invasion of Gaza on the pretext of rescuing hostages and eliminating the group which had raped and murdered innocent civilians in Israel. Now, Israel's operations had less to do with rescuing hostages, because there wasn't a lot of that going on, and more to do with land grabs, but also something else. It gave them cover for carrying out a series of attacks designed to weaken Iran over time. They did not confine their attacks just to Gaza. You know, there were cyber attacks on nuclear facilities, assassinating scientists, drone strikes on weapons depots of Iran's proxies in like Iraq and Syria. I mean, that weakening of Hezbollah in Syria, for example, is likely to have been useful in helping bringing about the fall of Assad, the one bright spot in the whole affair. But this also left Iran's proxies in a much weaker position. Hamas may not have been destroyed, but many of their leaders have, although likely at a cost of generations of Arabs developing a hatred of Israelis for the future. Hezbollah, much weaker position now. Then Trump won the presidency. At the start of the year, Netanyahu became the first world leader to meet the newly inaugurated President Trump in the White House. Trump talked excitedly about forcing all Palestinians permanently out of Gaza and turning it into some sort of luxury beachfront real estate. Netanyahu quite liked the idea of Palestinians being permanently evicted. And if Trump wanted to do that for him, that would be delightful. But it also meant that America was now led by someone with a particular disdain for Iran, beyond just the fact that the USA and Iran tend not to get on these days, and also someone who is surprisingly easy to manipulate with flattery. Then Khamenei bristled at the idea of agreeing to uranium enrichment limits. Now, this, of course, was effectively an admission, or taken as an admission, that Iran was wanting to develop a nuclear weapon. It doesn't mean they were at all close to developing one. It doesn't even mean they were trying to develop one. Khamenei, for example...
Yeah, that. So, when we ask questions about who said what and who did what, it's fair, because it's not like that a man ain't wanted for war crimes and all them sort of things there. Yeah, because like, yeah.
Example has been ideologically opposed to weapons of mass destruction for decades. For all I know, Iran are genuinely not trying to build nuclear weapons. But the reality is, you only need uranium to be enriched to like max 5% for nuclear fuel.
That's actually not even true. Like, we literally played a video with the nuclear weapons developer talking about we would give up. I'm sorry, not even the nuclear programs developer, because they said they wasn't developing weapons, saying that we'll give up all nuclear capabilities if these men lift the sanctions. You know what I'm saying? So crazy still. And like Countess just said there, the other argument is, how have Israel got like hundreds of nukes unregistered, unaccounted for, that they can use at will, that no one pressures them about, but any of the countries around them can't have no nukes and have to have inspections? That don't even make sense.
Which is what Iran claimed they used the enrichment for. Talk of enriching it to 100%, that is something that can only be used for nuclear weapons. You need about 5%, maybe not even that, for nuclear fuel, 90 odd percent for nuclear weapons. It's a huge gap, you know, and there's literally no other application for that high level of enrichment. Now, it could be that Iran just felt aggrieved observing limits on enrichment without the economic carrots the US previously offered for doing it. So saying that they wouldn't be bound by international enrichment limits may have just been a case of shooting their mouth off, because why should they comply and still take the economic sanctions? But the practical upshot is it gave the Israeli government the excuse it needed to justify taking out nuclear facilities. The US had also kicked the crap out of Yemen at about this time in order to battle the Houthis, who'd made the mistake of targeting American shipping. Trump did a deal with them whereby he would leave them alone if they didn't target Americans. The deal did not include...
You see that? Yo, that's why I talk about the pagan chess moves. That's a pagan chess move. Yeah, Trump said he's going to leave the Houthis alone as long as they leave American so-and-sos. So, again, that's why these men are hypocrites, because they don't care whether these men are actual terrorists or not, because they just care whether their property is going to get damaged. Remember, I told you the law is really to protect the wealthy's interests and not really to protect the average citizen. That you man are barling about now. Two-tier policing. The government's turning on us. They're doing this, that, and the other. You know what I'm saying? But
prohibition on attacking Israel, however, hence why they've been able to target Israel yesterday in solidarity with Iran, though it doesn't seem to be having any serious impact. So just before the strikes, this was the situation. Israel had gained support from the very right wing in America to do pretty much whatever they liked after the Hamas attack.
And also, yeah, a lot of the people that's getting bombed in Iran are not supporters of the regime that's there as well. Like, you know, we've covered it before. Remember, I linked the Iranian protesters in fucking Parliament Square when they had pictures of all the people who had their eyes shot out, all the different people that's in detention for going against the regime, this, that, and the other, and it's the people like that that's getting bombed as well. So look, that's why it's wild when these men will bitey clap for people's countries getting bombed, but let your country get bombed, and people start bitey clapping for that. Yeah, these men want to start bawling and trying to come to your yard and all that. It's mad. Wow, but these men are gonna start booty clapping when betters fucking countries get bombed up and blow up and that kind. It's wild.
They'd weakened Iran's proxies. Trump had proven himself too useless to show any firm leadership on pretty much anything. He might have shown his displeasure at Netanyahu a couple of times, but he showed no sign of putting his foot down. Although there is a report, actually, he has put his foot down on one thing. It was.
Let me carry on that point there, though. The Iranians in Iran are in a rock and a hard place, right? Like, they got the regime that's looking to do things their way, or they got the Shah Jr. who's looking to fucking capture the West. You get me? And probably open up a new BP, a new venture. You get me, cuz? Like, so, cheeks. Yeah, man, they ain't got no leaders that's looking to do it for the van. Yeah, but peak at it still.
It's reported today, or sort of last night, I guess, that Israel had the opportunity to kill Khamenei a couple of times, but obviously in concert with America, Trump had said no. While Iran is not targeting Americans, he's not going to authorize the assassination of their leadership.
Mad. Can you imagine that? Yeah, that America could condone or condemn, like give the green light or the red light on the leader of a whole other sovereign nation getting doppy. Crazy, cuz. Like, things that people would speak about in conspiracy circles. Because the information's so broad and wide now. Some of these things, this is like mainstream information now. It's crazy. Crazy. No, I haven't got a narrative against the grooming company. You're just making shit up.
So, as long as Iran doesn't target Americans, then as far as the US government's concerned.
Oh, wait, hold on a sec here. So you're saying Baroness Casey's doing a new report, yeah? The man them are going to accept the Baroness Casey report, yeah? Alright, listen, yeah? Checkmate, innit? That's what I'm going to say, innit? Yeah? Check fucking mate. Mad.
Concerned, they're not interested in regime change and they won't support Israel, achieving it. To continue, also, Iran had essentially said they felt justified in developing uranium at an enrichment level that only has nuclear weapon applications. Then, just before Israel attacked, Iran tested a long-range missile capable of reaching Israel.
Don't lie, Iran hit American embassy, yeah? Where in Tel Aviv. Yeah. Boy, it might be peak for Iran still. You get me? You do ran. You do ran. Hey, listen, yeah, what I'm saying, like I'm saying, yeah, I accept it. I accept the findings of whichever report has been come out and has been displayed. It's me that accepts the findings of the reports and whatever. It's you guys that argue against me with the findings of reports. So it's like, I don't know what you're doing or what you men are trying to say. Literally, none of you guys have brought up one report ever and said that this is for this, that, and the other. It's me that brings up reports, and you lot that deny the reports. So let me ask you this, Adam. Are you going to accept Baroness Casey's findings in this report, yeah? Do you think Baroness Casey is an upstanding member of the parliament that will carry out a thorough investigation to get to the truth? Adam Smith. Let me know that. Huh? Let me know that. This ain't Baroness Casey's first report, you know. Hmm? To make Josh, no. Forget about the report on what it's going to say. I'm saying, do you think that Baroness Casey is an upstanding member of the parliamentary team that carries out these forensic reports into these different situations and scenarios where she's going to be giving you honest answers, Adam Smith? That's what I asked you. Yo, so you see how dishonest these little flipping rats are, yeah? You man a joke, man, anyway. I've forgot about expecting any of you guys to be honest interlocker in this world of YouTube discussions. Yeah, man, I forgot about any of you guys even attempting to be an honest person in discussions in this YouTube flipping discussion section. Uh, you know, I've published numerous reports from Baroness Casey that state numerous different things that these men have argued with me to death of to say that it's not true, even though the report shows the investigations taken out to come to these conclusions. Yeah, so this is a weird area that we're in at the moment. Huh? Mad. She's not a fucking counsellor, you donut. She's supposed to give recommendations that the government are supposed to implement. Stop saying dumb stuff, man. Nah. I've been telling you lead up some time. The reports are bullshit anyway. Like the findings that they produce in every single one of these reports. Less than 10% of the implementation, the recommendations, have been implemented. The stuff that the people complaining about in the reports still fucking happen. So, are you gonna find out the hard way? Yeah? Remember I told you, you ain't have to do that. Belly went through that. Right, one sec here. Yeah, man, so Watching this play out is actually going to be like comedy. Huh? Huh? Watching this play out is going to be comedy because it's going to be wild, yeah? People are going to make arguments about things found in the report, yeah? And then in the next sentence, they're going to deny the findings the exact same person found in another report. Huh? That's exactly what's going to happen, cuz, well, it's going to be mad still. Well, let's carry on, man. Yo, Phil, talk to them.
Netanyahu, who had already been preparing a strike, had everything he needed to justify a preemptive strike on Iran. And we know the rest. Trump flailed around, switching from complaining at Netanyahu for mucking up his talks, to complaining he was in on the whole thing, to going back to complaining at Netanyahu mucking up his plans, to going, oh, but we were still in on the whole thing. What is not altogether clear at this point are the end game goals. I mean, let's begin with Israel, because we know something there. They do want regime change. Israel much preferred the liberal Iran of the 1970s, and their relationship went to shit after the revolution. That being said, I don't know whether Israel thinks that the regime will just automatically revert back to its pre-revolutionary days. And if it did, that wouldn't automatically make it feel more friendly towards Israel after everything that's happened since. And if the regime does fall, then who knows what would emerge from the power vacuum. I noticed the Iranian communists have attacked both their own government and the Israeli government for these actions. If their attitude is more widespread, whatever emerges may make life better for ordinary Iranians, but may not be willing to build bridges with Israel and America while they stomp on Gaza. As for what the Iranian government's endgame would be, I mean, I suspect survival at this point. They are already outgunned by Israel. A climb down now would be unthinkable, surely. Especially as it's not a case, if Iran stops attacking now, or counter-attacking as they would describe it, would Israel stop? No, because Israel started it in the first place, and Israel has not claimed that it's met its objective and is now only attacking because Iran is attacking back, right? So it's not even the case that if Iran stops attacking, Israel stops attacking. And the thing is, at this point as well, because Iran is clearly
Yeah, man, that's why I can't really take the dishonest people in the chat and all that, man. Because, you know, you've explained the story 10 million times, yeah? And this is why the digital footprint actually matters, innit? Because if it weren't for the shit being said before people have typed bullshit in the chat or whatever, then it will be easy to believe when people lie, right? Like Skyworks lied in the chat or whatever. Yeah, you know, why we use reports to confirm the things that we said was actually true, yeah, before in the arguments or whatever, because in previous discussions that we used to have, when we're talking about institutional racism, when we're talking about things that's happening within the police, the stop and search bullshit, the this, that and the other, and the up, down, left and rights or whatever, racism in education, racism in the NHS, whatever it was, yeah, people were just saying, oh, you're chatting shit. Oh, yeah, right. You ain't even got no evidence that backs what you're saying. Yeah, boom. Now the government reports back what man is saying in the actual thing, Bob. Then that's a whole different thing to what this bossy old Skyworks is trying to type out in the chat, right? Like, he's trying to say that, like, a man read the report. Man didn't know this stuff's happening. I read the report, and then it's confirmed. Then now I just believe this stuff's happening. No. It goes the other way around. We've experienced this stuff happening. Yeah. Informed people that this stuff's happening. They try to fight against us when we're saying this stuff's happening. Yeah. Saying you're making it up, you're chatting shit, you're this, that, and the other, and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. And then we produced, no, not we. I produced the reports that confirms the different arguments that I've made over the years. Problem.
losing. The one thing a strongman government can't afford is to be seen as failing to defend their own country. They're not only supposed to project power across the world, they're at the very least supposed to defend their own country. What is the point of having a government who murders and oppresses its own people if they can't even keep the rest of them protected from invasions? But Iran will also know that it is outmatched. Its ideological end goal is, of course, the destruction of Israel. But they've got no practical way of achieving that right now. They're not going to persuade other Arab countries to join them because the rest seem to think Iran is as much of a dick as Israel. And if Israel were seriously threatened, the USA would then probably be compelled to join in. So far, Trump has suggested he won't attack Iran as long as Iran does not attack US sites or people. But that might be largely because Israel is suffering minimal damage itself from Iran's missiles. What Iran needs is a face-saving way out which stops Israel attacking its facilities. It's not clear what Netanyahu would do. You know, if we work on the assumption what he's really doing is destroying Iran's military infrastructure, conventional as well as nuclear, and the fact Israel is now targeting oil and gas facilities in Iran indicates this as well. Like, Israel has stopped pretending it's targeting nuclear sites because of fear of a nuclear weapon. Attacking oil and gas facilities, that is an attempt to destroy the Iranian economy. Although they are doing so whilst avoiding a major risk to the global economy. Because although the markets are a bit shaky, it's been reported that Israel are not targeting the infrastructure related to oil and gas exports, but domestic supply. Even Trump, I think, would have had words with Netanyahu if he was going to send prices out of control internationally. What Israel is doing is dismantling Iran's domestic economic infrastructure. Why would the Israeli government stop when the US is not telling them to? Or at least not telling them to and meaning it? But what if Israel's plan of regime change doesn't work? Or what if it doesn't work quickly? I guess they're in an easier position to simply stop the bombardment and claim mission accomplished whenever they like. But then the focus returns to Gaza. And they're not showing signs of doing that. One benefit for Netanyahu of trading blows with Iran, some are pointing out, is that it's taken away bandwidth for reporting on the plight of Palestinians in Gaza. So is it really in the interests of either the Israeli or Iranian governments to stop the fighting? But let me know what you think in the comments below. And for more content, you could subscribe to the channel or join for access to streams and behind the scenes updates. Thanks for watching. And until next time, I'll see you later.
All right, yeah, sorry, man. I was outside still. But yeah, we needed to get a quick little update on what's going on out there in that Israel, Iranian beef and all that. Yeah, man. So that's it, bro. But let me share a couple images. First of all, innit, yeah? How, you know, Wendy did try lie yesterday. Yeah. So, like it says on the screen, no. It says, the House of Commons Library, no recourse to public funds. Who has no recourse to public funds? Let's look into this real quick. I've got less than 5 minutes left. Move that one and bring on that one. Hey. Oh shit, the battery's kind of mad low. God damn. You can run back to the charger. Top was it? One sec. I can't even see the screen properly. Lord. Alright. Yeah, man. So most temporary migrants have no resource to public funds with human right exceptions. Under the Immigration and Asylum Act in 1999, people who do not have any immigration permission or whose visa comes with an individual. One sec. Sorry, to chat to one of the pitney them. Yeah, so let me read that again. Migrants in the UK's on visas illegally or seeking asylum are usually ineligible. Yeah, like they're not allowed, ineligible for welfare benefits and social housing. Yeah, so when did they try to lie yesterday and say that Keir Starmer's building houses for illegal immigrants, well, my son, and all that, and all that sort of stuff? There, it's like, what are you talking about? Like illegal immigrants? No, that don't make sense. Yeah, let me read that again in it so you can hear. Car, no, like some of you man don't clean out your ears. Yeah. Migrants in the UK on visas illegally or seeking asylums are usually ineligible for welfare, benefits, and social housing. This is referred to as having no recourse to public funds. Most temporary migrants have no recourse to public funds, with human rights exceptions. Under the Immigration and Asylum Act 1999, people do not have any immigration permission or whose visa comes with an individual NRPF condition are excluded from benefits and housing. The NRPF condition is mandatory in most types of visas. Migrants can apply for a change of conditions, granting them recourse to public funds. This is primarily aimed at people on family, human rights, Hong Kong humanitarian visas, although in theory, there is a discretion to allow it in other cases. Yeah, so stop chatting shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Stop lying and just making stuff up, man. You don't need to flipping make stuff up. Do you get me? Yeah, you man could say that, but you man don't even read. Imagine that. Man are saying you believe everything you read. You don't even flipping read. What was the last time you read? What? Remove that from the studio. Let me just add up. Next thing. Hold on a sec. Yeah. Image file. Hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. Okay. Dispelling the myths about migrants and housing. Migrants are often blamed for housing shortages, but the truth is they stand less chance of getting social housing than people born in the UK. This blog details some of the common claims we hear about migrants' housing rights that are untrue or only partially true, to dispel the myths with facts. People with local connections receive housing before migrants. New migrants arriving in the UK aren't eligible for social housing except in very limited circumstances, e.g., a spouse forced to leave home because of domestic violence. Most people who come to the UK on visas to work or study have no recourse for public funds, and they can't receive benefits or get help with their housing. In any case, most councils will have local connection rules which favour long-standing residents in their allocation policies, rather than newcomers such as migrants. So migrants generally have, I couldn't see the bottom part of that there. So migrants have, where is it? Yeah, so migrants generally have much less right to a social home than people born in the UK, and often have less chance of getting one, even if they eventually become eligible. So you might just make stuff up. Just stop lying, innit? Because it's getting boring. Like, just debunking easy stuff that you can quickly just slap away. The top line, first research in Google. Who is that from? I can't even remember who it was from still. Yeah. It was from... Yeah, here we go. Chartered Institute of Housing. And as well, you better stop fucking with me as well, yeah, because I use high quality resources as the people to lean on for the information, innit? You're like, you man don't even use high quality resources, like you just use bad breath, hearsay, and GBBs or talk shit TV. You know what I'm saying? I just want talk shit TV, try to tell me about blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's stupid, man. It's actually stupid, man. Yeah, man.
What's happening?
Mm.
You good?
Say again?
I said, are you good? You alright?
Yeah, what I got, man. Yeah.
All good, all good, all good. You keep
You
cutting
taking?
out. Your internet's cutting out, innit?
No, I went to another page, innit? I went to another page
Oh, right.
to show where I got I was just checking where I got that writing from, and it is for one second, let me just double check what it's called. Chartered Institute of Housing. Yeah, it was from the Chartered Institute of Housing. You get me? Like, I don't know what these idiots keep talking about, cuz man, like high grade spazzes in the chat just keep spazzing out and crying, innit?
That's the mad thing though, Veli. That's the era that we're living in now. It's crazy. It's like nothing needs to be substantiated or evidence. It's like you got the president of the United States saying, I saw a video of 40 babies being beheaded. Like, this is the era that we're living in, bro. It's crazy. Man saying he saw the video.
Saw the video, yeah? We ain't seen this shit yet.
Said. That's what Biden said. Yeah, this is the era that we're living
right.
in. It's just madness. Like, they're dragging people off the streets, American citizens, and deporting them. They're actually now taking children away from their foster families and deporting them. It's crazy. It's gone crazy.
I heard some woman that was on holiday with her daughter got boxed up as well by ICE.
Is it?
She's on holiday. Yeah, man.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
Did you hear Keir Starmer saying that they're going to send British fighter jets in to defend Israel?
No, I didn't hear that still.
Do you know why they're doing that?
Why?
Because now that Iran's bombing Israel and Israel's had to sort of take his eye off of Hamas, China's running in shipments of arms to the Houthis and to Hamas. So they're going to basically be fighting on two fronts. So they're going to be fucked. Israel's going to be fucked. They're going to have enemies on both sides now. That's why they need England like to help them bring up the rear sort of thing. So now all this story about England's not involved and England's not complicit, they're going to have to U-turn on that as well. Because Keir Starmer's like the one thing about Keir Starmer I don't like is that he just does too many. I'm saying the one thing I don't like about Keir Starmer is he does a lot of U-turns. He says things and then U-turns on it. You know what I mean? So this is going to be another thing to add to the list. Well, it's not good. But things are hotting up, man. Things are heating up.
Yeah, there's peak out there, man. Boxing up the place still, man. But like, I had a video I wanted to play the other day, and I didn't have time. Yeah, so I want to play this video.
Yeah.
It's not on today's subject still. I've already run through today. Blah blah blah. But it's from previous. It's still an interesting video, isn't it? Once we get a bit more information about this grooming gang report, blah blah blah, maybe we can have a little chit chat about all that still. But yeah, for now, let's run this. Yeah.
people unite on the basis of socioeconomics. And as we saw with the riots last summer, people are focusing primarily on race, on religion, and dividing in that way.
It's interesting, just to go back to the history a bit. In 1968, Enoch Powell made his Rivers of Blood speech, right? He was the MP in Wolverhampton. He was a Shadow Defence Secretary. And back then, the Sikhs...
And Keir Starmer's pen pal, apparently.
Yeah.
They shared notes and had to write speeches.
We can talk about that. But the Sikhs, there was a Sikh bus driver who wore the turban for the first time on the bus, and he got sacked. And there was a big campaign from the Indian Workers Association saying we should have the right to wear the turban. When Asians came early on, very few of them wore turbans or grew their beards, and they were quite secular and they would mix more. And that was partly in response to the high levels of racism that they faced. The idea that you're not going to get a job if you wear a turban, you're not going to get a job if you've got a beard. They would wear suits. And so arguably there was more assimilation when they were less in number, right? Is that right, that a Sikh is not allowed to wear a turban? That's the question to ask. When people say, we need to create this kind of national sense of identity, it's very difficult actually in practical terms. And I think a lot of the Islamophobia now is in a similar way, that now that these people are large in number, they're taking liberties in terms of the mosques, in terms of asserting proudly their religious identity. But when I think about the anti-racists who tried to bring communities together, it was very difficult. There was a group in Sheffield called the Sheffield Asian Youth Movement, and they organised the physical defence of their community, predominantly young lads in Sheffield, young Asian lads, Muslim, Sikh and Hindu. Back then, there wasn't the kind of tensions that you get today. It was very secular.
The Leicester tensions.
Yeah, it was totally different. They all saw themselves as one. You're getting called Paki regardless of where you're from. And it's funny that they actually organised under the banner of political blackness. Asians were referred to as black people, and West Indians and Africans considered them black as well, because blackness wasn't just about your skin colour, it was about your lived experience in Britain.
It was an other.
Yeah.
An other to
so,
the white.
Pakistani people would be called the N-word, African people would call the P-word, and everyone was facing a similar thing. And it's interesting that the Sheffield Asian Youth Movement were very clued on, and they knew that they were a minority. So they were trying to build bridges with different communities, right? They had this class consciousness back then. And in 1984, we had the miners' strike, right? Predominantly white working class people going on strike. South Asians raised a lot of money to support these white working class communities. In fact, in Birmingham, in Handsworth, Soho Road, the mining lodges used to fight over who gets that patch for the funding, because the black and Asian people in that area were people donating a lot of money. And the Sikh temples, they have this concept of langar. They were giving out food, they were feeding them, and that challenged perceptions. White working class were reading newspapers and seeing Asian invasion, all these Asians are coming over. And then when they're being shafted and they're losing their industry, it's black and Asian people standing with them on a picket line, even though very few of them work in the mines. And there's a story that Mukhtar Dar, one of the members of the Sheffield Asian Youth Movement, tells. And it was 5 a.m. and they got a minivan, and they're getting their members to go to Orgreave. Orgreave was an area just outside of Sheffield where you had the miners' picket line, people standing, and there was a lot of police violence at the time as well. So they wanted big numbers out. And so they picked up all their members. There's one guy called Sadiq, and they got pebbles and they threw it on his bedroom window. And Sadiq's not up for it. He's tired. And they're like, Sadiq, come on, man. We've got to stand with the miners. So Sadiq comes and joins them in the minivan. And then when they get to Orgreave, one of the miners turns around and says, what the fuck are the Pakis doing here? And Sadiq looks at Mukhtar and says, what the hell? You've woke me up at 5 in the morning. I'm super tired. I'm here to support these people. And they give me racism. What's wrong with you? And Mukhtar turns around and says, well, brother, we can see the bars and some of them can't. That just because some of these people have racist views doesn't mean that they're not being shafted, doesn't mean that they're not losing their industry. And just as the police are harassing us, just as we're being screwed over economically, so are these people. And we have to build bridges and unite people. And that's not easy. But there were people in those communities whose mindset shifted as a result of those actions. And even during that strike, there were Asian women in Birmingham on strike. There was a factory called Kewell Brothers. It was like a sweatshop, right? And Asian women were on strike, and their boss was Asian. So Asian women against an Asian boss. And the miners from Nottingham, because they'd been supported by the Asians, they sent two coaches to Birmingham to support the Asian women. There's a great photo of it as well. So you've got white miners standing with Asian women against the Asian boss. And that took a lot of effort from both sides to build that kind of unity. Some people say it's impossible, that, you know, we're culturally different, we'll never see eye to eye, even if we have the same material concerns. But I do think it is possible to at least try and build those connections, like I've seen it historically.
Taj, sticking with Birmingham, what did Malcolm X make of this all?
So Malcolm X had a massive influence on Asians. In the 60s...
His famous visit to like Birmingham.
Yeah, he visited the UK on 4 occasions, actually.
I don't tell Merc, aka Killer K, yeah, about Malcolm X having a massive influence on Asians.
Big up, Malcolm.
Shit. Go on, let it play. 1 second. Just down away.
Not much is known about all his visits, but he spoke at the Oxford Union. He lectured at LSE. He came to Birmingham.
Went to Smethwick, yeah.
Yeah, he came to Birmingham, and I think there's an Indian restaurant. I think it was called, I forgot the name of it, but there's a picture of him with Asian students having kebabs, which is quite cool, from like the 60s.
Yeah.
But he was a radical. You know, he was saying to black people in America, don't settle for this. And he wasn't just advocating against racism. He was calling for reform within the community. He was saying, you guys have to be better organized. We're not outnumbered, we're out organized. And that assertiveness was something that a lot of people admired. Because sometimes you would get people on these race relations committee and they're all talking about, you know, it's all kumbaya and we'll all hold hands and we'll all make peace. And he was like, no, if you don't give us our peace, we'll demand it. And some people wanted that energy because of the racism that they were facing. And so, yeah, he visited Smethwick. I think the visit was coordinated by a woman called Claudia Jones and the Indian Workers Association. And just the year before his visit, he arrived in 1965 to Smethwick. The year before, there was a racist election campaign in Smethwick where they said, if you want an N-word for your neighbour, vote Labour.
Yeah.
And that election campaign is known as one of the most racist election campaigns in British history. And that street, Marshall Street, where Malcolm X is pictured, there's a photo of him. Malcolm went there. The Indian Workers Association said, we'll go with you. It's really rough here. The white people don't want us in this street. And he said, no, I'll go alone. And he got a lot of racist abuse. And one of the big activities of the Indian Workers Association at the time was challenging the colour bar. There were certain places where you couldn't go to a pub or club. Even certain barbers won't cut your hair. Even in the factories.
Was this segregation legal, like legal segregation, or was it socially, as in you just don't go there?
Oh, it was enforced like informally. It was only until like 1965 that you have, legislation outlawing discrimination. Even then, some people tried it in a kind of underhand way. But Malcolm X spent some time with these Asians, black people as well, in the Midlands. And, you know, he drew the links between these different struggles in America and in Britain. And Avtar Singh Johal, who was a member of the Indian Workers Association at the time, said it was a shot in the arm of the anti-racist struggle. But even the guys that I was talking to you about, the Sheffield Asian Youth Movement, the concept of self-defense is no offense, that we will fight the fascists. If you come to our neighborhood, we're going to fight you. This was like the second generation. These are young people who decide we're actually here to stay. The first generation said, we'll make money and we'll go back. Second generation are born in Britain. They're facing racist bullying in schools. Back then you had this policy of busing where they wouldn't want too many black and Asian people in one area. So they would bus them out to a majority white school, and then they would get racist abuse in the majority white school. And young people saying, we've had enough. And so they looked to people like Malcolm X. They read, they listened to his recordings, and they were inspired by people like him. And so in Southall in 1976, you have the murder of Gurdeep Singh Chaggar, young Sikh lad who gets killed just outside the Dominion Cinema in Southall, which was the headquarters of the Indian Workers Association. And there's a guy called Suresh Grover. He's from Nelson. He'd been stabbed in Nelson when he was 13 by a racist, and he moved to Southall. And he sees a pool of blood the day after Gurdeep Singh Chaggar is murdered. And he says to the officer who's just in front of the police cordon, oh, like, who's this pool of blood? What's this? And he says, it's just Asian blood. And Suresh is looking at him thinking, you know, you're meant to protect us. Your job is to keep us safe. And there's so much racism in the police force. You're not going to protect us. And this youth of Southall said, we've had enough. We're going to organize the self-defense of our community. And so the Southall youth movement develops. In Brick Lane, East London, 1978, Altab Ali, a young textile worker, Bengali textile worker, is murdered. I think it's the election night when the National Front are standing in East London as well. Again, the Bengali youth movement is set up. They defend their community. They're working with the Southall youth movement. Up north, you've got the Bradford Asian youth movement, Sheffield Asian youth movement, Pendle Asian youth movement, Luton Asian youth movement, South as well. They're all coordinating. They're all, anti-racist. They're all organising. And again, they're all very class conscious. They're not just these vigilantes on the streets. They become very political. They're trying to understand colonialism, their history. They're talking about what's happening in Palestine. They're linking it to their...
Hey, yo, listen. I need to quickly hold a shower and that still, man. So, hey,
Yeah,
Khan, you
yeah.
want to hold up the panel for a sec?
Yeah, no worries. You're gonna let the video play?
No, I'm going to pause it for a second. It's been playing for a
Alright,
while.
cool.
We've got a lot to speak about there.
Alright, give anyone a minute if they want to jump on in it. Anyone want to jump on? We've got Nixie there, got Baz there. Who wants to jump on? No one? Alright then, Vili. Looks like it's just you and the Link shower gel, bro. Well, guys, who thought that we'll be living to see these days, eh? You never think this shit will be going down in your own lifetime, would you? Like if someone said to you, like, the end of times prophecies and all that coming to pass, and you'd say, all right, yeah, maybe in about 100 years, it could happen. But we're actually living through hell on earth. Children have been starved. Like they've just actually lived through 2 years of bombs, and now they're just being starved, and we just got to watch it. But forget about the children for a sec. What's that doing to us as people, as humans? Like it's having a knock-on effect.
Oh, don't worry, Khan. Don't worry, Khan. It'll all be sorted once Iran's gone.
I'm not even saying that, Wendy. I'm saying like it's going to have a knock-on effect on the rest
Of
of us.
course
Because
it
when you
is.
see, so when you
This
see,
is
for example,
hang on,
when you
Khan.
see,
This is the easy
let me
bit.
just let.
We got to see what hell is coming after this. Yeah.
What I'm saying is, for example, that guy, Wendy, that drove through the crowd in Liverpool, right?
Yeah.
Just a normal guy,
You love
spazzed
bringing that
out,
up. You love bringing that up.
spazzed out, and basically hospitalized about 30 people.
Yeah.
You're telling me that the current climate that we're living in of madness didn't have anything to do with that?
Of course it did.
Exactly. And it's not fair on people to have to live through this.
No.
That's all I'm saying.
I actually am inclined to disagree.
Why? So you're saying you're saying that the social environment that that guy in Liverpool was probably living in, what he's having to put up with, the bills, cost of living, and everything else played no
zero
part.
bearing on that situation. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes.
Of course it did.
From what I seen, he got stuck in the fucking crowd because he took a wrong turn and he backed up. And he hit someone as he was backing up, didn't he? So they started punching his window and tried to open his door through a big
No, that's not what happened at all.
And the guy, oh, well, wait, let me finish and then you can correct me. And the guy panicked and put his fucking foot down. But the part of the video that does make me question, you seen him as he was going forward, he veered right and left into the crowd. That's the questionable part for me. But could it have just been axle damage, like I've said before many times?
No, it wasn't axle damage. He
he
tailgated the ambulance into that road.
That's right.
Yeah, for what reason nobody knows. But obviously, when he got in the road,
and get out of there,
instead of trying to get out, and being calm and saying to people,
no,
he didn't. He backed up to get rid of the people behind him.
How would that help him?
Yeah, but 20 years ago, that would never have happened. It would never have happened.
Exactly.
What? No one ever got run over 20 years ago?
Wendy.
Not like that. Something like that would never have happened. No.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, Wendy, but I reckon that even 20 years ago, that Rudy Cabana thing wouldn't have happened. Because that kid was influenced by international events as well. He had the Al Qaeda training book on him. And there's all these mad school shootings and that what goes on in America, like ethnic cleansing and that going on in Africa. You're telling me none of this had an effect on his psychology?
Of course it does. It has effect on everyone.
That's what I'm
This is
saying. Like
crazy. You're
people
saying
think
things. You're
we're
saying
living
things like that didn't
isolated.
happen. You're saying things like that didn't happen back in the day. What was it? Somewhere again. I'm terrible with dates and numbers. But what was it? 150, 200 years ago or something when we fucking dropped nukes.
Baz. I've lived in this country my whole life. I've never heard of a black person unaliving 3 white children and saying we need a white genocide. That's never happened ever.
Sound? But you also don't hear of people dropping fucking nukes on people anymore. But it's happened, hasn't it?
No, that was it's not quite 100 years ago. It'll be 100 years ago. No, it's not 100. It's 80 years ago, actually.
Is it? I would have thought
It was Hiroshima,
150. So I've just said Hiroshima.
And Nagasaki, and it was Japan. So it wasn't 150 years ago, Baz.
Okay. But you're just saying the shit wouldn't have happened a couple of years ago, and I'm telling you, fucking way worse things have happened.
We're on about
the
social climate at the moment.
The average English person going to work and paying their bills wouldn't have been that affected by Hiroshima. They would have read it in the paper a couple of times, and then that would have been it. Like these things that are happening now, it's like it's on the internet. They're grooming people 24 hours on the internet.
More people would have been horrified
going off
by
every
that
2
incident.
seconds. But you're not listening. There's
a
situation now where Iran is bombing Israel right now, and they've got 24-hour live footage of people filming it on TikTok.
It's
obviously things are a lot more visible and documented these days.
Andy Warhol.
Well, that's the whole point, Baz.
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
And Andy Warhol did say that everyone would have their 15 minutes of fame, and I think TikTok and social media has allowed that. Everyone gets their 15 minutes of fame. Yeah.
What are you saying, Wendy? Their days are numbered. I don't think so. I think that by being so one-sided, the traditional media allowed TikTok to get a foothold. If they were a little bit less biased in their reporting, like BBC and that are just known for brainwashing people. That's what they do. It's literally owned by the government.
Once you realise that you can't
Even Tommy
unsee
Robinson
it.
was saying Panorama stitched him up. Like I was thinking, Panorama. I used to watch that when I was a kid.
Can I give you a devil's advocate? Can I give you a devil's advocate against that, though, Khan? So one of the biggest fucking platforms and ways people get any kind of information, including news these days, is YouTube. And look what's happening. What we're doing right now, everyone's discussing and having opposing views. So it's not just
but we're not showing videos of kids dying or anything, are we?
Exactly. Even YouTube's like
no, but we're discussing
it. But on TikTok you can watch the videos if you want to.
That's the thing. TikTok's different.
Well, honestly, I've never even used TikTok. But like I say, if you watch the news late at night and stuff, you'll see things like that, won't you?
No.
Not on the BBC or Sky News. I don't watch any of them because they don't tell the truth.
How would you know you don't see it there if you don't watch it?
I watch the news. They don't tell the truth, guys. You're still, for such a young man, you're living way back in the fucking early 90s. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, but
thank you very much for calling me young.
He's from Liverpool.
Well, you aren't you?
Not really, no.
Oh, all right then.
You lot are very set in your ways, I've noticed.
I am very set in my ways.
You got your traditions and you stick to them, which is admirable, but you're not really living in the modern world.
I'm not. That's not true either. I'm not a traditional person, and I have no loyalty or no religion, anything like that. I'm totally open to change my opinion and any.
You've got to remember, it's because of the power of the media that the government was able to do what they did with COVID. You've got to remember that as well.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you.
Say that again.
That's
media
where it all
and
started.
COVID is also really caught.
That's where
I said you've got to remember, Baz, that it was the power of the media, right? The government were able to do what they did with COVID just because of the power of the media, what they had over the people.
When you say
people
what they did, what are you referring to? Is it
people
lockdown?
believe everything the media tell them.
Yeah, but what is it
if you walk down that street backwards, you won't get COVID.
Is it the lockdown that you're referring to, Wendy?
Yeah, I'm referring to it all. Yeah.
I don't necessarily see that as such a bad
thing. Go and stand on one foot and hit your brother, you won't get COVID. You know what I mean? It was like that.
Well, that's you're just being very, very silly. I get what you mean, but I don't agree. I don't agree. You're in the middle of a pandemic. You've got to do something. What else
What
could you have done?
pandemic, Baz, what pandemic? 1 minute they're telling us if you come out your house and say hi to your neighbour, you could drop dead. The next minute there's BLM riots going on up West End, 150,000 people on the streets all mixing with each other.
Yeah, that's what told me. That you know when they had the BLM marches, that's what told me. Hang on, this is a pile of shit. This is rubbish. Yeah.
So you think COVID wasn't real? Is this what you're getting at?
No,
Because
it was something, but it wasn't as bad as they tried to make out.
well, I always have the same rebuttal from a personal experience to when people are going on about this. And I have like no dog or horse in the fight, but this is a fact. I was in the hospital and wasn't meant to be getting out for a couple of weeks until I was told, stay in your room, someone's got COVID. You can't come out your room. And I said, I was supposed to have a visit today and I'm supposed to go home in 2 weeks. Let me out today then. If you're going to keep me locked in my room and someone's got COVID, you're keeping me in, putting me in danger. And they said, hold on, we'll have to go and check. Came back to my room 5 minutes later and said, get your stuff ready, you're going.
What are you complaining for? You get to go home early.
How am I complaining? I'm telling you, that's the only experience I have, whether to say if it's
And if you believe for a second that Boris Johnson ever had COVID, you're nuts, because he didn't.
I've no idea. I'd never even heard that he did or he didn't. That's news to me.
No, that's what they were saying, to get sympathy.
Yeah.
Well, so who's going to get... No, not many people like Boris Johnson. He's a fucking
they found out
idiot.
that they were having parties and that while everyone else was on lockdown. People couldn't attend their family members' funerals and that. And these lot were having parties. And when it all got discovered, they were like, oh, Boris has got COVID, he might die.
Yeah.
When you have,
you don't remember
when you have bumbling idiots like Boris Johnson who get into positions of power, you see, that's more of a conspiratorial thing that does happen and we should fucking discuss, because obviously that's a fact. There's plenty of people who were smart as fuck who could have affected some good change, but they just want some puppeteer who's just going to listen and say what's being told to him to say.
Oh, so you think if Boris hadn't been prime minister that this COVID thing wouldn't have happened?
That's not what I'm saying.
The only countries that didn't get COVID did not have TVs. They never had tellies.
So you think COVID? You think COVID was broadcasted through TV?
It was broadcasted by the media, and if you didn't have access to a bloody TV or a radio or something, you wouldn't have even heard of it, so you wouldn't have got it.
So, what do you mean? If you hadn't heard it, you wouldn't have got it? What are you talking about? So if you've never heard of AIDS, that means if you go and start having unprotected sex, you could never catch AIDS. Is that what you're trying to say?
Oh, hang on. AIDS is a different thing altogether.
Yeah,
AIDS
I've
is a
never met
different
anyone
thing.
who's got AIDS. I've
Okay,
never heard of anyone
a
getting
cold,
AIDS.
a flu, whatever ailment you want to fucking place into
Well,
that.
okay, so if you didn't have a TV and you didn't have a radio and you'd got the flu, you'd have got yourself through the flu and back on the road again, wherever you were, right? But you wouldn't have thought you were going to die of some mysterious fucking illness.
Well, in one regard, right, it's just clicked in my head. In one regard, I can kind of agree because, like, everyone gets the flu and they kind of get through their fucking daily life still. You feel a bit shit, but you're still getting through.
That's right.
But then when we heard about this bird flu thing and anyone gets the flu, all of a sudden they're in fucking panic mode. It's just going to make it worse. It's true in that regard, what you're saying.
And now the world's a lot smaller, isn't it? That's how it was,
But
they
say
could
if you'd
spread
never have
the
heard of
word.
it wouldn't affect you. That's nonsense.
Yeah, what you've also got to remember is that, to say we were in a pandemic, they never stopped the flights coming in from China at all.
Finance has got to continue on it.
Yeah, but we were in a pandemic.
Okay.
Everything else had to shut down. How come they didn't shut down the flights from China?
Exactly.
Well, I would suggest it'd have something to do with the economy and things like pharmaceuticals.
What, families flying home from China?
Well, yes. There'd be people who fucking work in the pharmaceutical industry in this country.
Yeah, but we were meant to be in this massive lockdown. Nothing was moving, but it was certainly moving in Heathrow Airport. Flights were coming in from China.
All right, Sam. That's like saying we're in lockdown, so they should stop bringing in oil and coal and whatnot. Because
I'm
no one should be
I'm on
moving.
about people. I'm not on about coal. I'm not on about
but
oil.
some of those people might have been essential.
No. Oh, yeah. Oh, and of course, if you worked at Sainsbury's or Tesco's, you were immune because you could go for work and the virus wouldn't get you.
Well, not immune,
But,
not immune,
you
but still
know,
necessary.
no, you were going to be fine because, well, you were a key worker. You were immune. Yeah.
Not
It's
immune,
fucking
but still,
ridiculous. I've never heard
necessary.
nothing like it.
Well,
Oh,
again,
and
I can
clapping
only
in
speak
this,
from my
if you clap
experience
in
of
the
why
street, clap in the street, and
think it's
somehow
real.
that fucking helps it as well.
You wait for me to get mid-sentence constantly and then start talking. It's very
Oh,
frustrating.
and all the overworked NHS
Just done it
staff
again.
still had time to make TikTok videos.
Wendy, why is it your objective to infuriate people? That's my question.
I'm just telling you, all of the overworked NHS staff still had time to make fucking TikTok videos.
Okay, congratulations to them. But why is it that you can't wait for someone to finish a sentence before you go to offer your rebuttal?
Well,
Baz, 'cause
like what?
You're not talking, Baz. You're just self-soothing. You just like the sound of your own voice because it makes you feel better.
No, Karen, that's you. You talk all day long and say nothing.
I've been listening to Wendy for like ages now. Like when someone's talking sense, at least have the sense to shut up and listen to them.
I did.
I don't know why, like, you feel that you've got to answer everything that she says.
Saying. My complaint was that she kept interrupting my sentences. What are you talking about?
You're not saying anything significant. I don't know why you can't notice that.
You can't even spell significant. The only thing significant about you is when you stand on the scales and look at that number. Shut up, you fat cunt.
So Baz, what have you got to add to the C theory then?
The C theory?
Yeah, C as in C. The C theory, COVID theory.
Oh, you didn't want to say. Oh, sorry, I didn't realise.
Oh my god.
Like I said to you, I was in the hospital, and I wasn't due
Is that all that happened to you through that time?
Well, that's the most significant thing that happened. Yes.
Jesus.
That gave me an inkling. That gave me an inkling that it must have been something real, because fucking hell, there was people in that hospital who were getting let out left, right, and centre because I made the complaint. However many other people ended up getting out that same day, I've got no idea, but I know there would have been fucking crowds of them behind me.
So did you know anyone who died from it?
Not that I can think of.
Right, Baz, if it was such an epidemic, why weren't there ambulances?
My family, maybe they knew someone.
Baz, why weren't there ambulances pulling up on every street in England, dragging off dead bodies? We never saw that. Why weren't there cemeteries? Why weren't there cemeteries filled with corpses? We never saw that.
And the Nightingale Hospital was never used.
Actually, let me correct. Actually, Karen, let me correct you. Every cemetery is filled with corpses. You fucking just say things and don't even know what you're saying.
Yeah, but you've got to remember that big Nightingale that the army were forced to build was never used. The Nightingale Hospital. So
we got an extra hospital. Are you complaining about that?
Well, not really, because it's being took down now.
That was a waste of resources in that case, then.
Baz, what are you talking about? Cancer patients were denied their treatment for this.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you talking about, son?
Well, cancer patients were denied their treatment because COVID was.
I know many women who were denied their.
Living under?
Yeah, I know many women who had breast cancer and they were, their treatment stopped.
When you're saying they were denied, are you saying they were advised maybe it'd be a bad idea for them to go into the hospital?
Well, yeah.
Well, that's not being denied. That's not being denied. That's being advised.
Yeah, fucking is. What would you call it then? But some of them poor women, because they couldn't go and get it seen to, because they couldn't get the treatment, right? But, people were allowed to go marching through the streets, but they couldn't go to hospital and get their treatment. They're now dead.
Wendy.
They're dead because they died from breast cancer.
Wendy, let's say you come to my area and I'm aware that there's a problem going on in a certain street and you're about to walk down there. I'm standing next to you and I say to you, I advise that you don't walk down that way. I advise you go the long way around and you'll be safer. Or I stand there and grab you by the hair and say, you can't go down there. That's two totally different fucking things.
No, when someone's got breast cancer, when a woman's got breast cancer, the last thing they want to hear is that they can't go to the hospital.
Yeah, but they weren't told they can't. They were advised. That's what we've just
What?
discussed. There's a difference.
What?
They would have been advised not to.
No, they
not
were
told
told they
can't.
could not.
Hey, Morris, could you chime in? Is that true?
Right. So what you're talking about is going to get the channel struck.
Oh,
And
fuck
I'd
off.
love
Those days have
you
gone.
fuck off, you fucking. You know what you're doing, Wendy, don't you? You know that talking about this subject gets channel struck.
That
That's
was
why you're
years
doing
We
it.
ago,
haven't
not
said
anymore, you
anything.
fucking
Yes,
idiot.
okay, go on your channel and talk about it. You're going to get
I
very
have
struck.
many times.
Oh, right, okay. Go on your channel and talk about it, you
I
upwit.
have many
You're going to get
times.
the
Hey,
channel
Morris,
struck.
to be fair, I think Veli can hear us, and if he didn't want us talking about it, I'm sure
He
Okay, so
ain't
Veli,
stupid.
are you happy with the conversation?
Oh my
No, it
God.
comes Judge.
Oh, go on, let's
It
ask the
comes
channel
Judge.
owner.
Oh my God.
Lord
This guy.
Judge.
No, I agree. That's the right thing. That's the right thing to do. It's his channel.
Ask the channel owner.
Chrissy
I agree.
Cromwell.
Are you
Chrissy
happy with them
Cromwell.
talking about
It
this?
stopped years ago. You can talk openly about
No,
that
you
now.
can't. Not on smaller channels, you
You're a
can't.
fucking idiot. Yes, you
Yeah,
can.
no, you are the ultimate racist idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're like Alf Garnett in a dress.
Good.
Alf
I
Garnett weren't
loved Alf
racist.
Garnett. I
Alf
loved
Garnett
Alf
weren't
Garnett, mate,
Garnett.
racist.
did you like what he was as that character?
Alf Garnett weren't racist.
I can't believe you said
That's
Yeah,
that.
right.
exactly.
Wendy. If you just
The guy who
That's
played the
right.
character Alf
That's
Garnett
like
wasn't racist.
Tom,
No.
that's
Alf
like saying
Garnett's
you ain't
Jewish,
fat.
bruv. Chrissy, Alf Garnett's
Wendy, did you
Jewish.
just say that you're happy about looking like a bloke in a dress?
I don't take what Morris says seriously.
I know, but we all know you do look like a bloke. That's why you don't
Because
put
anyone
your
that
picture up.
sold coke when they were 16
I've
to little
never sold
children,
coke. I'm a Pepsi
it
man.
should not be listened to.
Provide your evidence. There is
I've
none.
got it. I recorded it and
Okay,
I've
so
got it.
you keep saying this, but you never produce it. It doesn't exist.
If you got it
Doesn't
recorded,
it?
play it. Then.
Okay.
Okay, so provide your evidence that
Play the
Robert
recording.
Nyrak wasn't a
No, forget that.
what was he
Forget
born,
that,
Wendy?
Chrissy. Don't move
Where
the
was he
goalpost.
born? Mauritius.
Play the
I don't
recording,
know. You
Wendy.
seem to know everything.
Well, it's easy to Google, mate. He was born in Mauritius to a
Oh.
Mauritian father, wasn't he?
Chrissy,
What
you're
colour are
definitely letting it off
Mauritians?
the hook with this here. If you've got the
What
evidence.
colour are Mauritians? Do you know
Tell
what? It
me
wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me if you looked a
You've
lot
got the
like
evidence for
Ralph.
it, Wendy.
Tell me What, you've been racist now?
No, I think you might look like
Yeah,
Ralph
you are.
because
You've
you
been
said.
fucking racist.
You
How
two
am I being
Just
racist?
because
How
I've
am I
got a
being
lodger,
racist?
because I've got a lodger called Yin Wong, you're being racist.
What are you going on about, weirdo?
Yeah, you're going on about my lodger from Hong Kong.
No, I haven't. I don't know you've got a
Yeah,
lodger
you
from
are.
Hong Kong.
I've never heard you say you had a lodger, so I don't know how either heard you say it. I'm on YouTube.
Wendy, is Ying Wong a
More
man's
than
name or a
Chrissy
woman's
is, I'd
name?
imagine.
Mate, are you having one of your moments, Wendy, where your mental
No,
health is suffering?
Yin Wong is
Is that a man's name or a woman's name?
it's a man's name.
Okay, all right.
So is he a man or a woman? What does he identify as?
Well, he's a man.
Okay, so what part of China was he from?
He's not from China.
I thought you said he was Hong Kong.
It's from Hong Kong.
Exactly.
That's China now. That's
No.
China.
If you
now.
say he's from China, he gets really upset. He calls it Hong Kong.
But he is, because Hong Kong is now a Chinese territory.
Yeah, we
is it
do
not?
know this, Morris. We're not all
Do
thick.
ya? Do
Oh,
ya?
well, I didn't know that, to be fair.
So whereabouts in China was he born?
Hong
He wasn't born in China.
Oh, right. So how is he a Chinaman?
He's not. He was born in Hong Kong. And I
You
didn't
said
say he was a Chinaman.
You said
I didn't say he was a Chinaman. I said he was from Hong Kong. I did not say he was a
You can't
Chinaman.
say Chinaman. You
Hold
can't
on
say
then.
Chinaman.
Hold on then. So the question
Of
now
course
is,
you can say Chinaman.
So when
No, you
did
can't
Hong
say
Kong
Chinaman.
get absorbed by China then?
I've just done it and so have you.
No,
When was
I'm
Hong
not
Kong
saying it. I'm
absorbed
just
by
copying
China
what you're
then?
saying.
Because if it was in like the last 10, 20 years, this guy can only be in his 10s or 20s then, couldn't he?
I told you he's 23.
53. You're breaking up as you're talking, Wendy, sometimes. So
He's
No, she's not. She's
23.
fine.
23.
Fucking hell, you when you pulled him, that must have made you, if he's 23.
What are
when
you
he was
talking
born,
about? He's
you're
my lodger,
72.
you dirty-minded piece of shit.
It's not me being dirty-minded.
Yeah,
it's
you are.
being
You being a dirty-minded,
you
bald
being
fucking
the
pig.
right-wing idiot that we all know you are.
Yeah, racist.
Yeah? If
You're
you've
being
got
racist
a guy,
towards
if
my
you've got
lodger.
a guy in your house, it's because you
You
want to
are
ride him.
being racist towards my lodger.
How? By saying that you were old. How is that being racist towards your lodger?
No, what the dirty things he's saying about the young man. All he's doing is going to
What dirty
university,
things have I
coming back,
said?
minding
What
his own
dirty
fucking
things
business
have I?
and doing what he
What
wants to
dirty
do.
things have I said? What dirty things
Yeah.
have I said? Go on, tell me.
He was discussing. He was basically insulting your age, Wendy. We didn't even
That
insult the
doesn't
lodger.
bother me. Anything Morris says
How was-
doesn't bother me.
Yeah, so how is that
Okay,
racist?
so then why are you bothered then? You're saying nothing bothers you that I say, but when I say something, you're bothered.
Oh, well, the only thing that bothers me is that you were selling cocaine to
No, I
innocent
wasn't.
kids when you were 16. You also set
wasn't.
fire
I've
to
never sold
Budgeon.
coke. I've
You
never sold
also
coke.
set
I'm
fire
a
to
Pepsi
Budgeon.
man. I drink Pepsi,
And you
not Coke. I
also
love Pepsi.
was
Yeah, well,
done
let's try it
over by a
different.
woman called
Let's try it
Tony
different. Let's
when
try it
you were
different.
16,
Have
weren't
you
you?
ever, have you ever, have you ever tried?
Tony was my school
Have you ever
friend, and she
indulged
was
in that
older
product
than I
yourself,
was.
Chrissy?
No, no.
Have you ever
You used
indulged
to
in that
go and
product
have
yourself?
sex
How do
with
you know,
Tony
Wendy?
with another
come on.
woman
Oh, so you're
watching.
saying that it was out of order for me
You
to have
two are just
sex
going to
with
go in
someone that was
circles for ages.
older
Why
than
don't
me?
you two get each other's phone number so you can have a one-on-one argument all day, every day? Because that's how you
Yeah,
talk.
what I'll do, Baz, for you, Baz, what I'll do, I'm going to go on mute so Morris can argue with his fucking self.
Oh, thank God for that.
Because you two have the
She
same
shut
argument
herself up for
all day,
once.
every day.
Oh, Baz, you ruined it now.
Ruined it. What, you want to just listen to them two bicker? You've
Yeah,
literally
I'd
moved
rather
each other's
listen to
phone
them
number.
than your bullshit.
Fucking madness. Better than my bullshit. I would literally, hey, Chrissy, so have you ever indulged in that product yourself?
In what, sorry?
The Coca-Cola product.
No.
He's been on cocaine all his
I
life.
thought you was on mute.
That didn't last long,
Right.
Wendy.
So Coke is a good way of telling you earn too much money. And while I am earning too much money,
He's been
I've
on
not got
coke
any
and
interest
sold
in that.
coke all his life.
No, I haven't. Oh, so
Who
I've sold coke
told
all my
me?
life.
Who
When I was 3
told
years
me?
old, was I doing it then? When I was
It is
3
an
years old.
expensive habit, but it's not
told me?
expensive to do like
Who
once in a
told
blue moon.
me?
Who's told you? Who's the proven liar?
Yeah, Hoof's a fucking weirdo. Why are you taking his word for things? That's weird.
You don't even know him,
Hang on,
Baz.
didn't
I don't know
Hoof
Hoof,
say
no.
that
The
he
guy
used
with
to
the list-
test it for the
guy with the list
Albanians?
talks like this. I don't know him. No
Hang
one
on a
knows.
minute. You don't even
Didn't
know
Hoof
him,
used to
Baz.
say that
I've
he
just described
tested
how
the
he talks, so I'm
Albanians
going to not know him.
Coca-Cola? Is that
Anyway,
not true,
Morris,
Wendy?
what's your opinion?
I like how
What's
you
your
avoided that.
opinion on what's going on in Iran?
Hey, Wendy, if I don't know him, how would I know how he talks?
My opinion is that everyone needs to keep their hands to themselves.
Well, it ain't going to happen, though, is it?
Well, it should, shouldn't it? Because
Well,
Iran wouldn't be looking to bomb them back after they've been bombed by Israel, would they?
well, Iran's nearly destroyed.
No,
No,
that's
it's
not
finished.
true.
Yeah,
Not
it is.
true,
It's
Wendy.
finished.
It's not
It's
true.
Oh
finished.
my God,
It's not
you're
true.
so
It's not
dull.
true. It's all fake
Yeah,
news,
So
it's
dull,
so it's
Wendy.
so
It's all fake
finished.
news.
Yeah.
It's all fake
No.
news. Don't believe it.
Palestine is destroyed. Palestine, the
No one said
sovereign
that though,
state
Chrissy. She's
Palestine.
talking about Iran, the country.
I know, but I'm
No, we're
just
not
making a
talking
point.
about
The sovereign
Palestine.
state of Palestine that has no army, no air force, and no navy,
We're
that
not
has
talking
been
about
destroyed.
Palestine.
That's been destroyed, but not
And
Iran.
so's Iran.
Hasn't been
Sorry
destroyed.
to
You know,
interject on your very lovely argument. And when
Putin
Chrissy goes
has
for the piss,
offered a
sometimes
home
it kicks me off the
to
panel
the
and the phone goes
Ayatollah,
idle.
so the Ayatollah can
So it's
fuck off to
because
Russia
you'll have
if
to
he
strap
wants.
belly for me to let me
Yeah.
off.
No, the Ayatollah's in Russia now. He's hiding out there.
Yeah, exactly. Because he knows
But
it's finished for him.
Netanyahu's in Florida, ain't he?
No, he's in Israel.
No, he's not. He went to Greece, and then they're saying from Greece, he either stayed in Greece or went to Florida. They don't know for sure. But he's out of the country.
Well, I don't know.
He's
I
definitely
haven't
out
got
of
a tracker on him.
He can't stay in the country, can he? That'd be the greatest victory ever for the enemy.
Of course he could stay in. Wait, you think that he doesn't have a bunker or something?
Well, apparently all the bunkers have been taken up by certain people. They're not letting the settlers go into the bunkers, apparently.
What, the ordinary people have took up the bunker? I don't blame them. They're good for them.
You wouldn't be in a bunker, would you, Wendy?
I don't blame them. If they took the bunkers up, yeah, let the other ones stay out.
No
They
one would let
caused
you
it.
in
Let
their
them
bunker, would they,
put up with
Wendy?
it.
No one would let you in their bunker, would they, Wendy? Not even for a bunk up? You haven't had one of them in decades, have you? So, Khan,
Yeah.
Who are Turkey going to side with? Russia and China or America?
Yeah. Russia and
Who do you reckon?
China and well, no, I don't know about Russia. I don't think Russia's fully involved. But I
No,
think
but if it came to it,
Pakistan, Turkey, and who else?
Pakistan have closed its borders. It wants nothing to do with it.
No, that's not true.
no, don't
They're
mean,
saying they've
no,
got.
It is
that's not
true.
true.
It is true.
They're
You
saying
should
they've got.
keep up
It
to
means
date
they
with the
don't want a rush
news.
of
I am
refugees.
up to date. I'm saying to you, Pakistan is on standby with the nuclear weapons.
No,
They're on
they're
It
not.
means
standby,
they
waiting
don't
to nuke
want
Because if
Israel. Yes,
they
they
a
are.
fire
load of
as much as
refugees.
half a
That's
nuclear
what it means.
weapon, the amount of nuclear weapons that will bombard them is fucking ridiculous, Khan.
No,
Yeah, but
I'm
that's
just
what
saying
you want,
in
isn't it, Wendy? You want
retaliation. In
Iran
retaliation.
wiped off the fucking map, don't you, Wendy? You want
Why
millions
would
of
they?
people,
Why would they?
innocent
Why
people,
would
to be
they?
killed, don't you,
Chrissy,
Wendy?
why would they want Iran to get wiped off the face of the earth? Why?
Because that's exactly what they've done with Palestine, and it's what they're doing
Yeah, but
with
that's
Palestine.
Palestine. It's different. Palestine's
No, it's not
different.
different because the
It
Israelis just
is.
see enemies.
No, they
But
can't. They can't.
The current Israeli government just want to wipe out anyone that they think is against them.
Yeah, but
Well,
they
you
can't.
don't tell them that then.
They're not doing that in Iran.
You
They're trying
don't
to
tell
get a
them that; they
regime
know it.
change like they did in
Go and be a
Iraq.
big boy and go and argue with men. Yeah, men that can put
I'm
you
not
in your
arguing
place.
with anyone. I mean,
Yeah,
you're close
yeah.
to being a
Put,
man, aren't
put
you?
you in your place.
Oh, really? No one's ever put me in my place
Yeah, all right.
because I'll argue with anyone, and I always win.
Well,
You're not even
always.
brave enough to show your photo, mind you. The look on your face, no wonder.
I'm not stupid enough to give out my ID on fucking YouTube.
Yeah, because you know that your far right views would probably get you filled in public because
Filled
you've
in,
been so
filled in.
hateful.
Hang on. What decade are you in? I haven't heard that
2025, love.
since fucking
Your mental
1990s.
health
That
must
word
be shot
filled
to
in.
bits if you don't know what decade we're in.
Fucking word. Of course I know what it means. I
2025.
haven't heard
Well,
it
you
for a
just asked
long, long
me.
time.
Why are you asking me what decade we're in if you
Wow,
know?
wow. I think you must be
But
like living in
Wendy,
in
if
the
you
fucking
actually
90s or
come out
something.
as the
I have
person
to put
you
you up
That
on
are,
a
was
little
the
lie
yeah,
there,
heyday, Wendy.
Wendy.
That
you
was
would
the
be
heyday.
You're
But
saying
scared.
you're
this is
not.
I'm
what
going
is.
on mute. You
You would
guys
be,
can talk.
you would be
You're
scared
saying
of
you're
the
not stupid enough to
repercussions from your
have
own
your
mouth.
picture on YouTube. You had a picture of yourself when you were young and pretty, and I'll grant you was. You had that
Probably wasn't
used
her.
that picture for fucking years.
She's always been ugly. She's always been
No,
My
she was
ugly.
what?
young and pretty, man.
Yeah, but you can't get anything
She
from that,
genuinely
man.
was. I don't know if you've seen that picture, Morris, but I assure you she was young and
I
pretty.
haven't, mate. I don't want to. I saw the size
Okay,
of
well,
Jupiter's
just take
tits
my
the other
word
day,
for it.
and
I mean,
it's all
I'm not exactly
it's
fucking
put me
Wendy's
off of.
advocate here, am I?
It's put me off of like so much, mate. Every time I fucking go to eat something nice, I think of Jupiter's legs, and I think,
So we're trying to have a
I
a
haven't
Jupiter's
debate
got
seen any
half
about
pictures of
decent
Jupiter
Jupiter's
something.
the
when
legs.
she was
city
younger. I
birch,
couldn't
man.
comment
Jupiter's got
on that.
nice legs, man.
Reaching.
She's got long legs. What are you on about? The woman's about
Who's got
Exactly.
6
long
foot.
legs?
The woman's about 6'4".
Jupiter's got good legs for a woman of her age.
Good legs for a Sasquatch.
I don't know
I
what
She's
you're
reckon
talking
got
Jupiter would
about.
better
bang
legs
you out,
than
though,
any
Chrissy.
fucking woman you'll ever
If
get.
Can't just said
Mate,
she's 6 foot
you haven't
4.
seen my other half. You
There's
wouldn't
no way.
even
There's
know.
no way
You
she's
haven't
6
got
foot 4.
another half. You're so hateful, Wendy. And you just, I mean, you wouldn't cook. It'd be like, when are you finishing work? I'll make us dinner. What have we got, love? We've got chicken. Chicken and what? Just chicken.
That's just me, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just you, and that's why you're so lonely and hateful.
Well, I'm not lonely and I'm not
What, from
hateful.
eating chicken?
You are
You think
lonely, and you are
chicken makes
definitely
people
hateful.
I
hateful?
wouldn't
No.
mind if I came home.
You're lonely and
Wendy, if I was
hateful.
coming round to yours for dinner and I
I
said,
don't
what
get
are we
this
having for dinner?
argument.
And you
This is a
said,
bit
I've got a
weird.
full cooked chicken, I'd be happy with that. I'd be like, can I have butter some bread? Have chicken butties? We fucking happy with that.
Exactly.
No.
Buzz is right
That's
for once.
no, not bread and butter. She wouldn't do that
Why the fuck not?
because she just can't cook. She can't even do bread and butter. She can't actually do chicken.
Yeah, I said, can I do myself some bread and butter? If she cooked
Oh,
chicken
right,
cooked.
okay, yeah, but then she'd probably try and stab you, saying that you was a burglar or something.
You're
Because she never gets any visits.
I never get any visits. Okay.
No. After the stuff
If she
you've
was
been
living on my
saying
street and
with
she
the
told
way
me she got a full
prevents
cooked
going,
chicken there, I
she
could come
might get
round
a
and
few
just have some
visits.
chicken butties.
I never get no visits. Poor old me. I never get
After
no
what you've
visits.
been saying, and after how Preventer coming after you guys, you might get a few visits.
Ooh.
So
Some of
will
the stuff
you.
you said.
So
Some
will
of the
you.
stuff you said. No,
So
what
will
have I
you.
ever said that's hateful?
You
Ever.
said a lot.
What? Tell me.
Well, I guess, the police are still
Hold on a
looking
minute.
for the
Anyway,
local drug
Hold
dealer
on,
around
I've
your
never said
place.
anything hateful because I'm not
Yes,
a
you
hateful
have.
person.
Yes,
if
you
I may
have.
interject,
So tell me.
on you two
So tell me,
elderly people
I'm not
arguing for a
arguing
you,
woman.
with you.
Wendy,
Have a
want to go to
conversation with
war with
Khan and
France,
Baz.
love. You
Yeah.
want to go to war
I'm
with
trying to
France?
interject. So you keep saying about prevent going to visit her.
Yeah.
Chrissy. So what exactly would are you suggesting that they would do? And what
Well,
for?
they might. I'm not sure, but she's got a lot to worry about because I mean, she was
Well,
saying that the
what's
police
to
were
worry about?
genociding. The police were genociding British people in the riots.
Okay, so what could be the
No.
consequences? Fucking hell, man! Don't procrastinate. Spit it out.
Who? What? Eh?
Imprisonment.
It could end in that, yeah. I mean, look at that.
Well, Khan,
That silly
don't
bitch
put
that.
words in his mouth. He's saying that they're going to go and visit her and this is going to happen, blah, blah, blah.
Right, okay,
So I'm asking him,
No,
what
he
do you
said
think
it
could
could
happen?
happen. He said,
for everything Wendy said, which is hateful and racist, yeah.
So basically, you're saying she could get done for hate speech? Long
Yeah,
if she
basically,
posted it on Twitter, she would have been in prison a long time ago.
Why didn't you just say that when I asked you, man? Why do you always have to go around the houses to get to a simple answer?
Sorry, who are you talking to, Baz?
You?
What do you mean go around the houses?
He
to get
wants
to a
your
simple
attention,
answer?
Chrissy. Give him some attention. Go on.
I asked you. So what are you suggesting would be the consequences? And you were going around the houses, and we eventually got to.
So you're not aware of her racial slurs to people, no? You're the racial abuse.
I asked you what would be the consequences.
Right, and I'm just working on you not being your first time here. Yeah, you know how bad she is. You know how racist she is, and you know the sort of stuff she says.
Okay, and I only asked you a simple question: what would be the consequences of prevent contact?
Right, and then Khan come in and said imprisonment, which would have been the same answer I'd have given.
Yeah, well, that's what I asked you. I don't know why you procrastinating. That's all I'm saying.
How am I procrastinating?
You was.
How was I procrastinating?
Because I said to you, what would be the consequences, and you were going, well, they'll contact her, and then Khan.
He said he don't know. He said he don't know.
Baz, I'm struggling with you not knowing the awful shit that's come out of Wendy's mouth.
I've known Wendy a long time. I've heard her say
Can
some
you
bad
tell
things.
me what awful shit's come out my
I've heard her
mouth?
say some bad things.
All sorts of racist stuff, Wendy. I'm
Tell
not
me.
repeating it.
Tell me.
No. It don't work like that because I get clips and I'm not saying the actual words.
Because I haven't said anything without being
You've
provoked.
used the N-bomb.
And I certainly have never, ever suggested violence towards anyone.
Yes, you
Morris.
have.
No,
Yes,
I have
you
not.
have.
You're a
You said
liar.
that people are coming round to my house about 2 weeks ago. They didn't,
Well,
by
I
the way.
wouldn't hang on, Prevent wouldn't bother knocking at my door over that. They'd probably give me a pat on the back and say, well done.
And you have also said, I don't know who it was you said it to. I assume it was Morris, but you also have said that your sons are going to get involved with certain people.
She said that about to several people. Haven't you, Wendy?
I thought so, yeah. You have done that, Wendy. And I did hear you also drop the
I've never
M-bomb.
said anything without being provoked first.
Oh,
Yeah,
so you got to provoke you. I thought you was a sensible
people have
old
always
lady.
provoked me, and then I say stuff. Yeah.
Okay. So for instance, right, I came on here and said, "Is it wise to talk about what you're talking about?" And you told me to fuck off.
That's
How did I
right.
provoke you? How did I provoke you?
Well, the fact you come on, and because you're a narcissist, you can never be wrong. You can never be
so what
wrong,
is
Morris, because you are a narcissist.
I'm not often wrong. I'm not often wrong.
You are a narcissist.
What is a narcissist? I don't think you
Somebody
even know.
who has to be right no matter what, who bullies
that's
people,
not a narcissist.
who will
That's
bully
not a
people
narcissist.
until he gains the higher ground and
My
thinks
opinion of
he's
what a
right.
narcissist
That is a
I could be wrong.
narcissistic
My
trait,
opinion of what a
wanting to be
narcissist
right all
is
the
someone who has
time.
grandiose
But it's not a
opinions of
narcissist,
himself.
is it?
He can't be wrong, Khan.
No, I'm not
This
often
man
wrong. When
can
have I been
never
wrong?
be wrong. You will notice
When
it,
have I
Khan.
been wrong?
It doesn't
When have
matter
I
what
been
the
wrong?
subject is, he's never wrong.
Yeah, but no
Yeah,
one
you
likes
just
to be
said
wrong.
that 2 minutes
And
ago. You
again,
said he always wins
At
arguments.
least a rudimental
the majority of
understanding
people
of
across
it.
these panels,
So
unless
when
they're
have I
proven
ever been wrong,
unequivocally wrong,
Wendy?
they'll stand by their point, and you do the same thing, Wendy.
You're wrong
But
about
Wendy,
a
when
lot
have
of
I
things,
ever been
Morris.
wrong? Wendy,
You were wrong about the
you
Nuremberg
said that,
trials.
no, I wasn't.
Yes, you were. You were wrong.
No,
You were
I
wrong about the
wasn't.
dog.
I've
You were wrong
read
about
the
the
book
dog.
twice. What dog?
You were wrong about the dog and the Air Force dog. Yeah.
No, I wasn't.
See, you won't even. You were, but you can go.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on a minute, though, Chrissy. Because let's say she's correct. Just hypothetically, let's say she's correct. Right, that's two things. You said he's wrong about a lot of things. You want to continue?
Yeah, he was also wrong. He's wrong every time he opens his mouth. He's wrong.
No,
Okay,
I'm
so
not.
you've got
I'm
no.
right
So you've
every
got
time I
no.
open
So you've
my
got
mouth.
no other examples, Wendy. Just those two.
Oh, there's too many to remember.
No, there's not. There's
He was wrong about Brian Hill. Oh dear.
How was I wrong
You made
about
a
Brian
big
Hill?
fuck
When
up
was I
about
wrong
Brian Hill.
When was I wrong about Brian Hill, who you still talk to?
Your initial assessment of Brian Hill was he's a good guy.
No,
Remember?
I just said he's a rough diamond because I didn't know what a cunt he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
neither did you, Wendy, because you still speak to Esau.
When you meet
that
someone,
threatened
when
to
you meet
big your
someone, it's the
husband
right
up,
thing.
don't you?
I've had my battles with them. I'm not having any more.
Chrissy,
You
let
can
me
have
jump in
them.
there,
You can have
but
them.
you're a bad fucking judge of
fuck's sake,
character.
you two are
No,
being
I
mad.
had
If
them tagged from the start.
You might as well just
In fact, if it wasn't for me, Brian Hill wouldn't have come on here.
You still talk to
You
Esau
came
and
on
threaten to
here.
dig your husband
You
up.
came on here so you could have a go at Wasp and Hoof, and that was
No, I
the
didn't.
only reason you
I
did it.
came
Yes,
on
it
here
was.
because I was asked to go on his
Even
panel.
the fucking
yeah,
council you sat at
because he
wouldn't
was
have, they
saying
sacked
he
you.
was saying
You were
that he
told
was
to
a
stay
channel
away.
about fruit,
You were told to
anti-racist,
stay away from your
anti-paedophile and
fucking
stuff like
wife
that.
or
And it turned
partner,
out he was a complete
and you
cunt,
even
just like
you go,
Wasp and
Baz.
Hoof.
This man was found guilty in court.
Wendy, listen,
right?
at this point,
and
I
it-
really don't
no,
give a fuck.
and he
I'm
got
getting
his
annoyed.
friend to
Nah,
commit
you-
Why are
perjury,
you hiding?
and he
Why
still
are
won't
you
admit
hiding?
it. He still
Why
won't
are
admit
you
it.
hiding, Wendy?
Why won't you admit it?
For all we know, you could be Rose West.
See, you got
that
found
mean?
guilty in court. You got kicked out the council, and you still won't
Khan,
admit it.
you don't know who Rose West is. Are you fucking on this planet?
Who said that, you spastic?
He's just said, for all we know, she could be Rose West, and you said, what does that mean?
Yeah, I know
Rose
what I said.
West?
I know what I said. Why are you repeating what I said?
Khan knows
I'm
I'm
asking
not
you,
Rose
do you not know
West.
who she is? Do you know who she is, Khan?
The fuck you talking about, you idiot?
Do you know who Rose West is? It's not a complicated
Of course
question.
he does. Fred West's
Oh, wait,
wife.
don't tell him. Don't. Wendy, you're fucking annoying you. I knew you were going to do it. Get out the jail free card, Khan.
How can I not know fucking Rose West, you fucking mug?
Go on, go on, tell me
There are
something
younger
about her.
people that don't know about Rose
She's got
West.
a man's haircut. She's got a fat face, and
And
she wears glasses like Ronnie Corbett.
Yeah.
And
she's the fucking serial killer's fucking missus.
There you go.
She murdered her own kids. I mean, come on.
I didn't think he was going to get there. I bet you someone put it in the fucking comments.
Yeah, but why would we think Wendy's Rose West?
Because
we don't.
she could be, because she's not telling us who she is.
I'll never tell you who I am.
Exactly, because you're scared of
You
revealing
won't know
your
who I
fucking
am when I knock on your
identity.
fucking door
Look,
and knock
Wendy,
you out.
Oh, there we go. She's fucking threatening violence, the weirdo.
Oh, massive threat
Mate,
that
I would
was.
never answer my door to you because the smell would be too bad to let in.
I don't smell, you fool.
Yes, you do.
Do you know what's silly about this? Do you know what's silly
That's
about
why
this, Wendy?
that's why you ain't had no knobby in fucking 3 decades.
Hey, Chrissy, let me have a little crack at this for a moment.
Yeah, go on, bro.
Please. But, Wendy's going to bite my head off for this, right? But it is the truth. You know, if he was walking down the street, Wendy, and you actually physically tried to fucking hit him or something, he's well within his right to fucking knock you clean out.
Yeah, and then my 3 sons who'll be walking down the street with me, he'll be in there fucking right to fucking knock him out.
They wouldn't be within their right because
oh, they wouldn't be. Oh, they wouldn't be.
Yes, they would. Yes, they would.
Why
They'd be
would
within
you
their
want
rights.
your children to get involved in violence?
Well, they're not children, they're grown men.
Why would you want your sons to get involved
if I
in
was
violence?
walking down the road with
you
my
attacked
son
him,
and
you
you decided to fucking hit me,
and then
you
3 of
wouldn't
your
get
sons
up off
jumped
the
How
on
would I
him,
know? First things
they
first,
would be
Wendy.
guilty.
I don't hit women. I've never
Who's
hit a
going to
woman.
stand there and let their mum get hit?
Yeah,
Nobody-
this is what I mean,
nobody-
Carl.
nobody-
It's
nobody
fucking
would
Who she is?
stupid.
How am I going to know who the
He's
fuck
just
she
fucking
is?
spastic Baz.
No, nobody would.
No, I'm talking about fucking
if
weird
people
Wendy.
attack one
So,
bloke to
Khan,
defend
if you're
himself,
walking down the road
they're
with your
also
mum and
guilty.
somebody hits your mum, are you going to just stand there and go, all right then?
Obviously
No,
not.
one of us is going to the
Wendy,
hospital
I've
and
never
everyone's going to
threatened to
live.
hit you. Wendy, I've never threatened to hit you, and I'm telling you now, even if I knew where you was and who you was, I still wouldn't hit you. So you've
Well, that's
made up
good
a
to
whole
hear that
straw
you don't
man.
hit women. You
You've
just
made up
frighten them
a
to death.
whole
Yeah.
straw man.
Yeah.
No, Baz said it. It's not a straw
No, I
man.
didn't.
No, she said
Baz
it.
No, I
made
She
the
didn't.
said
No, I
hypothetical
didn't.
if I was
scenario.
walking
Wendy said
down the
she'd
town with
punch
my
him, and I
son
said
and
he'd be
someone
within
hit
his
me,
right to
but
defend
that's
himself in
not
that
going to
case.
happen.
That's
That's
all I
not
said.
what I threatened.
No, but
That's
I
Baz
not
don't
said
go
what
it.
I
anywhere
threatened.
on my own.
Yeah, because you're scared. You're a scared old bat. You need
No,
someone pushing your chair.
I don't need to go anywhere on my own.
You
I'm
don't
always with
walk anywhere.
someone.
You
To be
role
fair,
play.
I
I
don't.
don't go
I
If
don't
anywhere
you're
go
on
that
my
anywhere
own,
on
man.
my
old,
own.
You forget
Hardly.
why I
I
you
live
need
hardly go
there.
someone to
anywhere on
push
my
your
own.
wheelchair.
Hang
No, I
on.
hardly.
So,
Why would you go somewhere on your own if
so
you've
you
got
got
someone
a
to come with
problem with
you?
people who are in wheelchairs now?
No, but I think you're in
Well,
a
you
wheelchair
obviously
because you never
do.
go out.
But you obviously do have a problem with people in
No, I
wheelchairs.
don't. My dad was in a wheelchair in the last bit of his fucking life. I've got
Yeah,
no problem
yeah.
with any disabilities.
He was also a
But
mason, wasn't he?
you don't mind calling people
What's wrong with
disabled names,
Masons?
do you?
He was also a mason, wasn't he?
Yes,
What's
he
wrong with
was. He
that?
was a very good
What's
one.
Yeah,
What's wrong with
yeah.
Masons though? There's some good
Or some of them are
Masons.
evil, Carl.
Yeah,
How
the
do you
high up
know?
ones, not the local
Have you
ones.
ever been in a Masonic lodge?
Yes.
I have. I have.
How can you have been in a Masonic lodge when you're a woman?
My dad was a
They have
mason.
open evenings. They have
Right.
open
So you
evenings.
have no. Oh, so your dad was a Mason. So you're
Yeah.
having
Even
a
though
go
you
at me
criticising his dad for
for
being a
my
mason,
dad
this is
being
the
a
weirdest
Mason
conversation I've
when
ever been
your
involved
dad
in.
was a Mason. How dumb are you?
Yeah, but I'll admit it. You normally
I've
go, no, he
admitted it
wasn't.
all
No,
the
he
time. I
wasn't.
never hide it. I'm proud of my dad.
You've
He
just
was
been
a good
slagging him off because
Mason.
his dad was a mason, though, Wendy. That was your original point. You
Well, go and
originally
talk
giving him
to
shit
Roy.
because his
Go
dad
and
was a
talk to
mason.
Roy.
I
And then
don't
you
want
said,
to talk to Hoof. He's an
because
idiot.
my dad was a
No,
mason.
I'm talking about Roy, your brother.
Oh, okay. So what was your husband's name again?
Mason.
Yeah, it was Mason. Good, that's a good
So
one,
I'm sorry.
Carl.
So
Yeah.
Robert Nyrak was a Mauritian. What colour are Mauritians, Wendy?
They
You
ain't
know?
got a colour. Mauritians ain't got a colour.
Oh, they have really, ain't they?
They haven't. They're mixed.
Well, I know they're mixed. Obviously, all countries are mixed
That's like
now.
me saying what colour are Puerto Ricans? They're all different, aren't they?
And
Yeah,
what's the
but
original
Puerto Ricans
ethnicity
are
is the
darker than
question. Fucking hell,
Caucasians,
can.
yeah? Puerto Ricans generally are darker than
No,
Caucasians.
There's some blonde ones.
I'm not saying there ain't, but what I'm saying is, on the
So
whole,
Latin,
yeah, if you are
Latino.
an Indian, you are darker than, for instance, an
I'm saying
Englishman.
to you,
If
not
we're
all
talking
Mauritians
about
are Indian,
indigenous.
though. Not all
And
Mauritians
I
are
know that,
Indian.
Khan, and I never said that they all are. But if she is claiming to have a Mauritian,
I'm not claiming anything. You were
okay,
doing
so
all the
was he your
claims.
so was he your lover or was he part of your family? Because you once
None of
Lover?
your
stated
business. None of your
you
business.
once stated that if
None
you
of
ever
your
done anything
business.
with
I
him,
haven't stated
it would be
anything.
incestuous. That's what you
People have
stated.
said things,
Wow.
but
You're
I
getting a
have
bit
never
personal
stated
now,
anything.
Chrissy.
Yes,
You're
you
getting a
have.
bit
You've
personal,
stated.
mate.
No, she started getting personal. She's mentioned me
Well,
fucking
you're talking
family.
about people's love lives and that.
Yeah, I know I am. So
Yeah, that's
what?
a bit personal, what I'm saying.
It's not love
Can.
lives. It's what she said. She
Can. Listen,
says
these two.
that if she
Can.
done
Honestly,
anything
listen,
with
these two are
Robert
bickering
Nyrak, it
all
would
the
be
time.
incestuous.
It's probably best for me and you to just like try and not get involved in it and just butt in where we can for.
So, Wendy, did you
No,
not say
I'm
that
not
if
having
you
a
15
done
minutes.
anything?
conversation with this racist pig. Right?
Don't
All right,
call
well,
Khan a racist pig.
let's
He's
change
not.
the subject then, Wendy.
He's less
I am a
racist than
little
you
bit.
are.
I am a little bit. I am a little bit.
Are you?
A little bit.
Come on, man. Don't let me down.
I'm
Right,
not
so
talking
anyway,
about you.
did
Khan, I
you
am
not...
not talking
Right,
about you.
don't talk about Barry like that either. So, Wendy, you previously stated that if you done
Say
anything
whatever she wants
sexual with
about me, I
Robert
couldn't give a
Nyrak,
fuck.
it would be incestuous. That is you basically saying that he was one of your relatives. You've also stated previously that you would die for him. Now, that's got to be quite a close relative because, yeah, my brothers, my sisters, my mum, my dad, people like that, yeah, you can say that. Cousins, aunties, uncle, maybe not quite as much. But, so
I
you have
agree.
basically put yourself as a relative of Robert Nyrak. Now, Robert Nyrak was born in Mauritius to a Mauritius father.
Yeah, but it could have been her
If
in-law,
you are
though. Could have
related
been
to
married to
him,
her sister or something.
okay, yeah, that's why I've asked. If you were related to Robert Nyrak, Iraq, yeah, that might mean that you might be Mauritian, and the indigenous people of Mauritius, like what Robert Nairak's father was, aren't
Yeah.
white, are they?
Well, so what are you trying to say? That brown people can't be racist?
What I'm
I
saying,
think
no. What
I
I'm
think
saying
what he's
is that
trying to say.
she might well be a Scott
even though
Tomlin.
she's, I think,
Oh,
correct me if
what?
I'm wrong, and these aren't my
Scott
words, Wendy,
Tomlin.
before you
What,
bite my head off. I
adopted?
think this is what Chrissy's trying to say, is that
No.
even though she's racist, she's got fucking foreigners in her family. I
Yeah, but
think
there's
that's what he's
foreigners that are
basically...
racist, bro.
Right.
I'll tell you,
Can't.
there's more racist foreigners than there is English people.
More
Have you not
racist
met
foreigners than
you
Nixie?
don't
Have you
English.
not
understand
met
it.
Nixie?
Okay,
You don't
okay. So
understand it.
if the
She's
country's
got loved... He's saying she's got
87%
loved ones. He's saying
indigenous
she's got
white,
loved ones of different ethnicity, yet she's
if
still a racist. So which
if
would make her a
the
hypocrite? I think
country is
that's what he's trying to say.
87% indigenous white, that means that even if every single non-indigenous white person that was in this country was racist, there would still not be able to be more coloured racists here than white racists.
Who you calling
There's
coloured, bro?
easily more white racists, yeah?
Who you calling coloured?
Anyone
He
that
didn't.
isn't white.
He didn't call anyone coloured. He
You
was
did. You
using it
just
as a
said anyone who ain't
colloquial
white
term.
is coloured. That's terrible.
Well, okay, so
How is
tell
that
me.
terrible?
And is it not true?
No, they'd be classed as black or ethnic minority.
Okay. Coloured. Is that a
No,
problem?
not coloured. Yeah, it's outdated. Can't call someone coloured.
Okay. I'm old.
Yeah,
You're
but he's
wrong.
not saying it to a
I'm
specific
just pointing it
person,
out,
Khan.
Chrissy. It's a fact.
Okay,
Just pointing it
okay.
out
So,
to
but
you.
what point is it? But what
Just
point
saying,
is
let's
it?
move on. Let's move on.
Okay, okay. Would you like me just to say that all the other ethnic minorities could never be more racist than the white indigenous population just because of the numbers?
That's more
Yeah, I'll
PC.
agree with you.
That's more
Okay.
PC the
So
way you said it that
you
way.
got
Yeah.
what you wanted, but that is you agreeing with something that you've just said that was wrong, because you said
No,
that there's more. You just said
No.
that there's
Disagree
more
with the
no,
way
white
you
Chrissy,
people
phrased
that's
it.
not
that are
true. That's not
racist.
You're
true.
saying the way
That's
that you
not true what you're
phrased it is
saying.
more acceptable, Chrissy. You're backing him
Okay,
into a
okay.
corner
So,
there.
Khan, did you not say there are more ethnic minorities in this
I would
country
say,
that are? Go on.
I would say that as a percentage, foreigners would have a higher percentage of racists amongst them than the English. With the English, their numbers of racists would outnumber not just the racist amongst the foreigners,
Yeah.
but the entirety of the foreigners as a population.
Exactly my
That's
point. So
nonsense.
we're
That's
agreeing now,
definitely
yeah.
nonsense.
So
Yeah,
Wendy
you're not saying
has.
anything
So
different than what
Wendy.
I said.
So, but you
Well,
didn't explain
I
it like that
disagree with
first
that.
time round, did you,
I
Khan?
disagree with that.
Yeah.
No, because you're comparing apples and oranges.
No, I'm not. I'm comparing fruit with fruit.
All right, son, whatever. Anyway, let's move on.
I
Right.
like that. Next time someone
So-
says apples and oranges, I'm going to say fruit and fruit. I like that one.
Exactly.
Thank you. I'm taking that.
And you can
I'm
even
stealing
chuck
that
a
off you,
tomato
Chrissy.
in that, because that's wrongly designated, isn't it? So, Khan,
Yeah.
just coming back to it, yeah. Wendy, for as long as I've known her, has
Yeah.
continually been racist
Okay.
to anyone that isn't
Yeah.
white Indigenous English, yeah.
But here's the thing, though. Do you know what it is, though, Chrissy? When you got
Go
a
on.
bit of charm and a bit of pizzazz and a bit of a sense of humour, you can get away with a bit of racism or a bit of xenophobia
Okay,
or a
so
little
you
bit of
can't
like
are
you
you
can get
suggesting
away with it. It's just par for the
Khan, are
course.
you
Why do you
suggesting that
think
Wendy's
people
charming and
entertain
has a little
Wendy
bit of
in
pizzazz?
Jupiter? Why do you think people put up with them?
Khan,
Because
is
they're good
that stuff? Is
It's
that stuff you're taking?
entertainment.
Khan, is that stuff you're taking to lose weight, making you randy? Because I think you're
I'm not
fucking trying to
Randy.
crack
Why
onto
would you
us.
suggest anything like that? That's a
Chrissy, I
bit
think he
weird.
was
That's a
flirting
bit
there
weird.
Because
too.
I can't think of any other reason for
Because it's the
you,
truth.
a man of different
It's truth.
origins than her, to actually be sucking her arse so hard live on the internet in front of a lot of people.
I'm not sucking her ass hard. I'm just saying it's the truth that there are people
Well,
on
all right, are
here
you having a bit of a
online
tickle with your
of
tongue?
all ethnic minorities, including white people, who would
There's
judge on
Robert
being
Nyrak. No,
identified as
my
racist.
my avatar, that is Robert Nyrak's dad.
He looks Scottish.
So he's not British.
He looks like fucking what's his name?
Where was
Stellan's
Robert
son.
Nyrak's father born?
There is Robert Nyrak's dad. Make
Where
your
was
own mind
Robert
up.
Nyrak's father born?
Obsessed much.
He's a
Obsessed
Mauritian.
much.
Robert
But what's the
Nyrak's
medal?
father was a Mauritian national.
There, that picture is Robert
I don't know
Nyrak's
what you've
dad.
done. I don't know who that picture is, but if you just simply Google it, Wendy, Robert Nyrak's
It's Robert Nyrak's
was
dad with his
Mauritian.
wife. It was Robert Nyrak's dad with his wife and
And
with
where
his
was Robert Nyrak
daughter
born?
getting the medal that Robert
And where was
won.
Robert Nyrak born?
Wendy was Robert Nyrak a thing, a Gurkha.
No, Robert Nairac was part of Intelligence 14 and attached to the SAS.
Okay.
So
he's not
why are
half
you talking
Indonesian or
about him in
anything?
past tense?
No.
Why
No.
are you talking about him in past tense?
Oh,
Why are you
you want to
talking
go
about him
with
in
your
past tense?
conspiracy theory that he's
No,
still
no, no. It's
alive?
not a conspiracy theory. It's a fact that
Yeah.
he's never been.
See what I
hold on,
mean? It's not a
hold on.
conspiracy theory. It's a fucking fact.
It is.
Wendy,
He's
let
never
me back.
been confirmed dead, has he?
Wendy, let me jump in there because I have to back you up slightly. He's saying, why did you talk about him in the past tense? She said he used to be a member of the SAS. He's obviously not in the SAS anymore, so that is past tense. What you're talking
Well,
about?
no, nobody knows where he is or what he's doing. He's missing.
How old
isn't
would he
he,
be?
Wendy?
He's not in the SAS in his fucking 70s or something. Come on.
Oh, if you listen to the right wingers, Baz, you'll hear him say once a soldier, always a soldier, and all that rubbish.
Yes, but they feel like that, but they're not actually fucking still a fucking
Okay,
paid
so
member.
where is your point to all this?
I've just told you because you were incorrect, but you were trying to railroad her.
How was I incorrect?
I've just told you. You've just said, is he still a member of the SAS?
Now you see, Baz, you see what I mean? I show a picture of Robert's dad, and still he refuses to believe it.
know that
He's
is
a
a picture
fucking
of Robert's dad.
narcissist.
You
don't
right
have-
wingers
He's a
are such
fucking
bullshitters.
narcissist.
We
All
can't
I'm
believe
trying to
a
say to you,
single
Chrissy,
thing you
all I'm trying to
say.
say to you, Chrissy, is you wouldn't have people of that age rolling around in the SAS. Okay?
No, you
But
wouldn't. No.
is he still around?
Well, you work out he was 27 in 1977.
1977, 27, so that's
50 years ago.
So he could still be alive, couldn't he?
What, at the age of
But
77?
we all know he's not, don't we?
How do we know that? He's missing.
Because you're an evil, baldy, fat cunt.
Okay, but you're
How does that
not,
make him
you're-
evil if he's
you're
not
wrong
alive?
Again,
It's
aren't
Chrissy
you?
didn't
You
murder him.
don't know
What the
where
fuck?
he is, do you? You don't know if he ran off to America or whether he was shot and buried somewhere that we never found.
I remember
You don't
asking
know
Jerry Adams.
anything.
I remember asking Jerry Adams where he was.
Oh, so now you're a terrorist sympathiser.
No, I hate Jerry Adams. What are you
What?
talking about?
Well, why were you talking to him?
I asked him where he was.
So you were talking to Jerry Adams, you terrorist
No, I
sympathiser.
wasn't talking to Jerry Adams. I asked him
You just said you
where he
asked him,
was.
so you were talking, yeah?
No,
If
I
you
also
answer
asked.
Wendy, what, in real
you
life?
asked
I
him,
In real
also
life?
asked Martin McGuinness where he was.
What, Wendy, in
Another
real
terrorist.
life? Is this in real
So
life
you're a
this
double
happened?
terrorist sympathiser.
Yeah, in
Double
real
terrorist
life.
sympathiser, Wendy.
You
So if I-
You're gonna be
shut your mouth. You
next
don't
thing
know
you're
what
going
you're
to be
Chrissy, you
talking
are
saying
about.
being
you're
Chrissy,
standing
you're
behind
being
Jeremy
super
Corbyn.
silly today. Chrissy, right? Let's say I was back in the olden days, right, and I was I just happened to walk past Hitler in the street and I asked him a question. Does that make me a Nazi sympathiser?
I didn't say it
You're
did.
being stupid.
No, I'm being ironic.
We were
Big
in
difference,
Stormont. Martin McGuinness and Jerry Adams come out, and I
Not
asked
ironic,
him
you're being
where
extreme.
is
So you talk
Robert.
to terrorists, yeah?
What, when they
You're a
come out
fucking
into the
idiot.
street, Wendy? Was you out in the street?
Pardon?
And you say that when they
She's
came
always
out of
out in the
where?
street.
When they
She's
came
always
out,
out
where
in the
did they
street.
come out the building into the street?
She's sleeping in
No,
the
they
shop
were in.
always.
They come out of where they'd been talking because I don't
Where's
think
that?
Morris knows what Stormont is.
Where was
So
that?
they come
Stormont.
out of
That was in
where they'd
Stormont.
been
Okay.
talking, and I asked them
What
the
was they
question,
talking
and they
about?
just shook their heads and
What was
fucking
they
walked
talking
off.
about? What was they talking about in Stormont?
But they knew what you was talking about, right?
Oh, they knew who I was talking about. Yeah.
No, they didn't. They didn't know who you were. You're just a jumbling
It was
wreck.
all over the papers thing.
So you're saying that Martin McGuinness and Jerry Adams didn't know who Robert was?
I'm
He said they didn't know who you was.
Chrissy,
Well,
sometimes you
of
should walk
course
yourself
they
into
didn't
a
fucking
corner.
know who I
You
was.
have
But they're not going to.
admitted
I mean,
to
they still weren't
talking
prepared to
to
open their mouths
terrorists.
and
You're a
admit,
terrorist
yeah, that
sympathiser.
it
You've
took
admitted
7
to
men to
talking to
murder him.
terrorists. And the other thing is, didn't
You
Babs
know,
say
they
something
weren't
about
going
blowing
to
up mosques
admit
the other
that it
day?
took 7
You
men
talked to
to
her as
murder
well.
him.
You
7
talked to
men
her as well.
to murder
Babs
him.
wants to blow up mosques.
You
And you
know,
talked to her as well.
it took 7 men to murder him.
Wendy,
And
are you
one of the
trying to-
men who
Wendy, are you
murdered
How do
trying to
we
him,
imply-
know that?
Are you trying to
How do
imply?
we know
because
that
one of the men who murdered him ran off to fucking the USA.
Wendy, you're not
And
trying to
in the
imply
last
that
2 years,
hang on, because there is another theory that
Chrissy, come
they
on,
all
man.
run off to the
You
USA.
two listen
no,
to the
and in
phone
the
number.
last 2
If no one else can
years,
talk
this
in this
guy's come
conversation, what's
forward
the
and
point?
he said that
So why
Robert
hasn't he been arrested?
died a brave man He
So
never
why
gave out
hasn't
any
he been
operational
arrested?
secrets.
So
And
why
What's your
hasn't
favourite
he
flavour of
been
ice cream?
arrested? If this guy's
What?
come out and said that he was there and the guy was murdered, why hasn't he been arrested?
Because
What's
he's
your
not in the
favourite flavour of
country.
ice cream?
he's not in the country. Are you sick?
You don't need to be in the country to get arrested on an
Oh,
international fucking arrest
I
warrant.
can't
Unless
deal with
Interpol
this.
come after
I
you.
can't deal with this, honestly.
I know you can't because you're full of shit, love. You're making up a fantasy
The
about
guy
someone you
in
didn't know you've
the guy
never
from the
met.
USA,
Look, next time
right,
you
said that
start a
Robert, it
fantasy,
took
just do
7
a
men.
quick Google
It
check.
took
Yeah,
7
because
men
Robert
to
Nyrak
murder one
had a Mauritian
soldier,
father and he
right?
was born
It
in
took
Mauritius.
7 men
And you
to
are
murder
claiming
one
that no
soldier,
one that
and
was
you
Wendy,
are
born here and
defending
didn't
the
have any
7,
Wendy,
terrorist
aren't
saying that,
you?
plans should
listen,
be
7
here.
men might have been involved, but that's nonsense saying it took 7 men. I could
No, it did.
You're
It
sounding
did
like
take
Duke for
7.
saying
stop
It
a minute,
did.
Percy's only
both of
raped
you, to
me.
stop a minute, please, man. It's like I feel like banging your heads together, and I'm the fucking youngest out of the lot of
Oh,
us.
fuck off, you spastic.
Hey, if
Don't
anyone
use
could have
the F
walked up
word.
to him with a fucking handgun and shot him in his head, dead. It doesn't
Well,
take
no, they
7
didn't
men
just
to do
do
that.
that. They tortured him first.
You don't know
Yeah.
what they've
Well, it
done,
doesn't
you
take.
I
I'm
do
dumbass.
know
saying it
what
took
they did.
7
They
men to
No,
tortured
murder
you
him
him.
first.
don't.
It took
He's
7 men, and
missing.
you're
He's
repeating it
still
over and over. It
missing.
doesn't take
We
7
don't
men
even
at
know
all.
he's dead.
And
Chrissy, if someone's saying that he didn't give out no secrets, doesn't that imply
So
that they tortured
frustrating,
him for
you two, you know.
secrets?
Sorry, what,
Came
mate?
on here for the conversation
I
because I was
said, if
bored.
someone's saying that
Now
they
I'm
tortured
wound
him
up.
to give out secrets, why would they just walk up to him and shoot him?
I'm not saying they did. I'm saying he is currently missing.
he's
Presumed
dead,
dead.
and you know it.
No, I don't know it because no one's found his body. And there is so much fucking
There are certain
smoke and
people,
mirrors
one of
around
them is
it
now
that
dead.
no one
Martin
actually knows
McGuinness
what
knew
happened.
where his
There
body
was a
was, and
rumour
Jerry
that he was
Adams
a
knows where
double
his body
agent
is.
for them and that they had to get him
You
into
might want to
America.
defend the fucking terrorists, right? But I'm
I
not gonna.
don't. You're the one that talks to terrorists. You
No,
said
you're
you talk
defending
to
the terrorists
terrorists.
that murdered
Now, there's a
Robert.
few examples of
You
that
are the
happening, though,
one
where
that's
people have been
admitted to
presumed dead and
talking
then
to
later on
terrorists,
found
Wendy.
alive.
I've
That
never
has
spoken
happened.
to a terrorist that I've known.
Look,
But you have.
you are defending the men that murdered
I'm
Robert
not
Nyrak.
defending anyone.
Yes,
I'm
you are.
defending the
Yes,
truth.
you are.
The truth
You are.
is, no one knows what happened to
Robert
Nyrak,
is dead.
and you
Robert is
definitely
dead.
don't.
I wouldn't say he's
Yes,
defending the truth
yes,
or
he's dead.
offending
Okay, so
Robert
Barry,
Nyrak. I
they've
think he's
not
just trying
found
to
his
wind you
body.
up. It's that simple.
No one's been
And you're
convicted of
both doing the
murdering
same thing
him.
to each other.
Yeah, and they
Fucking
cannot say whether he has died or not.
The men who murdered him have actually said, yeah, we did it. Yeah.
No, they haven't. What? Who are they? Who are these
Yeah,
men?
they all ran off to the USA.
Okay, and we have got a fucking reciprocal agreement with America to get back criminals that fly there.
Yeah, but since then, what's happened is the MOD is doing their favourite trick of right. What we do now is all the atrocities we did in Northern Ireland, we blame it on Robert.
Oh, so you're now saying they're accusing him of committing war crimes?
No, she's saying they're invested in him not turning up.
No, she's saying he's a patsy. She's
she
saying
said
they've made him a
investigating
They're using,
atrocities.
patsy. They're using Robert as a patsy. Anything that is quite,
How do you know this? How do
anything
you know
that
this?
shouldn't have been done, anything nasty, really
Right.
horrible. They say,
Yeah.
oh, well, Robert Nyrak was there. He did it.
Okay. So they're trying to blame
But then
Robert
poor
Nyrak
old
for all the stuff that they've
hasn't
done
been
up
around for
until-
God knows
up
how
until-
many years
yeah,
and can't defend himself.
Up until he disappeared, they're blaming him for all that. Are they still blaming him for what for everything he done after he'd gone?
Well, that's not out of the realms of.
What do you mean everything he
So you're
did after
admitting
he's
he's
gone?
So you're admitting he's gone. I just said after he's gone.
Hold on, wait a minute.
You've
After
just
he's
said
gone,
yes.
no, they're blaming him
gone
for
to
stuff that
America.
happened.
Quite common.
They're blaming him for stuff that happened that they've never been able to catch the people. So
What are they
it was
blaming him
Robert
for
Nyrak that
specifically?
did it.
What are they
Trissy
blaming him
Morris,
for
you are so
specifically?
thick. You are
can't
so
tell me,
thick.
can you? Because
You
you've
are
just
so
fallen into the
thick.
fucking trap.
You are
I've asked
so
you, what are they
thick,
blaming
Morris.
him for?
You
and
believe
can't tell me.
conspiracy theories, Morris.
No, I'm not.
Conspiracies are
I'm
true,
And you're
I'm sure,
too
Wendy.
scared to ask
I'm
questions
asking
to
you.
people,
I know
Morris.
I'm asking a question that you can't answer because you're a
What?
bullshitter.
What question?
What are the atrocities that they are accusing him of?
The Miami show band murders.
Right. Anything else?
There's a few more shootings
you
in
can't
Belfast.
mention. because you don't
hang on,
know.
wait a minute. Let me fucking finish, Mr. Narcissist.
Come
In
on, hurry up.
1976 and the beginning of 1977 and in 1974.
What happened in 1974?
Well, don't you want to know about the biggest one? I mean, the
No,
biggest
I don't.
one was the MOD
I'm aware you've had enough time to Google it.
blaming
I'm aware
Robert
you've had
for the
enough time to
Miami
Google it. I
show
would like
band
to
murders.
test your memory,
Ridiculous.
not your
Because
internet
I know
searching speed.
exactly where Robert was when that happened.
How?
It doesn't matter how. I'm not telling you.
You're a bullshitter, Wendy. You're a fantasist.
He was in
and a
Hong
bullshitter.
Kong. Actually,
Even
he was in
Jupiter
fucking Hong
said it.
Kong. He
Even
was in
Jupiter
Hong
said you was a
Kong.
fantasist and a bullshitter.
He was in Hong Kong.
Yeah, but the question was how
was
do
you
we
there
know?
with your 23-year-old lodger?
No.
You're such a bullshitter,
You
Wendy.
see, what you
You're
are is a self-hating
You're
British
a racist.
person.
No, I'm not.
You
I
are
don't
a
hate anyone.
self-hating. You are a nomad and you belong nowhere. You should be in the desert,
I'm
wandering around,
a floating
belonging
voter
to no
that sticks
one.
up for the
Because you
moderate
are a
middle.
nomad who belongs nowhere.
Wendy, is that not a racist term, nomad, for like an Irish traveller?
No, the word nomad comes from somewhere in with the Arabs, isn't it? It's those people that
I was just
wander the
checking
desert
because
forevermore.
I was just on, you know, Steve, the
Just
researcher.
short
You
for
know,
nomadic,
Steve.
which means that you roam around,
I was just
basically.
on
You could
Steve's
never be a
panel,
nomad, could you,
and they were
Wendy?
saying that
Because you are
the English
mad.
used to call the Irish
I
travellers
couldn't be a
nomads.
nomad, that's for sure.
No. Look, I know words that
You're
travellers
mad
can
as
be
a hatter,
called.
Wendy.
But the nomad word, right, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, others might use it
What
for
about
something
thingy,
else.
Wendy? What about vagabond? Was that for tinkers as well? Tinkers and
A
vagabonds.
vagabond, to me, a vagabond we used to be someone like a tramp on the street, something like that.
Like you.
Yeah, if you like.
I thought a
You know,
vagabond was
like a
someone
tramp
who
on
like.
the street, Khan.
I thought a
don't like
vagabond is
you.
someone who like buys and sells. Not like
No, a
vagabond.
vagabond is someone who was like a tramp on the street, had nowhere to live. Yeah, that kind of thing.
I've certainly got that fucking phrase mixed up in my head. Then
The
that's
sort
for
of
sure.
person that your political heroes would light a £50 note at and burn. Yeah.
But Wendy, a tinker is definitely a traveller, isn't it? A tinker.
Yeah, a tinker is, yeah. So is a diddy coy. A diddy coy is as well.
Okay, I didn't know that one.
Yeah,
What are you saying about thingy then? What are you saying about Chrissy Morris?
Partake?
You're saying Chrissy Morris is a tinker?
No, he's a diddy coy.
He's got that tinker face,
My
isn't
nan
he?
used to call me a little tinker. My nan used to call me a little tinker.
He's a fucking nomad. He belongs in the Arabian desert,
She used to
wandering
grab my
around,
cheeks and go, "You little
searching for
tinker."
fucking water. Yeah.
Are you sure you
And
did
with
this here,
no
Richard? Are you
one,
sure
no
she wasn't
relatives,
saying, you little
nothing.
wanker?
He looks like the type, though, doesn't he? Looking at Chrissy's face, he could easily be a thing, a desert dweller.
You are. You're a nomad.
Stop
You
it,
belong
man.
in the
You're
desert.
the last person that
You
can have
and
a
your
go at people
fucking
for their
camel.
physical appearance.
Little camel
No, I'm just saying,
jockey,
you've
aren't
got
you?
that beat up face, haven't you? Like where you've got all their punches to your
I've
nose
had a
and
few
that.
fights, so you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you've got that beat up stomach, though, Khan.
You're a
But
little camel jockey, aren't you?
Chrissy,
You've
luckily
had
you still
all
got
them
your
putrid to the
ears. Your ears ain't started to fold in half. Like, you know them fighters with the cauliflower ears?
Yes. But he does boxing, you dickhead. He's gone to have some
Talking
of that,
to
isn't he?
Chrissy, you fucking
I haven't got
puss.
no cauliflower ears.
That's what
They're
I'm
You
more
saying.
are.
broccoli.
Like a little bit of cauliflower
They're
ear,
more
like, to
like
be fair.
broccoli, thank you.
Have you got cauliflower ears? Have you?
cauliflower ears.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
Ain't that
It looks
from
a little
rubbing
bit
your
like you
ears on
have,
the
you see.
floor, like in MMA wrestling and that?
Yeah, but basically it's you know, when your ear gets injured, because there's hardly anything there. So you know, you get like it's a form of scar tissue.
It's that cartilage, isn't it? The ears.
It's not. It's swelling, isn't it? It's swelling.
Shut
it's where,
up,
like, you get like trapped.
Yeah, Khan,
Luke
send me the
knows?
link to Steve's TikTok.
I'll send it to you. Yeah, I'll send it to you.
You know, like Luke's nose, because that's
Fucking
cartilage.
hell.
Every time
What,
it
the
gets
Roman
bust,
nose? He's got a Roman nose, isn't he?
Roman nose, he looks like a fucking pterodactyl. But every time that gets
Fucking hell.
broke, you know, the basically the
Well,
cartilage.
I know for a fact that you know, I do have
wrong.
5% gypsy in me.
That's why he's got a
so I can never be racist.
How would you know that? How would you know that, Wendy?
I hate people who say that.
Gypsies
That means I
can't
can
be
never be
racist.
racist.
5%.
I hate
Everyone
people who say
can
that.
be racist, Wendy.
My, and let me get this right. My
How would
uncle
you feel about this?
did the family tree, but he did it
Wendy, one
fucking
second,
properly,
please.
right?
Chrissy,
He
how
did
would
it
you feel about this
really,
sentence? My
really.
uncle's black. That means I can never be
What
racist.
the heck, Baz? What?
Is that Wendy? Is that the uncle that touched
Oh, look,
children?
you two just want to argue, man.
Don't know of any uncle that
Can't-
touched children.
can't have a
Sorry.
conversation. You two
Yeah,
need
you
each other's
do.
phone number,
You
and you
admitted
did
to
do
it,
this
didn't
day
you?
and night.
But Wendy,
Baz, what are you going on?
Wendy, the Irish travellers ain't genetically different from the indigenous Irish, are
What am
they?
I going on about? If you stop to argue, if you stopped arguing to listen, you would
Not
know.
as far as I don't think so.
Okay,
Some
just
are,
checking.
some aren't. Some are, some aren't.
No, they're Irish
Wax on, wax off.
travellers.
Not all
That's the
travellers.
thing. Now, that boxer, what's he called? Fury.
Tyson
Fury
yeah.
looks at himself as an English traveller, you see.
Yeah, because he's from Manchester or something like that.
It's because he lives in Morecambe.
No,
He's not travelling,
does
he's a
he?
gorger.
Does
He's
he?
what
He
they
doesn't, does
he's
he?
what they would call
Fucking
a
hell,
gorger.
you are, literally
It's nothing
full
to
of
do with where he lives,
useless
Chrissy. It's because he's from
information.
Look,
Manchester, which means he
Wendy,
is
look up
English.
my little town, yeah? My little town is packed full of
Khan
travellers.
was right.
Almost all of them
Who
went to my boxing gym.
cares? We're
I know them
we're
very
talking
well,
about Irish travellers.
I know I've actually
I
got
don't
travellers
care.
in my
You
bloodline.
can know the
So,
king of the travellers.
right,
I don't
so do
care.
you know what a gorger is?
I
Do you
don't
know what a
care.
gorger is?
You can
The
know the
Gorgers
king
is
of
what
the
we are.
travellers.
We're the
Because you haven't
Gorgers.
got the
We're the
brains.
Gorgers.
A gorger
Chrissy,
is a traveller that now lives in a house.
No, it's not. It's a city
It
dweller.
is.
Anyone who
It
lives
is
in a city is a
fun.
gorger.
Yeah, but
Can't
you
I've
just said
sat
Tyson
there
Fury was from
and
Morecambe
listened
or
to
something,
travellers
Chrissy, and
slagging
then
each
started
other
going
off
on that you know. He's
about...
not.
Yeah, but
Khan
we're
was right, he's
gorgers
from
too
Manchester.
because we live in the
I
city.
know we are. I never said we weren't. But
I'm
a
just
traveller
checking.
that stops travelling and lives
A
in a house is called
gorger
a
is a
gorger.
non-gypsy.
Yes.
Thank
That's
you.
what I said.
That's what, yeah, that's what I said as well. I never said that we weren't gorgeous. We are gorgeous. If you live in a
I'm
house, you're
not.
a gorgeous.
I'm not.
I'm
You are.
fucking gorgeous. I'm fucking
so
gorgeous. I don't know about you lot.
you're gorgeous, not a gorger.
Is that the gay
I'm glad
side
you
of you
agree.
coming out?
No, I think Barry's a gorgeous person. Is there a problem with that?
I can imagine Chrissy dressing up like a woman.
How sweet.
You know, like
Do you know what? Yeah, so did I. Yeah.
You know, like remember that show,
for you,
Wendy?
I
It ain't
wouldn't.
half hot, mum.
Well, you
Yeah.
see the mummy and I see the daddy if it comes to that, son.
Chrissy could be on that.
Without
Chrissy could be
Garnet.
on that.
Khan, you're just jealous that everyone knows you're fat and ugly. Shut up.
No, he would look. He'd dress up well as a woman, wouldn't he?
The
Yeah,
boys
ain't
to
half hot fun.
entertain
Yeah.
you. We are the
Do you know
boys.
what? If you
The
dressed up
boys
as a
to
woman,
entertain you.
if you dressed up as a woman, you'd still look better than Jupiter.
Nah.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't look. No.
Jupiter, when she was younger, she was good looking, man.
Yeah, right. She's always
good
been
looking
ugly.
as
She will be
yeah.
ugly.
What do you mean?
And not just
She won a beauty
not
contest.
just in looks.
Jupiter won a beauty
character.
contest. What was it, Miss Britain or whatever?
Yeah, all right.
She did.
No, Miss Southeast. Yeah. She was Miss Southeast when she was 18.
See?
Miss Southeast when she was 18.
Oh my God. Don't tell me, right? She was the fucking, she was the local Jubilee Queen or whatever, yeah?
She was Miss
Chrissy,
Southeast
someone
when she
married
was 18.
Jupiter
Yeah,
and had
right,
6
fucking
kids
hell.
with her.
She's never-
You're telling me
look,
she's
I'm
not a
sorry.
good-looking woman? She
No,
couldn't be
I'm saying
ugly.
she's...
Why would you have 6 kids with an ugly woman?
I don't even think she's a woman.
Don't be
What?
silly.
Khan, you think no ugly women have had kids? What are you talking about?
What,
And
6
said,
kids
please
with the
don't think
same
I'm
woman?
I'm not saying that you're ugly or anything.
Right,
Just
so
Who
she's
can
been
remember
drunk
that
6
magazine
times.
called
Khan's
She?
talking absolute nonsense.
Can anyone
She, I
remember the
remember that,
magazine
yeah.
called
Plenty of ugly
She?
women.
Yeah.
I was
No, we
Miss
weren't
She
about,
for a
ugly
whole
fellas
week.
as well.
we weren't
What are you
about in the
Ooh.
1930s like you were, Wendy.
What?
Back in the
What
good
was
old
it like
days with
watching all them
magazines.
dinosaurs roam around? Because we know you were
No,
old enough to
just
remember it.
well, you can be as insulting as you like because of the
It's not an
the
insult. It's a joke, you
conversation.
weirdo.
I'm just saying, a whole week.
Excuse me?
Wendy, right, just at this point, Wendy, just tell them at least I'm not bald.
Huh?
Tell
Just
what?
say to Chrissy, at least I'm not bald.
I think she is.
No, but you
That's
are
why she don't
certainly,
go
aren't
out,
you?
because everyone knows she's got a fucking
That's a
syrup
little
of
bit
liver.
anti-Semitic.
What?
Women
What,
can be
being
bald.
bald? Anyone
Women
How's that
can be
anti-Semitic,
bald.
you dickhead? Anti-Semitism is something
Jewish
against
women
you.
shave their
you
heads.
know,
They shave their heads though.
I mean, and the
something about
gypsy
against
race is
Jews, can't.
protected. You've got to remember
I
that,
think,
Morris.
you know what, Babs, I think you've just fucking hit on a bit of gold there, because you was talking about how Wendy could be bold and she just like
I
didn't
wasn't.
answer.
I was telling her to say
What,
to you,
she's
at
bold?
least she's not
How
bold.
do you know she's bold, Baz? I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm
what
not
you said, you know,
bored.
Baz.
Wendy,
I am
you're
not
bold.
bored.
You didn't
If anything,
deny it.
I've got too much fucking hair.
Yeah, coming
Stop trying
out
to
of your
rope me in.
fucking in between your legs, but none on your head.
No, I got to. You can
Don't be
be as
so
filthy as
crude,
you like.
Chrissy. That is
You're so
Oh,
disgusting.
come on,
crude.
Khan.
You're a
You've been
crude,
cruder. You've been.
Oh,
bad
Khan's on the
Chrissy.
fucking
pig.
razzle, mate.
If I
Khan's
leave
You
trying to
this
are a
pull
long enough,
an
crude,
old
I'll end
granny.
up all
horrible
like you.
man.
Chrissy,
So,
you really
You are
are
a
trying
Taking
to.
crude,
them fucking
horrible man.
injections.
You jipper.
You are a
Stop taking them
crude,
injections. They're
horrible
making you
man.
too randy.
A crude, horrible man.
No, I'm not. How am I
Yes, you
crude and
are.
horrible?
You are,
I'm
you
Yes,
are,
telling
you
you
the
are.
are.
truth.
You
You
I'm
are.
are.
telling the truth.
You got no manners. You're
You are.
terrible.
I've got no
no,
manners when a
right,
woman
right. Let's have this
with
right.
Oh,
Let's have this.
with
Let's
that
have this right.
fucking level of hate
Let's have
takes
this
or
right.
tries to
Chrissy,
take the piss
you
out
do
of me.
get a lot of
but
hate,
that don't
and
give you carte
and you
blanche to
have been
like
horrible to
abuse
Wendy. Yeah,
someone.
but Wendy, you've been
What do you
equally
mean?
as horrible.
So everything she said doesn't matter. But if I have a
I
hot
ain't
back,
said anything.
I've just
What have
said,
I
didn't I?
said?
Wendy's been equally
you
as
said that
horrible,
I fucking
and
gave
you have done for
drugs to
years
children. It don't
when it
get
comes to
much worse than that, Wendy.
But I don't. You
You
go
had a go
into
at my
like
dead
filth
father
like
for being a
you.
fucking Freemason when you had a fucking Freemason father yourself.
Oh,
What is
Chrissy, you
wrong
don't
with
have to
you,
take
you idiot?
everything so literally, man. Come off
No, it's
it.
not literally. She's just asked me a question and I've given her the fucking answer.
Oh.
No, but you go into the dirty area. You don't. You're filthy. You're disgusting.
Well, you're
You're both
filthy
being as
mentioning
bad
my
as each
dead
other, man.
dad.
Stop being fucking children.
You're filthy, Wendy,
If you got,
mentioning my dead dad.
if you're gonna sit there having a slagging match, don't sit there like, oh, well, you were worse than me, or you were worse than
Oh,
no. You're
shut
both.
up, Baz. Are you
Boss,
Hang
still
you
on,
are.
there?
You're both
Chrissy,
intending
hang
to
on,
insult
right?
each
If
other
you
in
want to play
any
this
way that you
game,
can.
I wasn't
Go on.
mentioning your dad in any disrespectful way because my dad's dead too. So you know,
Okay. So
yeah,
why did you
yeah,
even bring up your dad was a
Yeah, stop playing
Freemason?
the
Why did
victim.
you
Stop
even
playing the
bring that
victim,
up?
Chrissy.
yeah. You know,
Oi, Khan, I'm not
What?
playing a victim. Come on, Khan, just
Look,
relax, man. Yeah,
I'm just
she's
saying, play
not
fair,
worth.
innit? Play
She's not
fair.
worth the fucking. Oh,
fucking
play fair.
mines killed my
Play fair
father.
when she's sitting there hiding her identity and her dodgy past, and I'm
What? By not doxing herself, he's hiding her identity. Yeah.
Yeah. You know,
not doxing
everyone must
herself.
dox
Okay.
themselves.
So
Yeah.
if she wants to go, if she wants to try and go into my family and my character, why can't I do the same?
Hey, it's not my fault that Hoops put out recordings about you.
Okay, yeah, but what recordings has he put out?
Yeah, but you don't need to go around pointing it out, though, Wendy.
He's put out all about your drug dealing, who you
No, he
sold it
hasn't, because
to.
I've never.
Yeah, he
Look,
has. Yeah, he has.
Okay, so what? Why haven't I been arrested for drug dealing?
Well, it was years ago, wasn't it?
Well,
That
apparently
doesn't
you
matter.
said
You
that
can
I've done
still
it
be.
all my life, and I'm
And they
still
put
doing it
out
now.
that you're
Earlier on.
into satanic. Hang on, you're into satanic stuff. Yeah.
No, never.
Well, this is what's out.
I'm
This
not.
is what he's put out.
Oh my God, you're an idiot. I'm not even religious. Why would I be into satanic stuff?
I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, you're just saying bullshit from a bullshitter.
Well, why don't you go and listen to the recordings yourself? They're there.
Because I can't be asked because they're bollocks.
Considering he sat online, anytime religion gets brought up, and he always says he's an atheist, he has no affiliation to
Oh,
religion.
shut up, Baz. You twat.
Well,
no, it's true though.
That is true.
But no, all it is, Chrissy wanted to know where I got the information from, and I'm telling him.
Mate, I know where you get all your information from your far right friends that are bullshitters.
Oh, there's a difference between information and bullshit. There's two separate things. So you didn't get
Well,
information.
the information I'm getting is in a recording for everyone to hear on Hoof's channel.
So,
But that's not information,
what
though.
is in this recording? What is in this recording? Tell us.
Right, we've got some bloke.
Misinformation.
We've got
not
PD. We've got Hoof. We got Wasp, and some bloke.
All scumbags, yeah.
Right, who knew you when you were younger.
No, I've heard that
Now, wait
recording.
a minute. I'll tell you the
to
story,
the
and then
guy
you
that
deny
they are
it.
apparently talking to.
Wait a minute. Then they're saying to him, they're asking him questions, and he's saying he's the one I got the Budgeon story from. You know, the fire in Budgeon.
Yeah, Yeah, that I didn't do. That you said that I
And
killed a
but
security
your
guard
mate
in.
did, and you were there, Steve.
No, someone did, and I was there. Someone did
Yeah, I
it.
know you were
Someone
there.
put a fag in
Yeah,
a bin that caught
yeah.
on fire. Nothing to do with me because I'd
Yeah,
never
no, it's
smoked.
rumours that somebody got killed, but apparently,
Yeah, which was bullshit, wasn't it?
well, I don't know, because apparently your dad
Go and look
managed
for
it,
fucking
got
any
made it
security
able
guard
for it to
that's been
just
murdered in
disappear.
a fucking
You won't let
fire,
me
you idiot.
finish, will you? You won't let me
Because
finish.
I need to pull you up on the bullshit you speak. Go and have a look if there was ever a fucking security guard killed in a fire in Malden.
Your
You
dad
won't find it.
your dad got it to go away.
No, he didn't. You can't
Well,
get a
apparently
murder to
that's
go
what they
away.
say in the
You
recordings,
can't
Morris.
get
I'm
a murder.
telling you what he
Okay, but
said
it's
in the
bullshit.
recording.
But it's bullshit.
You started selling coke from the
Never.
age of 14 onwards, and you've
Okay. You know
always
how
sold
ridiculous
and
you sound.
dabbled in the
Okay,
powder.
am I still doing it? Am I still doing it?
Yes.
Okay, so why haven't you reported it to the old bill?
Well, it's none of my business, I'm just saying.
Oh, but it is some of your business because you absolutely hate me. And if you actually believed it, you would definitely report it.
Hello, Mr.
You,
Policeman.
Jupiter,
Yes, right.
Babs.
So I've heard a recording that says that so-and-so, yeah, is a drug dealer. Yeah, they're going to
So-and-so,
really take
so-and-so.
me serious, aren't they?
Exactly, because it's not serious.
Well, I'm just telling you what they're saying in the recording.
Okay, so can I tell you what they say about you?
Well, I don't care.
I think
You,
if you called up
okay,
and
you
said
don't
that
care. Neither do I,
they'd
Wendy.
have to
But
follow up
your
on it.
bullshitting best friend Jupiter actually said that you was a nutter that stalked Cherry Blair. Was it Tony and Cherry Blair?
Oh, yeah, that was
right?
Una Flynn.
Una?
Yeah, when they said I was Una Flynn.
Yeah. So that's true. That's got to be true.
Of course it's not true.
Well, why did they say it?
Because I was being nasty to them, so they was nasty to me.
Now we're getting around to the bullshit that they said about me. Now,
no one else going to get a word in anyways. You two are just going to keep arguing.
You were talking about a bullshit fucking stream that PD, Hoof and Wasp was on. And in that very stream, because Jupiter played it on here once, right? In that very stream, they said, oh, yeah, and he's lost his daughter. They're taking his daughter off of him. She's always lived with me. They were obviously bullshit.
No, that's a different stream.
Oh, it's a different stream. Well, do you know what? I haven't. I mean, I didn't pay no attention to those bullshitters, just like nobody.
Well,
did.
no one can hear the stream you've just mentioned because it was on BitChute, and now no one can get on BitChute anymore.
Well, I don't know because I don't fucking go on useless.
No, I'm just saying. But the other recordings, if you want to go and have a listen, they're on Hoof's channel.
I'm fine. I don't give him any attention because basically I'm leaving him to his own sad little existence. He's a complete bullshitter, just like you are.
No, I'm just letting you know in case you've had enough and you don't want all this. That's how I found out you got a brother called Roy, and apparently Hoof was shocked that you had a brother called Roy because all the time he knew you never mentioned that he had a brother called Roy, and Hoof's called Roy.
Yeah, but why should I mention that?
You had a friend, I believe, called Elliot at some point.
Enough to talk to him about anything.
You got a friend called Elliot?
I had a friend called Elliot.
Yeah.
Right, and? What? Sorry, I'm totally missing. I had a friend called Elliot.
I'm just letting you know what's in the stream.
Yeah, but you don't know anything because
I do. They carry on, but I'm not willing to divulge some of the things.
So, but it doesn't matter what they say. They're not going to make
the girl called Tony. Apparently, you was never the same after you finished with her. She was one of my
best friends at school.
Yeah.
She was one of my best friends at school.
Yeah.
She's a month older than me. Carry on.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yeah. Apparently, you were having relationships with her. And you were into satanic stuff.
No.
Yeah.
No. Prove it. You can't.
I can't prove it.
So what else have they been saying?
That's about it. Well,
arrested for any of this.
There's loads of it.
I know there's loads of bullshit. But there's also loads of bullshit what Jupiter said about you.
Yeah, but that doesn't bother me. It doesn't. And I find it funny that I just find it weird that you know who put the stream up.
I'm not bothered. I'm not fucking sub to him. I'm not sub to you. I'm not sub to Jupiter. You are all bullshitters.
Well, and you want a medal? Would you like a medal?
All bullshitted, and you've all.
Would you like a medal?
Not from you. Because it'll be something that's like, far right, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I'm not
Yeah.
the one with my best friend was Mr. BNP.
Mate, I've not had a best friend that's Mr. BNP.
Oh, but you are.
No, I haven't. I've known people that were in the BNP, and I got them out of it.
You'd like... No, you joined them.
No, I didn't. I've never joined the BNP or any other political party.
Yes, you are.
Unlike your favourite man, Tommy
No,
Robinson.
because what your little plan
Tommy
was,
joined
we'll
the
all go
BNP,
as
didn't he?
independents. We'll all go as independents, and we can go into there, and we can take over.
No.
And underneath
Because
you
there
were all
simply wasn't enough
BNP.
independents to take over.
Yeah, yeah. Was it embarrassing for you when they kicked you out of the council?
No, not at all. Because I've done the right thing. I revealed
Oh, yeah.
all of the
What do you mean you did the right thing? You got
I did the
kicked
right
out
thing.
because you were found guilty of a
I
crime.
revealed all of the corruption.
You
all of the fraud.
you were convicted of a crime, and they kicked you out.
So was Tony Blair, fucking Boris Johnson, Rishi Sunak.
Oh, what crime was Tony Blair convicted of?
Have a look at the name Charles Lyndon, because that's the name he used when he got caught in the toilets.
More conspiracy theories.
It's not a conspiracy theory, it's a fact. Charles Lyndon.
More fucking conspiracy. Honest
is the
to
name
God.
that he used, and that is the name that comes up on the court records.
Who did 9/11?
Some fuckwits.
Who though? Who was it?
I can't remember the names of the actual people.
No, I'm not saying the actual people, but was it Al Qaeda?
Partly.
And who were the arrests then?
Whoever wanted to hide the $3 trillion.
I knew there'd be a conspiracy theory in there.
No, it's not a conspiracy theory. There was a $3 trillion deficit in the military budget of America, and the next day 9/11 happened. That's a fact. You can Google it now.
Are you a David Icke fan?
No.
No.
Are you a Tommy Robinson fan?
Do you believe in clones?
Are you a Tommy Robinson fan?
Sometimes, and sometimes
yeah,
not.
you are. Yeah.
Like at the moment, I'm not much of a fan at the moment because
do I believe in clones? I think 30 years ago they cloned Dolly the sheep. So yes, I believe in clones.
Yes, they did clone the sheep. Yes,
yeah.
Because
so yes, I do believe in clones.
And people actually think these clones are walking about, don't they?
They do. Don't know if it's true or not. Haven't seen enough on it. Next question.
Do you mean you haven't seen enough on it?
Okay, I'll ask you a question now. Remembering I've answered every question you've put to me.
Yeah.
So why do you believe that Islam is going to physically take over this country?
The reason I believe it is that not that they're going to take over, that they want more power, is because I don't see why they should pray in the streets the way they do. I don't think that. No, I really don't see that any reason for blocking car parks and everything to pray.
Where have you seen a Muslim pray in the street?
I've seen, why are they giving football stadiums to pray? What's that about? We're not in Mecca.
Sorry, say again.
Why are they giving whole football stadiums to pray on certain events? Right. We're not Mecca. We're not Saudi Arabia.
Right, okay. So, what football ground are you specifically talking about? Because
one in London. I don't know. One in London.
Oh, right. Okay. So, until you actually tell me what one, we can't really talk about it.
I've answered your question.
You
there
guys
you go.
Bullshit. You come out with fucking far right shit.
I also don't like the fact that Islam, extremists, extreme Islam is are the people who committed many terrorist things in this country.
Atrocities. I'll help you.
I will never forgive them for 7/7. I will never forgive them for the Manchester Arena.
Okay. So sorry, you'll never forgive them for the Manchester Arena. Are you talking about all Muslims?
No, I'm talking about extreme
Right. Okay. So we're in agreement on that. Yeah. I don't like the extremists.
Just like I'll
of
never
any.
forgive the man,
Are
the
you going to let
man.
me speak, or are you going to
Wait a
keep on
minute,
talking
Christy,
over
let
me?
me finish.
Because we
Just
can
like
both
I'll
do that.
never,
No.
let
No.
me
I
finish.
was
Then you,
talking
I've
and
got
you
one more thing to
interrupted.
say,
So
then you
are
can
you
talk.
going to let me
So
say
I'll
what
never
I've got to
forgive the
say,
man
or
that
are
did
you
that
going to
thing
have
in
me talk over
Norway.
you like you're
Andrew
talking over me?
Scriven, I will
Are you?
never
Yeah.
forgive the man that
Yeah.
murdered those people in Norway either.
Right. Okay. Anders Breivik, the Christian.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll never forgive him either.
The Christian. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right. So he's a Christian guy that killed like 87 fucking kids.
yeah, he did, yeah.
Yeah. Right. And he was a Christian. So do you blame
Yes.
all of Christianity for what he did?
No, I don't. He was an extremist.
Right. Okay. But you seem to be quite happy to blame all Muslims for what
Oh,
extremist Muslims do.
extreme Muslims.
Yeah. No. You often say we should get them all out. I've heard you say that.
Extreme Islam. You know, I always make sure that I say extreme
No,
Islam.
you don't. No, you look, Wendy, on
I mean, and
streams
the
like
guy
this,
in
where
New
you can
Zealand,
be,
you know,
where
I
you
do
can be
believe he should have been
challenged,
given the death
on
penalty
streams
for
like
what he
this, where
did.
you can be challenged, you become more
You know,
moderate.
I do believe the guy in New Zealand, when he murdered those Muslims at prayer, he should
Yeah.
have been given the death penalty. Definitely.
I don't agree with the death penalty because you can never have a death penalty when you've got corrupt police and judiciary.
Yeah, but if you look at that case, right, he walked into that mosque and
I
he
know.
murdered 50 innocent people.
I know.
Children, women, and men.
I know.
So why wouldn't the death penalty fit him?
Because we shouldn't be as barbaric as the criminals themselves.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and if you start giving some people the death sentence, it slowly creeps to you give everyone the death sentence. Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that, but I have heard that argument before that we shouldn't go. We shouldn't go as low as the criminals themselves.
Yeah. So Axel Rudakabana, should he have the death sentence?
Yes.
Why?
For what he did.
For what he did. So
yeah.
I mean, he's coming off Rampton soon, apparently.
He shouldn't go in Rampton. Rampton's too good for him.
Right, he's mentally ill. I mean,
No, he's
if
not.
you agree
No,
with
he's
that,
not.
so you think that an ordinary person that's not got any mental fucking difficulties would just decide to chop up children?
Let's put it this way, Chrissy. When it comes to him, I don't care. He should be put to
that's
death.
your standard answer, Wendy. And every time you get into trouble
Well,
with what you're
sorry,
saying,
I won't
you
say
just
I
come
don't
out
care.
with I don't
When
care.
it comes to him, he is such a monster. He should have been put to death the next day.
How about Lucy Letby?
Well, Lucy Letby, isn't that the case where they're not 100% sure about her guilt?
No, they're 100% certain of her guilt. She got convicted. She got convicted in the retrial of the one that the jury couldn't come to the thing with. And I've just spoken quite in depth to one of the people that have done the best-selling book about her. So I'm quite.
So
up
did
on the
she
Lucy
do it
Letby
or
case.
didn't she do it?
Do you know what? I think she probably did, but if she'd have done her trial better, I think she would have got off with most of the crimes. She didn't use
Hang
any
on,
expert witness.
but what you're talking about here is her getting up, not the fact whether she's guilty or not.
Yeah, I know. I personally think she's guilty. That's my personal fault. But
And so, what do you think should happen to her then?
Life in prison. She should be studied because they still haven't come up with a motive, have they?
No.
What makes someone that's got no, and you know, I spoke to the guy that's actually fucking gone back to a primary school to look for signs of darkness in her, because she literally seems almost perfect, like a perfect normal individual. She's got no trauma in her childhood that they can find.
Isn't it in the medical profession? Isn't it kind of like a God syndrome where they like to play God?
That's one of the theories, but it still doesn't make sense. I mean, the savior syndrome, I think they call it.
Yeah, I mean, what about Shipman then? You know,
Shipman is the most prolific serial killer in history.
I don't think we'll ever know how many he murdered.
Well, I mean, there are obvious different people with different opinions, but the top one is that he killed 283 people. Murdered him.
When you think of that, how did people not realise this?
Because he was a brilliant doctor. I mean, if you speak to the people that he was the doctor for, all
he
of them
was
said he was
like
the
the
best
one
doctor.
that everyone wanted to go and see, wasn't he? He was like the friendly family doctor.
Yep.
Yeah.
He was a very friendly guy that always looked after. He used to do all the house visits, and the reason he was doing the house visits is so he
Kill
could pump them
people.
full of diamorphine and kill them off with diamorphine, and then he'd convince the family that he was the best doctor, and that he'd say, oh, they said that they wanted to be cremated rather than buried that way. He'd know that an autopsy wouldn't be called for because there's rules on autopsies, and he knew them, obviously being a doctor, and so he could go round to see someone and say, oh, I got round here, and I thought they was on their last legs and they passed away, and now I found the ambulance. But did you know he was a heroin addict?
I heard that he liked to inject himself with morphine. I didn't know it was heroin.
Yeah. Well, that is basically a heroin addict, isn't it?
Oh.
Whether it's morphine, heroin, whatever, they're basically the same thing. So yeah, he got convicted for it and everything, but he simply moved areas, and the police dropped the ball on that one. All the medical people dropped the ball on that one, and eventually he opened up a single doctor's surgery, with him as the only doctor in Hyde. And all of the elderly people came rushing to him because he was the only doctor that would go out to see them in their homes and save them the trip of going to the actual surgery, which is what all the elderly people wanted. And do you know what actually caught him in the end, Wendy?
It was the Undertakers, wasn't it?
No.
What?
He tried to forge a will.
Oh, that's right. It was the daughter of one of his victims. Yes.
Yeah, went, hang on a minute. How comes my I think it was a lady. How comes my mum has given the doctor almost everything?
Yeah, that's right.
And then they looked at the will, which was held with the same solicitor for another person, and then it all started coming down. And then they started looking at the cluster of deaths, and they went, oh, there's a lot of people dying here. Sorry, one moment. And you're going to love this one. Do you know the most prolific serial killer in America was?
Dharma? Don't know, really.
No, prolific, numbers. Who killed
Oh,
the most?
okay. I don't know.
Samuel Little was the guy's name. And you'll be pleased to hear that he was a black guy with blue eyes, and he was called the choke and stroke killer. And
so what part of America did he live in then?
He went all over, mate. He went all over, and he basically would target mostly black women and sex workers. And as we are probably all aware, when you target a sex worker, the police don't look into the
Police
murder
don't
as
care.
much.
So what years was this then?
Oh God, I think they caught him in like the early 80s or something like that. I can't remember. I'd have to look it up. But the really interesting thing was Samuel Little claimed that Malcolm Little was his cousin. Guess who Malcolm Little turned into?
I don't know.
Malcolm X. Malcolm X's surname before he took on the X was Little, and apparently that was the cousin.
Sure?
That's what Samuel Little claimed.
But Malcolm X never. He'd have been assassinated before they caught him, wouldn't they? Really?
Well, part of the dialogue that I've seen was Samuel Little saying that he remembers the unrest when Malcolm X was assassinated, and that was apparently his cousin. That's how it come about.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But then you can't blame. It's not Malcolm X's fault that he had a fucking mass murderer as a cousin.
No, and that's probably why you wouldn't mention it, would you? You wouldn't want to say to
people.
You
wouldn't want to advertise that, no.
So
what did they do? What did they do with this Malcolm Little? Did they No, sorry, with this little person. Did they?
No, he didn't get the death penalty because it wasn't a death penalty state, but he spent his whole life inside, and I think he died of cancer or something like that in like the early noughties, something like that. I'd have to look it up again because I was just helping out someone that was in the States, and that's how I learned all about it. And basically, it's like if you mention a serial killer in America.
He's not very well known, though, is he? Really? Because
No, he's not, but he killed over 100 ladies. He is
straight
America's
away I
worst
was thinking of John Wayne Gacy,
Gacy,
Dahmer, all of them people.
the Killer Clown and the Milwaukee
Yeah.
cannibal.
So this
Yeah.
Samuel little guy, he's not advertised a lot for some reason.
No, I know. And the thing is, there's an argument in the States between certain people saying that Ted Bundy and Gacy and blah blah blah. I mean, as far as statistics go, statistics state that a serial killer is going to be almost certainly white and almost certainly male. Yeah, there's only a few people like Eileen Wuornos that sort of like female serial killers, But the fact that John Wayne Gacy, Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy, and all these people who killed relatively small numbers compared to the choke.
Now, which one was the one who people said he didn't look like a bloody serial killer and he was really handsome? Was it Ted Bundy or Jeffrey Dahmer? It was Ted Bundy.
Well, both of them.
No, Dahmer was good looking.
No, Ted
was
Bundy
it Dahmer that they said?
Yeah, Dahmer was.
There was a woman that went on a date with him, wasn't there? Do you remember that one?
Yeah. But the one that was considered the sort of like the most dashing was Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy.
Right.
He was a ladies' man, was he, old Bundy?
He was, yeah.
Well, that's how he was able to get his.
Until he got them in their room and then done them with a hammer.
Yeah.
So yeah, Ted Bundy was, and he was the politician, and he was the sort of like the. I mean, I think he had a IQ of like 150 or something. He was
very intelligent man, but a monster.
He escaped twice. He escaped twice. Lost a lot of weight so that he could fit in between the false ceiling and the ceiling and crawl.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he lost a lot of weight and made it so that he could crawl between the false ceiling and the proper ceiling, and he got into the sort of like the jailer's house, nicked his clothes, and fucking got away. He was.
Did he not get the death penalty then?
Yeah, they killed him. Yeah.
Good.
So, I mean, John Wayne Gacy was executed on the same day that Jeffrey Dahmer was killed in the prison.
Jeffrey Dahmer was killed in Britain?
No, Jeffrey Dahmer was killed in prison on the same day.
Oh, right. Okay.
Got executed. Gacy was an awful one. He used to.
I know he was, yeah.
He was a clown and stuff like that, and he'd get young men around because he was gay, and basically he'd say, "I'll show you a trick. Watch this. I'll show you a trick. Come." And he'd put them in handcuffs, and they was expecting to be able to be shown how to get out of handcuffs and stuff like that. And then he'd go, "Right, you're fucked." Wow.
So, which one do you reckon's the worst British serial killer we've had?
On evil or on number or what? The evilest serial killer we've had is Liam Brady, and the evilest serial killer in the world ever is regarded to be a guy that never actually got done for a single murder, but he was called the Toy Box Killer, and his name was David Parker Ray. And he basically had the reason they used to call it a toy box was he had a sex dungeon built, and he would literally pick women up and torture them to death in this sex dungeon, and they reckon he had about 80 victims.
Was he British?
David Parker Ray. Yeah, he died in prison. That's why they couldn't get him for the murders. There was another guy as well called the Mall Passer was his nickname. I'm trying to think of his fucking name now. Can't think of it. He was another one that was really barbaric. He didn't have as many kills, but this guy was basically he was a counterfeiter, and he would literally go all over America with these counterfeit notes, and they was chasing him for counterfeit notes, and not realizing that he was also killing women as he was doing it.
But don't you think that all the people you've mentioned, right, and I've mentioned, that all of them should have been given the death penalty?
Well, see, that's the thing, right? I mean, there are a few people that have been convicted for murder. I mean, there was the guy that got 37 years. He'd done 37 years. Can't remember his name. He's only just been let out.
Oh, I
He
know.
got
I
done
feel
for murder.
sorry for him. Yeah.
Yeah. Now the thing is, and you know, my nan knew a lady called Old Ma Klitschko.
Oh, right.
Sorry. Do you know Stefan Klitschko? I think it's Stefan Klitschko.
Yeah.
Do you know that name, Stefan Klitschko? He was a
No.
he was a mentally disabled lad.
Right.
You know, he had an age, a mental age of like a 12-year-old or something, and there was a murder in the same town, and because he was disabled, they all basically said it's got to be him because he's not normal, you know, that sort of thing.
Right.
And they convicted him for this murder. And if they had have, and he would have been up for being, you know, the death penalty. But what they did was they fitted him up because he was like, you know, he wasn't the full ticket. And Stefan Klitschko eventually, they actually DNA evidence got better, and they found DNA evidence on this woman, and they found that it couldn't have come from him, and they released him. But his mum had died by that time, and that was my nan's friend. She used to know.
Miscarriages of justice like that are terrible.
And that's why you can't have the death penalty. You know, I mean, I'm not saying that some of them deserve to die and have been killed, but the thing is, I mean, you know, you've got Axel Ruder-Cabana, and it's like, what motive have we got for Axel Ruder-Cabana?
Well, he wanted a white genocide, didn't he?
Sorry, say again.
He wanted a white genocide.
That isn't true, right?
Well, that's what I've read into it. But sometimes, Chrissy,
so he was interested in genocide.
no, but sometimes a murder can be so horrific. I really don't care about his motive. He should have just been put to death.
Right, okay. But if you don't understand why people do things, you just allow things to happen again.
I understand that. I get that. That's why the psychologists.
If we can work out, right, if we can work out why Axel Ruder-Cabana did what he did and for what reasons and stuff like that, if we study him, yeah, we might be able to prevent the next one of him. And that is better than just putting him to death. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. If I was the father of one of them children,
you'd want him dead, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but that is, I mean, the thing is, right, law is nothing to do with revenge. And it shouldn't.
Oh, no, I know. Yeah.
Because, you know, a sort of like a calm, logical mind will get you a lot further than an emotional one will.
Yeah, it's true. Well, yeah, that is very true. So, you know that Yorkshire Ripper person?
Peter Sutcliffe, wow.
Yeah.
You know,
do you think he was insane? Do you think he was insane?
Yeah. I mean, let's be honest, right? Yeah. How many killers do you know? And you know, if you did know a killer, you would say, yeah, they're not the full ticket. So there's got to be a mental aspect to almost all murders. Apart from, for instance, you know, the guy comes home and catches the neighbour rumping his missus and stabs him. That is just pure emotion. Yeah, and that probably wouldn't happen if the guy heard about it and was told it, but couldn't get to them. If you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Crimes of passion, and the Metropolitan Police have got a 90% conviction rate for murder. So it's the crimes of passion and stuff like that, because the reason serial killers get away with it is because they can plan it, and a lot of them are forensically aware and shit like that. You know, and they know that they're going to a place to do something and not to leave, you know, not to have their phone on, for instance, for cell masks information and shit like that.
Yeah.
You know, so, but, no, I mean, Axel Ruder-Cabana, I don't believe, I mean, I haven't spoken to my friend that was doing the case, like, you know, for a while now, but he wasn't looking to do a white genocide. He just had books on genocide and atrocities. and stuff like that. And the thing is, right, if you looked at, because obviously I was in this little group where people were looking into that sort of stuff, any one of
Oh,
us
okay. Yeah.
would have had stuff on sort of like what he was reading and stuff like that. So the fact that he was reading up about it, and you know, there's a suspicion that because he was from Rwanda and apparently hadn't been back to Rwanda and didn't know, you know, obviously Rwanda's probably most famous for the genocide that happened there.
Mm.
And obviously he was from Rwanda parents, but he was a Welshman. And so him looking into his, you know, his father's country, the past, and apparently the father and mother are really, really Christian people. Rudikmana apparently still hasn't converted to Islam, and there was no Quran there or anything like that. The reason there
Oh,
was
Tommy Robinson said he has.
Yeah, but Tommy Robinson says a lot of things. I mean, Tommy Robinson said that that girl Charlie that didn't get hit on the back with a hockey stick, that he knew for a fact, and I remember him saying facts. Yeah, she got beat up by some Muslim girls, and this kid kicked and bit her. It's all complete rubbish. He didn't research it. He didn't even bother. He heard what he wanted to hear. You know, it's the power of the lie you want to hear. Anything Tommy says, yeah, people like yourself and Jupiter will believe for no good reason, without even looking
No,
it up.
no. I can be very critical of Tommy Robinson at times.
You used to be, but then you changed.
No, because at the moment, you know, it's made me laugh because, well,
Wendy, you're
he'd
not at
say
the
he's
door.
got no
Because
money.
my
He's
dog
in
is going on.
Barbados, you know, having a great time. So,
Mm.
yeah.
But I mean, the thing is with Tommy Robinson, all the money went, didn't it? When he went inside, all the money disappeared. And they're trying to say that there wasn't 42 grand taken for Peter Lynch's funeral. There was 4,200. But then they claim there was 10,000 people there. So if you divide 4,200 pound by 10,000 people, like he claimed there was there, it turns out that they've given 42p each. Is that right? Now, trying to pull that sort of stuff with the tax man, yeah, and with the serious fraud office, it's not gonna fly, Wendy, is it?
Yeah, but they said they were either going to give it to Peter Lynch or, for some reason, Tommy's children. Peter Lynch's
Right.
family wouldn't accept it because they're
I know.
involved in a criminal case
Yeah.
to do with the death of their dad. So they give it to Tommy's children.
Right, but they haven't. No one knows where that money's gone. That's my understanding of the case. And that is why, because people were giving money to Tommy's whatever on the understanding that it would pay for Peter Lynch's funeral. And then when they said, oh, no, he's not accepting the money, they, you know, the people were like, well, hang on a minute, that's what I gave the money to. I mean, you'd think that, you know, Tommy would have asked the family, can I put a shout out to pay for the funeral, please? You'd think he'd do that, wouldn't you? But he didn't.
I'd have thought, yeah, you could have like checked with the family first.
Yeah. And the thing is, right, apparently it was 42 grand. Then it got downgraded to 4,200. And now everyone's saying we don't know. But there were people that was dipping into that. And there was people saying, for instance, oh, I need a few grand to take a posse over to see Elon Musk. Yeah.
Oh, Paul Thorpe.
I think so.
Yes.
Right, and he was, and he, you know, and then when they heard that the Serious Fraud Office and the tax man were getting involved, what did they do? Skip bail.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be hard for the fraud people to prove that he took the money?
No, not really. The fact that it's gone. The fact that it's gone, and obviously, you know, I mean, Tommy was inside, so Tommy has got a perfect alibi. I don't know nothing about it. I was inside. Yeah, and even though if he did, which I know he did, because people come in going, they're robbing you blind, Tommy.
Oh, I'm not going to disagree that Paul Thorpe, he wanted money to get this, yeah, as you call it, a posse together to go over, and he thought he was going to meet Donald Trump or Elon Musk. Yeah, I know that. And then he disappeared to Spain. Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, they're obviously the police can still grab them, but it's whether or not it's going to make it an easy investigation. Because if you're in Spain, they've got to fly a couple of detectives over to Spain, and blah blah blah, and then you've got the CPS are currently looking at it. And do you know what the full code test is, Wendy?
The what?
The full code test.
No. What's that?
It's what they apply to every conviction. To every charge. And
Right.
basically, there's two parts of the full code test. The first one is the evidential test, and the second one is the public interest test. And if, for instance, let's say, for instance, they apply the evidential test first, and they'll say these two guys have had a fight. One of them stabbed the other, and what they'll do is they'll say, like, is there a knife? You know, the guy's died of stab wounds. Is there a knife? Has it got his fingerprints on it and stuff like that? And if they've got no evidence at all, they will then turn around and go, sorry, evidentially this case isn't viable. You know, we can't win this case because there's no evidence. If there is evidence, and it turns out that, I don't know, the two people that, you know, were having the fight, one of them, you know, had sort of raped the guy's daughter, you know, a month before or something stupid like that. They'd then ask, is it in the public interest to prosecute? So even if they've got the evidence, they do the, you know, is it in the public interest? Are the public going to think this is a good way to you know,
spend the money? Yeah.
So you've got the full code test, and then that separates into evidential and public interest. And the public interest in Tommy getting nicked is quite high. There's quite a lot of people that want to see him.
Unfortunately, yes.
Well, you say unfortunately. So what is Tommy's main angle as far as you're concerned?
Mostly it's about the grooming gangs. And also now he's trying to expose the media for their lies.
Right. I mean, I remember. I mean, the first story I remember that I asked my dad about was Freddie Starr ate my hamster. Do you remember that?
Oh God, yes.
Right. And I can remember Freddie Starr was one of my mum's favourite comedians. So that's how I knew Freddie Starr, you know, because he was a good comedian. He was funny. Yeah. And obviously I knew what a hamster was. And I was like, oh my God, someone that, you know, is you know, a favourite of the nation has eaten a hamster. And I was like, quite upset by it. Yeah. And my dad turned around to me and go, no, son, you've got to understand, these papers aren't worth the fucking stuff they're written on. And I said, why'd you buy them, Dad? And he was like, I buy them because I want to know what's happening in the football. Because my dad was a soccer fan. So, you know, and I remember from that day, my dad explaining to me that someone had apparently said that Freddie Starr bit the head off their hamster. And
that's right.
Basically, there was no proof. I mean, even the person who owned the hamster agreed that the hamster wasn't eaten. Yeah. So we've been getting.
But where the hell did that story come from? How mad is that?
Basically, it was the Sun. I believe it was the Sun headline, and it was just them going, you know what, we're going to be able to sell a load of papers, and I think it was one of the best-selling front pages ever. You know, even to this day, because obviously papers don't get bought half as much now. But it done the job, which was sell the paper, create bollocks to sell the paper.
Why would you say then that the government keep giving money over this Madeleine McCann and it still sells papers all these years later?
It's the morbid
people still fall for it, don't they?
It's the morbid curiosity of the public. And if you have a look at something in psychology called negativity bias, that's what negativity bias is. What makes people look at car crashes when they're driving the other side of the road. Yeah, it's basically, you know, and all animals have it, and basically it's to make sure that all of the people are aware what not to do to end up dead. Yeah, negativity bias. I mean, you know, if you walked into a room and there was a syringe, for instance, sitting on the side, that's probably going to be one of the first things that you see, because you look around the room and nothing will register apart from the dangers. The dangers register first. And it's all
Yeah.
about the chimp paradox as well, because you know it's the chimp part of your brain, which is your emotional part of your brain, all say to you, "Well, look out, look, that's dangerous," and that is basically why people are interested in the McCann story. And the McCann story is absolutely crazy, and it is
Isn't
the
it?
media. Well, the McCanns hired a legal firm called Carter Rutt. Carter Rutt are considered the best libel slander solicitors in the world, I think. You know, that they are top notch. They will sue the shit out of you. Yeah, they work for the McCanns. My personal one on the McCann thing was that the mum said that she went into Madeline's room and
Yeah.
she noticed that Cuddle Cat, which was Maddie's favourite toy, a little soft toy called Cuddle Cat, was on a shelf that was inaccessible to all of the children. And at that point, she knew that an adult must have been in the room and put Cuddle Cat on the shelf, because Maddie didn't sleep without it. Now, it then took her, I believe, 40 minutes to phone the police. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of the old bill. I do think that they're needed, and you know there are good and bad coppers. But if I knew that my 3-year-old daughter had been taken away because someone had put her favourite toy that she would not sleep without onto a shelf that none of the children could get access to, I would. The first thing I'd be doing is phoning the cops. As a parent, it's like, do you know what? I don't care how much I hate the old bill. I don't care how much, even if I was like, a Nigerian guy like Jupiter's friend that didn't want to go to the old bill, even though his daughter was in a grooming fucking gang on Discord. Yeah, I'm sorry. I would be phoning the police. Double fucking quick.
I didn't realise it took her 40 minutes to ring the police.
Yeah, apparently she went in there at 10 o'clock. Realised that Madeline was gone, and the thing is, as well, I mean, you're talking about two doctors, yeah? They were both, doctors. He was a radiologist, which is like even better, And funnily enough, he was on the nuclear panel for the whole country or whatever it was. But the thing is, right? All doctors are given forensic training, because if you're a GP, for instance, and you have someone come into your, and say, "Oh, I've just been raped." Yeah, you've got to be able to say to them, as much as you want to bathe, please don't, because you will have traces of the attacker's DNA on you. And if you bathe, so they're forensically aware. Why was it that the two parents invited every single person they could? I mean, it was estimated about 20 people were invited into the apartment to search for their daughter when they'd already worked out she was gone. They completely corrupted the crime scene.
Yeah, they ruined the crime scene, didn't they? Yes.
Now, me and you know not to do that, and we're not doctors. Doctors are getting 100 grand a year minimum, GPs. Radiologists, wow, he's probably closer to $250,000 a year. He was the head radiologist at whatever Leicester Hospital or something like that. Yeah, they're not silly people. And I mean, everyone thinks that Find Madeline was a charity. It was never a charity.
No.
The money they got from that, yes, they did spend some of it on useless private investigators, but the main thing that they done was they paid off their mortgage with Find Madeline. So I just can't escape that. My personal opinion is that they sedated all of their 3 children, the 2 twins and Madeline. They sedated them because doctors are well known for abusing prescription drugs. And I think that Madeline, for some reason, awoke and went to, what a child does when it wakes up, if it's in if it's in a place that it doesn't know, what they do is they head to the light source. You never see a kid go into the dark corners. They'll
No. Mhm.
see a light and they go for the light. And yeah, I found that with my children. If they woke up and it was dark, they'd be straight to the hall light. And in her case, she'd have been straight to the window in the front room, because her bed was closer to the door, so she would have seen the window in the front room. And over there in Portugal, they have extremely sharp edges on the windows, and they're all, if you fell and banged your head on them, that would be awful. Now, I personally think that she's gone for the window and she's fallen.
Yeah.
I think she's died accidentally, trying to find mummy and daddy, because she's woke up and they're not there. So I think that they got back and found her passed away, in a pool of blood. And they knew instantly, because, like I said, they're 100 grand a year doctors, and doctors deal with death quite a bit, more than anyone else. Even though it's your daughter, yes, you'd be gutted, but it would go through your head that my daughter has died and it's an unexpected death. There will be an autopsy, and the autopsy will reveal what is in her bloodstream.
Yeah, if they've been drugged. Yeah.
Yeah. If it'd been sedated, and we're fucked. As soon as people know that we left our children all alone and sedated them, their whole life is fucked. They'll get the twins taken away and everything. So I think they decided to try and cover it up. And there was a red tennis bag. Do you remember the red tennis bag?
Yeah.
They went out with it, but they didn't come back with it. There was photographs that they put on their Facebook or whatever of the red tennis bag, and the red tennis bag wasn't brought back, and it was hand luggage and stuff. They looked into it. Well, I personally think that they put Madeleine's body into the red bag. The red bag was put in the boot of the car, and Jerry was going to go off and dispose of the body. But as he done it, he noticed that the bin men were coming up the road. And bin men in Portugal, because of the constant heat, they do all their stuff at night time, because it doesn't smell as bad. You imagine, you go to somewhere at midday that's had like 6 hours of constant heat. It's so it's less smelly and it's less intrusive. Yeah. So they clean the bins late at night, and he saw the bin men coming up and had the idea to put her body in one of the big skips. The big skips they use?
Yeah.
The big wheelie bin things. Yeah. Put her body in one of them, and the binman, get rid of the body in a few minutes. And that's exactly what I think happened. I think he then put, the red bag with Madeleine's body into the big bin. The big bin come along and got emptied into the back of, one of them massive, great big, I hate to use the word because it's an American one, garbage trucks. And then the garbage truck drove.
Do you think they could be so cold and calculated as to do that?
But see, the thing is, Wendy, it's like, that they have already killed people. If you're a doctor, you would have killed someone. But, it's not a matter of,
I do know what you're saying. Yeah.
They are trained to look after the living and forget the dead and stuff like that. And the thing is, mate, I'm not saying that it was easy for them or anything like that, because that's their 3-year-old daughter. But they would effectively be, and I think that the Portuguese had a specific charge. I can't remember what the charge was, but there is a specific charge for killing your children, even accidentally and stuff. And they would have looked at each other and gone, you know what? If we report this, we're done. I mean, can you imagine admitting to a British public that you left all your 3 children alone, and they weren't just outside, they was fucking.
No, they was quite a way away. Yeah.
So they lied about that as well. They lied about someone jemmied the fucking shutters. That was a lie as well. They left the door open. Yeah. Now they left the door open. There's clear access to a fucking swimming pool. I mean, if you're certain that your sedated children aren't going to wake up, that's a relatively safe thing to do.
Well, it is, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
You would, if you've sedated your fucking children, you're probably, oh, they're never going to get up. We've given them enough sedation, whatever it is, And yeah, I mean, they cut the twins' hair quite short at the next opportunity for doing it and stuff like that, so that there wouldn't be any traces of drugs in the kids' hair and stuff. It's crazy, and it's all pretty much admitted and stuff like that. But we're still running on this Robert fucking who was the German guy, Robert something.
I know, I can't remember his name, but they're now trying to pin it on him, aren't they? Yeah.
Well, I mean, because he's getting out of prison very soon. He's in a German prison for, I believe, rape or something like that. But they've been trying to pin it on him just because he was a paedophile in the area. But
yes,
and this is another thing that kills me about the far right. There are at least 500,000 paedophiles in this country, minimum.
Yeah.
Yeah, 500,000. Now, I personally think that all paedophiles should be locked up, but we haven't got 100,000 spaces inside. So there's no.
Well, I was quite shocked to hear that they're not locked up. I never, I was quite naive, and the fact that you could have one living next door to you years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you. I mean, I think we all agree that we want all paedophiles off our street. They are the worst criminals out there. Quite simply because their victims go on to be serious prolific offenders in a lot of cases. Not all of them. So I'm not slagging off anyone that's been abused or anything like that. It's just simple facts. Yeah, a lot of the people that commit a lot of the crimes have been sexually abused. They did a survey in Australia. And basically, 80% of the people that was surveyed in Australia that were serious prolific offenders had reported child sexual abuse, and the rest of them wouldn't answer the question or something like that. So it's a very good, there's a very good argument for if you're unlucky enough to be, get the attention of a paedophile, or a hebephile as they should be called, the chances are that that's going to sort of like make you a very bitter person that could go on to be a paedophile themselves, or that is just so fucked by the experience of being abused as a child that you basically hit out at everything and you create loads of havoc and loads of crime and whatever else. So they are actually probably the worst criminals in my book. I'd love every paedophile to be taken off the streets. The trouble is, it costs between £50,000 and £70,000 a year for a prisoner. Yeah, and we've got less than 100,000 places, and we're close to capacity already. Where are we going to put these fucking? And I mean, everyone goes on about Hugh Edwards. Where would we put him? I mean, he has been hit with a really light sentence in my book because I'd like all paedophiles to go to prison, and I'd like something come to. What we've got to do is, rather than imprisoning people, and stuff like that, we've got to rehabilitate them. But rehabilitation ain't easy, but
you can't rehabilitate a paedophile.
Well, you can. I mean, there's hormone therapies and stuff. I mean, there's in America they've been saying to paedophiles for ages, get your balls chopped off, and we'll reduce your sentence, because obviously it takes away the sexual urges in a lot of cases.
Right.
Prison should just be for the people that we need protecting from. Yeah. What we should do is look at other things. I mean, even in my little picturesque town, I look about and I go, you know what, they should litter pick that area. They should do this, they should do that. They should, and what I think we should be doing is using rehabilitative things so that people get more pride in their area. Because once you've picked up a couple of bags of rubbish and stuff like that, it sort of makes you think, hang on, I'm proud of this being clean. I've cleaned it up.
Oh, I like a community service thing, yeah?
Yeah, because we've got so much stuff that the councils can't afford to get done. And I mean, let's be honest, right? If you looked at, maybe 100 people that had been through a cult in one day, could you not find 4 or 5 of them that knew how to tarmac and get rid of the potholes.
Oh, of course. There's a lot of
For the-
people. Yeah.
For the local councils, you could turn around and go, look, you've not got the manpower, but you can provide the tools and the tarmac, for instance. Yeah, and then what you do
Well,
is
painters and decorators, things like that.
all sorts of stuff like that. All sorts of stuff like that. You know, I mean, there's obviously you wouldn't put like any paedophiles or anything like that at play school, but there is so much that we could benefit from.
Well, I always think anyone, like they stick people who don't pay the council tax in jail, not paying your fucking TV license, not doing this, and none of that's necessary. They don't need to be in jail.
What's that name of the Lucy woman that basically done the tweet and she got 31 months?
Lucy Connolly.
So, see, the thing is, right, yeah, is, I mean, you know what a deterrence is, yeah? You know what a deterrence is?
Oh, of course, a deterrent, yeah.
So the deterrence effect is what the government was doing last year. Right?
Yeah, of
basically,
course. Yeah.
By giving her such a harsh sentence, I mean, she pleaded guilty to it. She should have known what was coming because she could have got 5 years. Yeah, so I've got no sympathy for her because what she put down was fucking awful. The sympathy I've got is that she obviously has shown remorse and regret, and I don't think the sentence fits the crime. When you look at Hugh Edwards should have got more time than Lucy Connolly. But what the law done, right, and whilst I'm not a fan of the law and I don't call it the legal system the justice system, because there's not a lot of justice left in the legal system. It's definitely a legal system. What they done was they basically made her made an example of her. Yeah. Now, even though there might have been 1,000 people that are disappointed with the sentence, and to an extent, rightly so, because it was a harsh sentence. But by doing that to her, they probably saved 10,000 people making silly comments that may have actually caused fires, deaths, assaults, and stuff like that. So they used her as a deterrent, and that's what they've done to all of them. You know, the guy that was that robbed the funeral money of Peter Lynch, he was another one. You know, I mean, what he done was despicable. He pleaded guilty, and he knew what he could get as a maximum sentence.
So why were they all? I mean, I don't understand why everybody was just pleading guilty. It just didn't make sense to me.
So, I mean, the simple fact of the matter is that if you plead guilty, you must get a lower sentence than if you don't. Yeah, you instantly get, I believe, you instantly get a third off if you plead guilty at the earliest point and all that sort of rubbish. So, pleading guilty, if you are guilty, is the sensible option. Because if you go not guilty, when you are guilty, knowing full well that you're going to be found guilty, is all you're doing is you're giving yourself more time inside. Because that is the whole idea of the not guilty plea. Yeah, we'll let you off on an easier. We won't give you as much punishment if you admit to it. Because admitting to something, confessing to something, is the gold standard of British law. If you admit to it, they don't need to give you a trial or anything. And that's another thing that Tommy's done. Tommy's always admitted to the offence when he's had the opportunity to have a jury trial. But he'll blatantly lie to people and say, I've never been given the chance for a jury trial. Well, you only get the chance for a jury trial if you plead not guilty, and it's an either way or a I always forget that.
Didn't he plead not guilty? Hang on, he pled not guilty for that Jamal case.
Right, no, but that was a civil case.
Oh yeah.
You don't get a trial in a civil case, not in this country. In America, you do or can do. But yeah, I mean, there are 3 types of cases in criminal law, and that is indictable, summary, and either way. And basically, the way that you look at it, if you've done a common assault, which is touching someone, that can only be heard by summary, which is in a magistrate's, and magistrates you won't get a jury trial in. So if it's a silly offence, you don't get a jury no matter what you do. If it's an average offence like actual bodily harm, that is
Yeah.
what's called an either way offence. So if you go not guilty, yeah, they'll put you in a Crown Court where you can get more time, but you will get a jury trial. And if it's an indictable offence, you get Crown Court all day long. So, and if you plead guilty at the first hearing, you'll get a lesser sentence. But pleading guilty stops you getting a jury. Full stop. He's always pleaded guilty for offences where he would have been entitled to a jury, and now, I mean, he's about to find out how unpopular he is because he's on 2 harassments, and that's going to Snaresbrook.
What Snaresbrook?
Crown Court.
But he's going to Crown Court for bloody harassment.
For 2 harassments, yeah. See, the thing is, I thought that harassment was only a summary offence, but
Yeah.
you know, I think I'm wrong. I think it's actually an either way offence. So if you say not guilty to a summary offence, to harassment, they'll say right. So you go to Crown Court.
You got freedom of the press and all that, and that's he broke that, didn't he? Kind of thing.
Well, I mean, he was really silly. I mean, he could have come out. I mean, he could have avoided all of it if he'd have just come out and said, you know what, I got fucking taken in a children's argument. I was dumb because that's ultimately, you know, he lied about the case. You know, I mean, as I said earlier, he turned around and said that I believe Charlie, who is she called Bobby now? Is she calling herself Bobby now? I think she is.
No, she goes on the internet as Bob. Yeah.
Right. So she basically, you know, lied through her back teeth. Yeah. I mean, lying that, you know, lying about the doctor who was completely independent. That's, you know, I mean, we can all understand.
She will say though, right?
Go on.
So I've spoken to her, and she says that apparently in court her medical records weren't allowed.
I'm not sure. I mean,
I'm not sure either. I don't know.
Well, the simple fact of the matter is that she claimed that, you know, she was on painkillers due to the hockey stick incident and all that. But in nowhere in the case was that mentioned by her family, and it wasn't mentioned to her doctor either. And it was just ridiculous. I mean, you know, I do understand that the government can cover certain things up. Yeah, that's without a doubt. That's why there are. Are you smoking? That's why there are miscarriages of justice. Yeah, and a brilliant little phrase that I like to use is that when an innocent person is convicted, the judge is condemned. Yeah, the judge is there to stop a miscarriage of justice. That's
right.
Yeah, but she basically bullshitted all the way through, and there would have had to have been about 3 or 4 professional people like doctors and teachers that completely lied. Didn't just forget to put something down. Had totally lied, and that's just too much for any judge to sort of go on. You know, one girl that's only supported by one other person who also didn't have a good grasp of anything are saying this happened when they've not mentioned it to doctors, teachers, social workers, you know, anyone. It's just come out of nowhere. And as I said, I mean, one of the first videos Tommy did was he went, yeah, this girl, she's been beaten up by a load of Muslim girls, and this kid, Jamal, has bitten her. And I know it for facts. No, you didn't, Tommy. You didn't know it for facts because it wasn't a fact. You might have listened to their bullshit. You know, maybe
I've always
even
said that he got dragged into that, and it was the worst mistake of his life. Yeah.
I don't know, mate. I mean, he's made a lot of mistakes. I think the mistake that he's going to make is that he is going to find himself maybe deported soon because he's got an Irish passport, and having an Irish passport makes it so that this government can take away his citizenship, and he'd have to go live in Ireland. It's what they've done to Shamima Begum.
Yeah, but he's not on the level of her.
Well, I mean, the only reason that we knew anything about Jemima Begin was because the press loved it, because it was always going to stir up your right-wing friends. Yeah, and you could go, look.
Well, I think it would stir up anybody, to be quite honest, what she came out with, wouldn't it? I mean,
Well, yeah, but the thing is, mate, I mean, look what a lot of people on here come out with. Yeah, there are some really bad things said, and a lot of them don't get any airspace at all. And Jemima Begin, was she 14 at the time?
well, maybe Jemima Begin was used like they used that Connolly woman as a.
Yeah, I'll go along with that 100%. I mean, I'm not saying she's completely innocent, because she watched some of the stuff she said, and the fact that she actually went out there and went to Syria is like, you can't really say that he was forced to do all of that.
Yeah.
You know, so there. But it's like, you know, I'm sure that almost everyone would agree that she was groomed online, because what fucking sensible 14-year-old would want to leave a life in a first world country where you've got Xboxes and, you know, where you've got loads of luxury living, to go to live, you know,
A 14-year-old that thinks she's in love with some guy she's met on the internet.
Well, there you go. You know, I mean, you can't say that she didn't know. I mean, I'm not saying that she is responsible for everything that happened to her, but she certainly isn't blameless, is she?
No.
But
do you think they could have used her like they used this Connolly woman then?
Yeah, I mean, the press jumped on it because, you know, it was going to sell papers, and ultimately that's why we're never going to get a government in this country, not in our lifetimes anyway, that's ever going to actually try and change the status quo, because
Well,
the
that's
media.
like trying to change the system, and I can't think.
Well,
I can't
the
think of
media
another
control the
system that would
system.
work.
So the media, yeah, basically they pick who the government is, because neither the Labour. You there, mate?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Sounds like you making a pina colada or something.
Yeah, I'm making a coffee. Fucking
Oh.
pina colada.
I don't fucking know, do I? I thought you was a sort of like, you know, a lady of taste.
No, it's coffee latte.
So what it is, yeah, is that the media still control who runs the country, because of the stupid people that believe the media. Now, you've already said about like the media are bad. I agree with you. I'm working currently in the media, yeah, so I know just how bad they are. And the thing is, right, yeah, neither the Conservatives or Labour, which are the only two parties that have got a chance of winning any election in this country for a good few
But
years.
why? Why can't we?
If you look up, right, look, I had to show this to an American mate the other day. If you look up, and I know you're probably going to hate him, James O'Brien versus Nigel Farage.
Right.
It's about 10 years old, and basically Nigel Farage turned up at the LBC studio, and James O'Brien interviewed him, and James O'Brien literally had no time to prepare, but James O'Brien slapped him around like a gingerbread school, step kid. Yeah,
Right.
it was embarrassing what James O'Brien done to Nigel Farage. And you've got Nigel Farage, for instance, saying, "Oh, I went on a train and I couldn't hear any English voices."
Oh,
And
I remember him
do you remember
saying that. Yeah.
how Nigel Farage survived that? I do not know, because he looked absolutely awful. O'Brien literally ripped him apart. Yeah, and it was about 10, 11 years ago. I sent it to my American mate, and he went, "Oh my God, that's what they're saying is going to be the saviour of Britain." I went, "Mate, he couldn't save himself." And he's like, "No,
No, I agree about reform. They'll be well gone before the next election.
yeah, I mean, I'm actually hoping that they stick around for a little bit longer, so that the main parties actually have to try and fight a little bit for the British people, because there is no real difference between the Conservative and the Labour governments.
No.
If you didn't know Labour was in power and you looked at what they've done, you could be mistaken for thinking it was a Conservative government.
That's right.
Taking the money off the pensioners, taking the money off the disabled, all that sort of stuff, right? Yeah, that sounds that. I mean, I hate Keir Starmer. Yeah, and he is literally a red conservative. Yeah, he is
Oh yeah,
closer
he's
to
a
being
communist.
conservative.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I mean, I wouldn't say he's a communist. I'd say he's closer to being a conservative than he is to being Labour. You
Well, I
know,
never thought
I
I'd see the day when a Labour Party would have a Sir anything as its leader, to be quite honest.
there you go. I mean, you know, times do change and stuff like that. But Keir Starmer is running a political party in government that is indistinguishable from Rishi Sunak's. You know, I
Yeah,
mean, I know you
yeah, I can
guys have got
agree with
certain
that. Yeah.
gripes. It's like the two-tier policing thing. I mean, the police started in 1829. The Metropolitan Police were the first police force in the world, 1829. Yeah, so they've been around almost 200 years, and
Right.
they started for the very reason, you know, they are a two-tier. There is a two-tier police, and I don't think that it's two-tier as in they're looking after Muslims and not Christians. I don't think it in every case is that they're looking after white people rather than black or brown people,
Do you think it's more of
because
a class thing?
it is a class thing totally.
Yeah.
The Metropolitan Police was started in 1829, and its basic remit then, as is now, is to stop the poor robbing the rich. And if you want two-tier policing, rather than sort of like saying, "Oh, look, they're being easy on Muslims and stuff like that," because that isn't really going to fly with hardly anyone. But the way to look at it, right, was do you remember when Sarah Everard got killed by Wayne Couzens?
Yes.
That was during lockdown, and
Yeah.
when normal women went to the vigil, they were thrown on the floor and arrested and treated like criminals, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. When the Duchess of Kent, or Catherine, isn't it?
Princess. Yeah, Catherine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When Catherine went, she was escorted and protected by the police, but she was doing the same thing as an ordinary person was wanting to do. She was breaking lockdown rules, as well as the women that got thrown on the floor by the police and hit with lockdown rules. They're doing exactly the same thing. It's just one's doing it with the police's protection, and the other one's doing it and getting literally targeted by the police. And then the other thing I'd say is you've got the police were guarding the parties that number 10 Downing Street were having. Yeah, all of those 10 Downing Street parties had coppers letting the people in. Now the
Yeah,
coppers were
letting them
always
in.
there.
Yeah, yeah.
So you know the police basically were ignoring crimes committed by the upper class and royalty. That's the two-tier thing. Yeah, I mean, if you phone up and say, "Hello, my name's Lord Barrington, and I've had my sundial pinched. I need a squad car to come down here right away," you will get that squad car. If you're a fucking
Really?
aristocracy, yeah, or you're a big noise in the council or
Yeah, yeah,
whatever,
yeah,
they will fucking come down and they will suck you dry. You know, as in sort of like your bum. They will do everything for the aristocracy and for their mates and for people that are, you know, high class. But if an ordinary peasant rings up and says,
yeah.
"My
Working
house has been
class.
burgled and they've taken everything," they'll go, "Oh, I'll just tell your insurance company we're not coming out." That's
Here's
two-tier
your
policing.
crime number. Yeah.
Yeah, that's two-tier policing. That's the way it is, and I'm not saying that the police don't sometimes act, put a racial thing to it, because I've actually seen that in a former life. I've
Yeah.
seen white coppers be racist to black people. I've seen
I'm
it,
sure. Yeah.
and we all know it happens. But the thing is, I wouldn't, and it's where they say about what is it? Institutional racism. Yeah, the point is, and there is institutional racism, but a lot of the duller coppers, yeah, they don't need to hear that because the morale in the police service is fucking on its absolute arse. The average amount of time a copper has spent in the job is 21 months.
Bloody hell. That's no
That's
time at all.
absolute no. So you've got like a large proportion of the coppers are still probationers. And they're losing all the more compassionate and more intelligent coppers because they're wheedling this out. They want our police service to be full of people that don't not take orders. Yeah, they're like, you've got to take orders. You know, as a constable, if your sergeant tells you this, even if he's wrong, you've got to do it. So it's crazy. I mean, one thing I think we do agree about, Wendy, is that what is the Nuremberg defence?
Yeah.
Yeah, only following orders. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Ask any copper you meet if he knows about the Nuremberg trial, because
Are you
what that ultimately teaches people, yeah, is that you are
Yeah.
responsible for your own actions. Yeah. The Nazis turned around and said, like, "Oh, you killed so many people. You did this. You did this war crime and stuff like that." And loads of them said, "I was only following orders." And
That's
what
right.
happened was the courts turned around and said to him, "But you knew what you was doing was wrong, and you didn't have a gun to your head, and you still
That's right.
did the wrong thing. That's why you're going to hang." Yeah. Now you put that to a copper, a young copper, they won't even know what the Nuremberg defence
No,
trial.
that's wrong in itself, isn't it? I mean, they should know.
Well, I personally, I mean, something, I often think about how I could make this world better. And one thing that I'd love to bring in, that I think would take crime right down, is I'd love our education system to teach meditation to all children as a compulsory subject. Because have you ever heard anyone say meditation shit?
No.
No, neither have I. And I'm desperately trying to learn how to meditate. And I think I might have got it a couple of times, but I've got a very fast brain, and I can't sit there and just try and empty my head and meditate. But if I could have done, yeah, I wouldn't have had half the arguments I had.
It takes a lot of because once you learn to meditate,
Mm-hmm.
when you stop meditating for like the day kind of thing, you're not going to do it anymore. It keeps you in a calmer frame of mind for the rest of the day as well.
Yeah. I mean, would we have so many? I mean, obviously, teach kids to meditate from an early age. I'm talking primary school. Yeah. And if even if half of them continue meditation for the rest of their life, I've honestly never met a single person. All my colleagues in America meditate, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna do a bit of And I was like, "Do you know what? I'm jealous." And they're like, "Don't you meditate, Chrissy?" And I'm like, "No, I can't do it. My brain's too fast. I've always
Can
got
you not
something else."
shut your brain down just for
I've tried,
30
and
minutes?
I am trying. And I probably will get it. But my idea of meditation and what my American friends are telling me I need to do is completely different. So I've got to sort of find my own, my own part of it, if you know what I mean. But all of these people are really calm people, and they've taught their children to meditate, and their children are calm. And I just think that if we taught meditation as a compulsory subject in our schools, it would just be so helpful, and the crime rates drop massively. And you won't usually find anyone that can meditate that has committed a serious crime. They're all laid back people, and it's because they know how to find the time in their heads to not let their emotions take them over. And that goes back to the chimp paradox, which is your chimp brain is going to fucking be all emotional, and you don't stop and think when you're using
That's right.
the bit of your brain, and you've got to let your adult brain take over. But sadly, your adult brain is like 10 times slower and 5 times weaker than your chimp brain, because a chimpanzee, they can fucking have it, and they just
Well,
they're
the
all
chimp
emotional.
brain is a naughty brain, isn't it? It's like the brain that never, like you said, you can't slow your mind down
No,
enough.
it's your emotions. And the thing is, we needed that, thousands of years ago when we was being chased by fucking things that could eat us, because the chimp brain basically is also the bit that controls fight, flight, or freeze. and because everyone goes on about
Emotions is a very strong thing, and if they get all muddled up in that, you're in trouble, aren't you? Really, with
exactly,
emotion. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I learnt a lot about it when I was supposed to. My other half wanted me to go swimming with her at Cornwall. We went Cornwall last year. I've just come back. I've been back a couple of weeks, but yeah, her and her daughter and my daughter will all get in the
Mm.
fucking water. As soon as I look at the water, I'm hearing the Jaws theme tune.
Oh yeah, yeah. You've
I'm
got a
scared.
fear
I'm
of
shit
yeah.
scared of sharks. And the thing is, if someone asked me, it's not much that I'm scared of at all.
Yeah, but
But
you're not going to get a
I think
shark in that part of the.
if they know the moment I enter that water, I'll be the first great white shark victim.
Oh, so you think the moment you enter the water,
Yep.
one's going to appear. Yeah. I
Wendy,
get that.
I stood on the beach, right, and looked out, and all I'm hearing is dun and dun. And it's that music, right? That music can get me, even if I look in a lake that's fresh water. If it's a big bit of water, and I'm just like I'm skimming that, I'm looking for the fucking shark fin on the top. And
No,
this was
I mean, I'm laughing, but it's a real fear, isn't it?
it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, what avatar have I got right now? Have I got the Shark Kid from
No, you
Jaws?
got yourself, just you.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, on the other one, I've got that's one of the kids from Jaws, and
Yeah.
one of my colleagues, one of my friends, sent me that because what I was doing last year was I was trying to desensitize myself so that I could
Oh,
go in the
from your
water.
fear, right?
Yeah, right. And basically, I was like, do you know what, guys? I've not even seen a great white shark, and I did go to South Africa and go shark cage diving, but none of them turned up. 82% of seeing them, and I didn't. I was in that fucking 18%. But yeah, I mean, I've I don't even need to see a great white shark to have the fear of them. I just got to look at the water. And basically, what my friend done was he said, right, he said, name the film, and he put the photo of the kids, and that's when the kid
Mm.
realizes the shark's coming, right? And I'm instantly hearing the music again, and I'm just like, oh my god, you don't even have to fucking send me a shark picture for me to be, ooh,
To hear it in your head. Yes.
yeah. So
So, did you have that fear before you saw the movie Jaws?
no, it was Jaws.
Um,
Jaws did it. Jaws completely did it. I was a brilliant swimmer. I was the fastest swimmer at my school, and but the trouble was I wouldn't get in the water first. I mean, I swim in swimming pools and stuff like that now. I wouldn't swim in the sea because one, I don't like cold water, and the other is Jaws. He's waiting for me. As soon as I get in that water, he's going to get me. I
yeah,
know he is.
you actually believe that. Yeah.
Yeah, I just can't shake it. I literally can't shake it, and it's just something that maybe I'm not supposed to go in the fucking sea. Yeah,
Well,
but
yeah,
there you
you
go.
could look at it like that. It's some sort of other sensory warning telling you to stay out of the sea.
Yeah, I mean, when I was a kid, after I'd seen Jaws and was scared of like the sea and sharks,
Mm.
we all went to I think it was Southend or somewhere like that. I'd only just seen Jaws, so I was only about 7 or 8, and basically, we're driving along, and I'm like, I'm not going in the water. My mum's saying, well, we're all going to paddle, so you can come paddle with us. I'm like, no, I'm not going in. And my dad sort of realised that I had the phobia, even when I was that young. And he went to me, right, son, listen. He took me aside, and he went, there's more chance of the water killing you than there is of a shark killing
Yeah.
you here. He said, there's more chance of the tide killing you than there is of and the thing is, he said, and the thing that could have killed you would statistically kill you quicker than all of it. And I went, no, go on, Dad. And he went, the car journey.
Yeah.
You got more chance of dying in a car crash, and you got in the car easy enough, and you don't think about. And I was like, I see what you're saying, Dad, but I just keep hearing that music.
So it's
So
quite. It's changed. It changed your part of your life quite a bit. That movie, then.
I believe that everything that happens, I mean, bad luck can keep you away from worse luck. So I always look at it as, for instance, if I go in the sea, I can never drown in it. Maybe
True, very
you know
true.
the universe has gifted me with this phobia to keep me away from what might have killed me when I was 29, for instance. You know, and it's like things happen to you for a reason. I believe in karma. I believe that, you know, fate is a thing as well. And maybe that's just one of them things that I'm not supposed to do, and the universe has, you know, deflected me from it by what I think is
Yeah.
bad luck watching Jaws when I was a kid, and I didn't. I watched it from behind the sofa when my mum and dad thought I was asleep. Me and my dog at the time cuddled up behind the sofa, and I shouldn't have watched it.
So have you only watched it once?
No, I've watched it a few times now. I've been trying to desensitize myself to it. You
Right.
know, and the thing is, it's like, you know, and I've got other things from it. I mean, did you realise that, you know, when they're out in Quint's boat, there's a fucking UFO in the background on the scene of Quint's boat. You know, you see a shooting star and stuff.
Yeah.
And apparently, you know, there's, and I haven't watched it for ages now, but you know, you can see that there's something in the fucking sky, and it's not anything that, you know, Steven Spielberg was asked about it, and he went, "No, we put that bit in because it had that interesting thing in it." You know, I mean, Spielberg, he's no Kubrick, but you know, he does put some sort of like, I think they call them Easter eggs or whatever it is into that. And yes, it's crazy, mate. It's crazy. But
So
yeah, you
what
won't
part
see
of
me.
that movie scares you the most?
Oh God. I don't know. There's so many bits in it that I'm just like, oh no. Seeing the guy's leg that was bitten off
Yeah.
dropped down
Yeah.
to the fucking seabed. That was. I remember as a kid. That was the. Oh my God! And then seeing the
Yeah.
kid on the yellow inflatable get done.
For me, it
That
was the very beginning when that woman's swimming in the water, or on the other on a boat or a speedboat or something.
Oh, that was number
And
2.
yeah, oh, was that two?
Speedboat.
Was it
Yeah,
right?
that was number
Okay.
2. They and number 2 was quite good. The woman on the speedboat ended up sort of torching herself and the boat blowing up, and the shark got scarred with
Yeah.
burn marks. You know, so but no, I mean, I'm not bothered by any new films, you know, that revolve around sharks. You know, Deep Blue Sea and stuff like that. Even though I could be like, ooh, shark, I'm not bothered by them. You know, I
It's
don't
just
think
that
of
it's
them.
that one that's caused the trauma, isn't it? Yeah.
The old Jaws movie, mate. Jaws when you was a young'un. That was just too fucking much for me. Wendy, we're having a quite good chat. I'm actually quite worried.
Why?
Well, we are extremely different in our political views.
Yeah, but we've just proven that if we stay off certain subjects, we're fine.
Well, what I'd say this proves is that we should discuss the subjects that are
Yeah. Neutral.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you can see what is your biggest fear for this country? Stop smoking, girl.
I'm not smoking.
Yeah, you are. I
Every
can hear the
time.
click.
Huh?
I can
No,
hear the
what you
click of the
heard was
light.
the switch. What you heard was the
Yeah.
switch. Look, there you go.
All right, I'll let you
Yeah.
off. I apologise if I was wrong.
That was a switch.
So you never say that Chrissy Morris won't apologise. I just did. Yeah. What do
Right.
you see is the biggest problem?
Anarchy, civil war, that kind of thing. That's my biggest fear.
So Jupiter said that she believed that there was a civil war currently happening. Do you think the same? Or
No, because no, it would be awful. No, anarchy and civil war.
Yeah, if there was a civil war, who would the civil war be between?
Well, it would have to be with the people and the government, wouldn't it?
70 million population. I think there's.
Yeah, but then what you'd get, Chrissy, is you'd get some people who'd be in favour of the civil war, then you'd get people who'd be in favour of the government.
Yeah, I
See
know.
what I
Yeah,
mean?
that's what I was going to say. So, do you think there's enough people to take on, you know, the government loyalists and the government's immense superiority, violence-wise?
I don't know, but if Starmer doesn't pick his feet up and start putting things right. You know, getting rid of the heating allowance, hitting people with disabilities and everything else. It's
I
that.
mean,
It's
I
those
agree
kind
with
of things, you know.
I agree with you on the disability one. Yeah, targeting the disabled is
Yeah.
bad order. My dad was disabled. My sister, my brother, you know, my nephew. I've got a lot of disabled people in my family, and to target disabled people—that's a Tory move. So I'm not too happy about that. But the heating allowance for the pensioners, there are a lot of wealthy pensioners that don't need
Yes.
government handouts.
I
I
do know
believe,
this.
yeah. I mean, it's not like he's just taken every pensioner's heating allowance away. You know, he's taken the richer people's. And I get what everyone's saying about like you should be allowed to have some savings, and I agree with that, but ultimately not at the expense of, you know, the health service and the you know, the literal poor people in the country. Because if you can afford to pay, you know, that extra
No, if you
£300,
can afford to pay your way, you pay it. Yeah.
yeah, and you know, I mean, the one I'll always go back to was Richard Branson was entitled to the heating allowance, billionaire, because he's a pensioner, he's entitled
That's
to
just
the heating, or
ridiculous.
was.
That's just ridiculous.
And that's what I was against. I was against the people that are rich, and I do know quite this town is not you know, it's not a poor place. I mean, we have got poor areas in it, but you know, there are quite a lot of rich pensioners that don't need to be helped by the government, even though they've paid in all their life. They are at the point where, you know, 300 quid extra on a heating bill
Isn't
isn't
going
going
to
to
make.
make them
Yeah.
starve. Yeah. So, you know, and I would rather £300 be given to a struggling working family, for instance, or a struggling family, than be given to a millionaire pensioner.
Is it not means tested then?
It is, yeah. That's what I'm saying. If you basically, I mean, and this is where people don't realise, right? If they would have put in a new means test for pensioners to take, what would basically have happened was they wouldn't have been able to save that amount of money. So they have done it cleverly. What they've done is they've said, right, if you ain't on the pension credit, yeah, that means you're not getting the winter fuel allowance, because obviously you've got enough money, and they've already done the means test for pension credit. So what they've basically done is, rather than make up a new thing that will cost millions to implement, they've already used something that was there that isn't going to cost a penny,
Yeah.
because, and so they've done it actually quite cleverly. And I can't stand Keir Starmer or this Labour government, but on that one, I'm like, do you know what? Yeah, I can see that. Now, what's happened, Wendy, basically, is, and this is why both top parties are almost indistinguishable. Yeah, the press still control who gets in at government, and if, for instance, Keir Starmer had have brought in a wealth tax, all of the ultra wealthy, the billionaires that own all of the media, or 90% of the media, they would have pulled him apart, because they would have said, if you want to be in government, don't you come near our money. And that's the billionaires that own the media. Yeah, if he goes for the billionaires and puts in wealth taxes that will help everyone, the media will turn on him instantly, because the media is run by the billionaires. And that's why neither party, Labour or Conservative, will ever take on you know, whoever is the billionaires out there that control the media, because the media will then stop putting stories out. I mean, the thing is, right, you know that some of the right wing have been absolutely gagging to say that Keir Starmer's gay.
Oh
That
God,
rumor, that
yeah.
rumor first come out when he was in university. Yeah, the guy's 60. So that come out sort of 40 years ago. That's a 40-year-old. And I don't know if he actually is, yeah, bisexual or gay or heterosexual. I don't really
But
care.
I don't
If he was
care if he
gay.
is or isn't. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter, does it? I mean, you know, when I was in my little council, the best guy there was the gay guy, and I was the one that stopped him getting bullied by the rest of the Conservatives. He was a Conservative councillor, and the rest of the Conservatives were bullying him because of his sexuality, even though he was the best fucking councillor on the whole council. And that's me saying it as an independent. And I know you always say I'm BNP. I'm not. You know, I'm actually a lefty. When I went to the council, I was a lefty.
Hello?
When I left the council, I was centre left. How we doing, Muckers?
Yeah.
Oh, hiya. I didn't realise I was on panel. I was waiting a while to get on. Do you think Robert Nyrag's gay? Because I do.
Oh no.
What's up?
Muckers, you're fucking. I love you, Muckers. I love you, Muckers.
How have you been?
Yeah, not bad, mate. You
Tired, you know. Been busy, gardening.
tired? We can hardly hear you, mate. You're muffled on the mic.
Is that any better?
That's loads better, mate.
When I have that charge cable in. Yeah, tired. I've been gardening, but then you neck 2 cans of Coca-Cola and you have a fucking sugar crash, don't you? So I've done it to myself. But yeah, I've been listening to you two flirting and getting along like a house on fire. I wonder what's
It's
going on.
surprising, mate. No doubt that Jupiter
Well-
will. Yeah, you there, brother? I can hear you. You there,
Well,
mate?
I hope my little fucking conspiracy ain't coming to fruition. I hope you're not all friends in the background, including
Mate,
you. And
the only
I
person
hope
that
you
I
are.
speak to in the background
Go on.
that I don't speak to enough is oh god, Simon Lord.
Yeah.
He's the only guy I speak to in the background. Very, very occasionally, not this year, I might speak to Danny Hoax Jones. There's a couple
Fucking
of. See,
hell.
I've got half a dozen people that are on these streams
I
that
know.
won't tell me who they are, that send me clips and messages and shit stir. And sometimes
Thing is how you're wired though, Chris. So you could be the ultimate troll shield, and that particular set of names you're listing. My little conspiracy is they've all known each other for a long time, including
undoubtedly.
Simon.
I mean, I can only take people as I find them, and me and
Yeah.
Simon, we've had some proper rows because I've not liked what Simon said when he's been having a pop, at certain people with the stuff he says occasionally about race. Yeah, but I had a really good chat with him one day, and we had, obviously not on here. I spoke to him privately, and
Come on.
he made a lot of
Welcome
sense.
to the House of Pain.
Hey, how we doing, Bill?
Hello,
You all
brother.
right?
Where we bring agony like the House of Shame. What's going on, man?
Don't talk to me about
What's
shame, man.
happening?
I've just spent loads of time fucking talking to Wendy decently.
Spent about an hour and a half flirting with Wendy while I'm fucking in the gym making me sick at the same time. I'm like, God damn.
Oh, bruv, come on.
Where's the beef?
It's unity, brother. It's unity. We want unity rather than beef, don't we? How you been, Billy?
Yeah, all good, man. All good, man. Well, go on. We've got the two scholars on the panel, you know. Mad. We even had Scholar Basil today.
Last time I spoke to you, you weren't calling me a scholar.
Yeah. Now, sometimes you're a wanker, sometimes you're a scholar. You know what I mean? Like, so.
Exactly the same as you are, then.
Yeah. Mix and match.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know if we actually finished a conversation about that because you had a dash, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I can finish it for you now, though. Like, if you really want it.
Come on, hurry up, man. My battery's gonna die. I know it is. Come on, hurry up, bro.
Can you see read what it says on the screen, son?
Oh, mate, right, the fucking
Where's
phone
the
is not
screen,
in my
son?
hands. What's it say, brother?
Let me tell you what it says there, young fella. It says bacon bonds, Cockney rhyming slang.
I didn't use the phrase bacon bonds.
Bacon bonds, Cockney rhyming slang, nonce.
The phrase bacon
So more
bonds.
times, if you wasn't calling Easy a slaphead, and you was calling him a bacon, there's only one other meaning for it, right, son?
Right, but I was calling. I mean, slaphead. I'm a slaphead.
Yeah.
So if you
Right
have a
then,
look on
so
my
you weren't
community
calling
page,
you weren't calling him a bacon because he's got a because he ain't got
Billy,
hair,
Billy,
was you?
I'm not doubting you, but bacon isn't usually a thing that I say. So I don't know if I did call him a bacon first, and I couldn't go back on Iduki's stream because he took it down. But what I'll say, right, is if I wanted to call him a bacon bonce, I would have called him worse than that, and I would stand by it, but I haven't. Right now, do you know, it's really funny. The other day, I was chatting to someone, and basically they said, "Oh, this photographer used to photograph all the sports matches and sell them to the local paper. They used to use him as their photographer." And he went down to a match one day, and basically someone turned around to him and said, "See that kid over there? He is fucking mustard, and he's going to be the next George Best." Right? And the photographer's like, "Oh, is he really that good?" And they're like, "He's brilliant. He guaranteed England team." Right?
How many
And
years ago were this?
I mean, this is only a second-hand story, but I'll tell you who I think he was talking about was
Go on.
David Beckham. Right? So the kid on the pitch was like a 10, 11-year-old David Beckham. And they knew that he was going to be really good even then. It might have been Wayne Rooney. I can't remember. I'm not fucking soccer orientated. And basically,
Well, where
what they
was
said,
it?
I'm not sure. I
Are you
can't
saying that
remember.
Easy was taking this picture?
No. What I'm saying is, right.
Oh,
is
you're
this
giving
guy,
that anecdote of someone
Yes, it's
that
an
got called a
analogy.
bacon for taking pictures of children.
Well, what basically happened was, right, is this guy always used to go and take the photos for the local paper, the footballing photos and all that sort of stuff. And he went to a football match, and a kid was playing that was meant to be the next George Best. And they told him, and basically he decided that he was going to get a load of photos of that kid, because if that was the next George Best, and he had photos of him playing football at age 10 or 11, whatever it was, that they'd be worth a fortune, or memorabilia, whatever the fuck reason, right? If you're into soccer and you get told George Best as a kid on the pitch, he took a
Yeah,
load of
someone like
photos.
that would have a background story in sort of photography and taking pictures at
The guy was
certain
a proper
occasions and all
photographer,
that.
fella.
That you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
but the guy
because,
was a proper
but
photographer.
like,
But what happened to this kid is, sorry, not this kid. What happened to this photographer is someone made the comment that he's a fucking pedo taking photographs of other people's kids and blah 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 blah. And you know how it goes. And the geezer got some hate for it and stuff like that. But the kid that he was taking the photographs of, that was meant to be the next George Best, was David Beckham or Wayne Rooney. I mean, that's about the only footballers I could actually name. And he was taking photographs of that kid because that kid was going to be the next fucking, best top footballer. And he was taking them completely innocently. But if you wanted to say this guy's been down the fucking local park taking photographs of other people's children, you wouldn't be wrong. Yeah?
Why
Now,
are we always relating everything back
hey,
to
listen,
stuff
yeah,
like this, man? Can't we just have a fucking
hey,
conversation? Like,
I was going to change the subject though anyway, yeah, because on Easy Stream, yeah, shout out DJ Soul as well, yeah.
Oh, room for
We give
debate.
him his flowers, room for debate, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
So
That me.
when I was on Easy's panel the other day, and I was giving my assessment of why the government has now classed flipping half of YouTube as extremist right-wing terrorists now, yeah. And let me upload it onto the screen so we can all see at the same time.
This was last night. I saw you do it. Go on.
Yeah. Let me just. Oh, there we go.
I'll tell you something though. Just a quick one regarding before. Hang on a minute, right?
Wait, hold on.
I've quietly
Yeah, so
listened
if
to
you
fucking. Oh, fuck.
I think my battery's
wait,
gonna
if you go through the prevent training thing, yeah, then it comes to a page where it shows you this, yeah. But boom, if you scroll down the page, yeah, because some people did try to lie in it, yeah. But anyone that's done the training, yeah, and then screen recorded the page, yeah, would have seen that this so-called category for black supremacists and these other categories for air quotes Black Pound Day and all these other bullshits don't exist, do they, Wendy? Yeah. So
Veli, I've been called a black supremacist by the far right, so don't worry about it, man.
Yeah.
The only
I've been called a
person that
Nazi.
said-
I've been called a black Nazi. So
how dare you,
Veli?
Yeah.
The only person that's done any workplace related training to this is Base Luke. Is that all you meaning?
Yep.
Yeah. So he
Yeah,
said
man. So
anyway.
the Luke was
That's
trying to say that I've photoshopped it. Yeah, like I was lying about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You trying to tell me now, Luke? Huh?
Can I just finish off what Chrissy
Veli wins
Moyes was
again.
talking about regarding sporting photos? You
Go
still
on,
there, Christopher?
Christopher.
I don't answer to my full name. I only get called Christopher by my
Chrissy,
mother.
it's a bit of a long-term investment, that though, isn't it?
What's that, mate?
Well, you're looking for an
Taking pictures
established
of
career in
potential
football.
stars in the future. Yeah.
It's a fucking long-term investment, that, isn't it? You're talking about 10, 15 years before you see a return on that. And even then, they've got to have won a few Champions Leagues, etc., to make it worth
If you
your
think
while.
about it, if it was like 10 or 11, you've only got sort of like 6 or 7 years before they fucking start making it in the
No, but the
Premiership.
thing is there'll be loads of pictures of football players in youth academies. Like, to get that worth anything, you're probably going to end up having to have a career like Cristiano Ronaldo or Lionel Messi to make that worth. Hopefully, I'll be honest with you.
Hey,
I don't know, mate.
Hey, you man. You know what's funny?
A lot
Yeah.
of people are absolute
Hey, what's
fanatics
funny?
about
Yeah.
football.
You see, anytime if these guys get to make a point that's correct, yeah. I mean, like the people that try to make points opposing Veli or whatever, they will try to run this point home for about 3-4 weeks or something like that. Even if they're wrong, and they'll try to pretend that it's right or whatever, yeah. But let Veli show a presentation or even a screenshot of something that proves what any of these men are talking about is shit, yeah. The man is just going to say, oh, well, I don't care anyway. I don't care anyway. You know what I'm saying, yeah?
That's the standard motto for them, Veli.
Well, I'm telling you something.
Cornered,
I
it's
care.
I don't care.
And I care about this sporting memorabilia photo because I honestly think you've either got to have a career to make that fucking photo worth anything. You've got to have a career where you're like, well, there's only a once a generation footballer, and we've had two recently, and that'd be Messi and Ronaldo. You've got to get to that sort of level, or it's got to be something where there's nostalgia. So they've had a very good career, could be classed as world class, and it's like 60, 70 years later. Like, Chrissy, I'm going to be straight up honest with you. Did you just make that fucking photo thingy up? Because I don't think anybody's wasting the time. Because youth academies are full of mums and dads taking photos, and they're full of year photos.
So if you had a photo of Harry Kane,
yeah, it'd be worthless.
And also, yeah, wouldn't it be wouldn't the photographs be taken? Wouldn't it be worth it more taking photographs at academy, so like the youth teams of actual pro teams, because they're more likely out of the children that are playing at that age to become famous.
I don't know. I see some safeguarding issues anyway, but let's swiftly move on. Anyway, go on.
I don't know about soccer. I'm not a soccer fan in the slightest.
Fuck,
you don't know what soccer is?
He's probably got more of a chance going and getting some.
Socrates is.
Soccer
winning
was
a
its
Sunday
real name.
paper
Soccer's its original
nature
name.
photograph competition or something like that.
Yeah, well, we're in 2025, Gazer.
Yeah, but soccer was the original name for that game. Football is what the Americans do with helmets.
I know
no one
you
plays
do it
fucking
to,
soccer, bro. What are you talking about?
Up. But you've done this numerous times.
That's what it's called. I know. I do it all the time because I just struggle with why people are so invested with, like, you know.
So do you call rugby football?
Game.
Well, you're invested in certain topics that people are really interested
You only call it rugby. You don't call it rugby football. But you call
its
football
original
soccer.
name was Ruggers. Its original name was Ruggers.
Rugby ruggers.
Why do you find it difficult to understand that? Like the national sport,
hey,
people might have
you're such a lunatic, bro.
Rugby was Ruggers.
Right. Mr. Morris, Chrissy.
Go on, bro. Let me mute up for a sec, man.
Why do you, I think you should, yeah. I ain't had a fucking chance to have a full-blown conversation with anybody yet. I've listened to her an hour and a half with him and Wenda. And come on, I think I've been more than patient.
Yeah, go on, bruv. I'll have a conversation with you. I love you, man.
Right. I fucking forgot what I was going to say now. That Coca-Cola.
See, I tell you, I love you. and instantly, you know what I mean, it throws you off, man.
Yeah, I know.
Muckers, man,
Right,
you're one of my
that's it.
favourite trolls.
No, hang on a minute. Why do you find it hard to believe or to understand why people might have a love for a national sport? I mean, surely you can see the mechanics of it, everything
I love
about
boxing.
it, teams, cities,
Yeah.
colours, symbols,
Right,
badges,
but
an allegiance, family,
ultimately, I know
passed down.
people.
Go
I know
on.
people that have, like, you know, fucking wasted their whole life on a game, and I just think that, you know, there's so much more that can be done. I mean, I remember dealing
Hey,
with a
Chrissy.
fucking guy that basically didn't want to have his son that he hadn't seen for 2 weeks because he was going down the pub to watch football with his mates. And I'm
But
just
you
like,
Chrissy,
invest
do you
a
want
lot.
to? Do you want? Listen, I'm going to give you a chance. Do you want to retract your statement of what
About what?
rugby was originally called?
No.
No.
Rugby
Okay, so
football,
rugby,
wasn't it?
rugby football.
Rugby
Oh
was
shit.
rugby football and was nicknamed
Yes.
Ruggers. Yeah.
So when I told you rugby was originally called rugby football, and you said no, it's originally called ruggers. Yeah, we should change it then.
No, I wasn't. No.
You
Because
wasn't,
no,
no.
bro, I looked it up ages ago. Soccer
Bruv,
was
it's
originally
called
called
rugby
soccer.
football. Yes,
Soccer
but you
was
do not
originally
call
called.
rugby football, do you? You call it
No.
rugby.
I do, yeah.
Right,
Because
so
I
because of
used
the
to play
latest
rugby
name.
to quite a good
Right,
degree.
because you like rugby, that's it, yeah?
I like rugby,
Because you
yeah,
like
but I hate
rugby, yeah?
but I hate soccer, sorry. And the thing is, if you want to
See?
wind up the
Look, we got him. We got
call
him
it
there.
soccer.
Look. I hate football. I mean soccer.
Soccer,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Yeah, we got him.
I know
man.
what I'm doing. Don't worry about it. And I'm not too bothered if people use the wrong name for, you know, what was originally soccer. I do it to wind them up, and it works a treat.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, bro. Cool. All right, Marcus, guard.
So do you want to retract that it's called football? Wasn't originally called.
Finish your.
And it wasn't originally called soccer.
I never argued with you with it being originally called anything, bro. Like that. Don't try and reverse.
No, I'm not saying you was arguing, mate. I'm just saying, is that not a fact, though, that it was originally called soccer?
I never said it wasn't. I said, yeah, I know it's originally
I'm not saying
called
you
soccer,
did.
but we call it
I'm
football
just saying,
now.
are you, you know, you're good with it being originally called soccer?
Yeah, I don't mind it being called soccer originally, innit? But man, call it football, innit?
No worries, man. No
Call
worries.
it foosball. Round here, we call it foosball. So
that was a good Waterboy. That was a good fucking movie.
The medulla oblongata.
Yeah. So Muckers, you was gonna tell me your undying love for me. Is he there?
Hey, Marcus, your mic's gone dead still.
Yeah, you see what I mean? Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
I can hear you
No,
now.
I'm on 4%. Listen, I'm going to do this another night. I'm just being fucking treated like a fucking bitch here. I've got 4% battery left. When I put my fucking charge cable in, I can't fucking talk. So the sound's fucked when it's in. Right. Really briefly, why do you fucking find it hard? Right, so you've got an interest, an over interest in other topics that some people have turned their nose up. So the legal system.
Yeah.
But yet you find it hard to understand why something like that, which incorporates many things the human brain's looking for, tribalism, colours, symbols, everything like we're being fucking like that is the human psyche. Tribes, colours, kits, symbols, allegiance, passed down ideologies, like, and you find it hard to understand why human beings, and like, that's not a surprise really why something like football, a team sport that incorporates cities, is the national sport. Why do you find that hard to understand? Yet you can't find it hard to understand that somebody might find stuff you're interested in boring. You've really fucking irritated me with this, Chrissy, honestly.
No worries, man. No worries. Well, I'm sure we can talk it out. You know, was it Shankly that said people say that football is life or death, but really it's a lot more important than that? You know, was it Ian Shankly or someone that said that?
Somebody, I think Bill Shankly, yeah.
It was Bill Shankly. How dare you disrespect and not get Bill's name right? Come on, man.
I don't know. I don't even know who he is. I was all like, was he a big manager or something?
Man of the people.
Yeah, he was the Liverpool manager, gangster.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't get why people put so much time into a hobby, really.
But it's
When there's so many more
subjective.
important
Into a
things.
hobby. Wait, hold on, bro. You can't say that. Yeah?
But why do
Why
people
do
put so much time
into a hobby?
extracurricular activities or the arts or poetry
That's
or
literally
films
the
and
point
TV?
of a hobby,
What's
right?
the fucking point in living if you're not going to have an enjoyment in something? I don't get you, Chris.
Oh, no. But the thing is, it's what have you got enjoyment in doing? Have you got enjoyment in basically getting robbed every time you walk into a football, stadium?
I've explained it to you.
You're watching 22 millionaires kick some pig shit about.
Yeah, it's irrelevant of the money into it. That's a different argument
Well, no, it's
altogether.
not,
Get robbed in a
because
football stadium,
From a
bro. What are you
basic
talking about?
human animal
It's
level,
not. I mean, how much
I
are these
can
season
understand
tickets
Do you mean
why
like the prices
football
for a fucking sausage roll and shit?
fits everything
No.
we
How
are
much?
as a
How
human
much is a
being.
season ticket for a Premiership club now?
Oh, it's a big button, now, still.
Depends.
That's what I'm saying.
Leeds
There are
top
people out
two
there
at
that
East
spend
Leeds
Stand
more
season
on
tickets
that.
are going to be decent, isn't it? How much
And
is
there
yours
are
going to be?
people
Then?
out there
I paid
that spend
$5.70 for
more
next
on.
season, despite the fact I
Yeah.
don't go, allegedly. Yeah.
There are people out there that spend more on that than they do on their own children. And that's what I find crazy.
You know what's mad? Yeah, it's like the shots are flying so fast and fucking furious. You know, it's like you just got to watch, man. You might get a hole in your shirt, cuz. You know what I mean? God damn. God damn. Oh man. So what, Marcus? How do you feel about the majority of fucking the right wing supporters of YouTube now being classed as extreme right wing terrorists?
I'm not sure. I'm reading the definition. Doesn't really change them as a person. I've always known what they are, what lurks underneath the mask, but it's nice to have some sort of something to compare it to, something official, isn't it?
Well, they've gone a step further than anyone else on YouTube went and labelled people terrorists, isn't it?
Well, you can cross-reference the words now. They're always talking about sources and official documentation, and well, you can't get any more official than the government.uk website. So, like I said, whenever they start with a bullshit, there you go. Right,
Well,
I'm going to
it's
get off
checkmate
anyway.
and checkmate.
'Cause I'm not going to do
Yeah,
a
man, it's
Christian
checkmate and
Morris, but
checkmate,
I have
man.
generally got 1%, and obviously it needs to charge up. So I'll catch you later.
You've
Bye.
stolen my thunder, man.
No, genuinely.
Yeah, you
I
guys,
have.
I don't know why
Bye.
you guys don't know about putting the charger on while you're actually on the phone. Like, I don't know what sort of devices you guys have that you can't charge it while you're using it.
Well, I can. It's just I always like to make sure that the phone dies, so it gives you a better battery life throughout the life of the phone, doesn't it?
You fucking codger.
No, I just you know,
you
I
proper
like
like a
it.
codger.
I've
Make
got
sure
two
the phone
phones.
dies and then I charge it.
Both of them last me a day, and if you fuck the charge up by, putting the charge on. I mean, since I've got the fucking
Bro, listen, yeah. If I didn't have my phone on charge, it wouldn't even last a day. I can't do a show, share video, chat shit on stream,
What phone
add
have you got,
people.
O'Malley? What phone you got?
Samsung.
Yes, Samsung ain't good for battery though, are they?
No, Samsung's good for battery. Samsung's better
No,
than iPhone. Yeah,
But anything's better than iPhone.
Samsung's better than iPhone still. I don't know about Google though. I've never used a Google phone.
Yeah, that new Google.
But I'm a
is it a
Samsung
9?
user.
That's gonna be good. I've got to get a new phone actually, but I just can't be fucking arsed.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I'm due an
Both of my
upgrade still, man,
phones,
but I'm waiting
both
for.
of my phones can basically last a day. Yeah, and I charge them up at night when they go off. When they literally, die, the battery dies. I charge it up all overnight, and that keeps the batteries pretty good for, a few years. That's what I do. I hate charging my phone up when it's in the middle of if it's got 50% less. Because I'm like, no, I'm going to use the 50%, then I'll charge the whole thing up. Because that's the way that batteries and phones work better.
Man, that's it. You're moving like a codger, man.
No,
you could charge the phone and use it, cuz.
No, I obviously do. I mean, I've charged the phone. I'm using it now, but I won't put it on charge until it dies because that is not good for the battery or the phone.
Mad.
But I suppose I'm a bit of a codger when you think about it.
Yeah, trust me, cuz I'm telling you, fam. Like, when talking about
What
you gotta let the
Samsung you
phone
got?
die
Bob?
before you charge it.
What Samsung you got?
Galaxy something. Galaxy S something. Can't even
Got it,
remember
bro.
what it's called.
Because
So.
I stopped buying Samsung phones when I found out about South Korea eating dogs. There you go. Honestly, I'm like, right, I'm boycotting South Korea. As long as they're eating dogs and I don't bring a law
God, I
in
don't
to
even know
stop
what
it.
to say to that still.
Well, there you go, man. I love dogs. So I'm not going to give money to a fucking country that eats dogs, am I?
Oh man. It's crazy, man. Yeah. I wonder how do you guys in the chat feel about being now classed as extreme right-wing terrorists?
Well, they'll simply deny it, won't they?
So that's like, don't you think that? In my personal opinion, yeah, I do think like, right, there's a lot of people that could be classed as terrorists now, innit? Because like that's not just like a small number of
Personally,
people that are saying that sort of
I
stuff.
think
That's
terrorist
especially the top line.
Terrorist is an overused word now, Veli. I mean, for years you've heard the domestic terrorist thing. If you don't believe what the government want you to believe, you're a domestic terrorist, which is bollocks, basically. I think to become a terrorist, you've got to actually do something. That's my, or actually want to do something. It's like extremist. I mean, an extremist is, in my book, as almost as good as a terrorist, but they just haven't done any act. If you've got an extreme view, it makes you an extremist. But if you do that extreme view, that makes you a terrorist. Then that's my book anyway.
Mad.
Who do you think the most extreme terrorists in this little horrible corner of YouTube is, then, Veli?
The most extreme of them.
Yeah, who's the worst one?
By the definition that they're given on, like, that we've got up on screen, I'm saying, like, there's actually quite a lot of people that are included in that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I agree,
obviously,
man.
the whole of the GDL, obviously, most of the people that cap for the GDL.
Granny Defence League.
Yeah. Obviously, like, Dave and his gang, Den Tarragon and his gang.
Yeah.
There's one bag of people that's included in that, man. God damn. It's just roped in, like, obviously Carl Holmes is definitely there. Adam Smith up in this bitch. You know what I'm saying? Lord of mercy. Bear man. You know? Yeah, it's crazy, fam. One bag of weed and Bamba Clark grabber. So, yeah, man. Hey, but we got Black Pound Day though, innit, man? You know. I noticed Wendy did run away quickly when I said I would be up soon. Mad. Hey, listen, yeah. The wildest thing is that if this category or categorization meant that it included people that like myself and others, yeah, then these man will be calling me a terrorist every fucking day, B. Oh my days. Yeah. Babs went mad the other day still, man. Come on. You know what happens, bro. But it's not my fault because all I'm keep trying to do, yeah, is like just give the people them the heads up to say, like, listen, take time, because you can see it on the screen. Yeah. If you start going too mad, they're gonna call you a terrorist. Yeah. You start saying them wild statements that you say, you know. It's mad. Alright, go on then. Let me just slap a tune on so I can bounce, man. So we can get out of here. Right. Alright, come on, Gaza for life.
Boom shalazum gashman. I Devin the doctor talk. I'm here represent for DJ Superific. I see anywhere DJ Superific a play. I be a gala. Brra bada bada badi bambi deng deng. Brra bada bada badi bambi deng gala vine up for DJ Superific. Boom shalazum gashman.
Everything we have expensive and there, and you know borrow clothes to dress you and wear. Just because you're happy to fair and you know keep 20 man you can swear. Tell me girl just wine and good on girl, wine and good on girl, wine and good on and catch. Then you take wine and good on girl, wine and good on girl, wine and good on and catch. Then you take wine and good on girl, wine and good on girl, wine and good catch. Time and come up back, time and come up, don't stop. You take a video girl, wine and good on girl, wine and good on girl, wine and good on, don't stop. You love it when you drop it and you drop it and you don't want you stop it 'cause you know it's not nice to watch. Girl deep and can't believe, come up back then bend over then go on your head top. Girl don't stop, can't believe so you spot 'cause you buy your clothes, you can't sweat up that. So no matter how she and her friend them a chat, you know listen vagabond her friend idiot. She a go like she hot, she knows that she's not. Girl step out, she and her friends stand about. Tell me girl just wine and good on girl, wine and good.
Baby I lie them a tell for me.
Then you take time and come up back, time and come up back, time and come up, don't stop. You take a video girl, wine and good up, wine and good up, don't stop. You love it when you drop it and you drop it and you know why you stop it 'cause you know it's not nice to watch. Young a woman you well road, me want to take your daughter. She a the hottest girl in the dancer. When she a wine me heart they beat faster. Me feel like a toasty man we mix master. She can hold her man and that is damn clear. She no beat out like banana. Me girl can't sell up dancing, but for your boyfriend love when you sit down on the chair. Tell me girl just, me can't believe so you beat.
Baby I lie them a tell for me.
Me can't believe so you beat.
Baby I lie them a tell for me.
Me can't believe so you beat.
Baby I lie them a tell for me.
That are the talking on the street.
Them have to prove it in front of me.
You want him for?
Me and him never fuck.
You want him for?
Me and him never fuck.
Me can't believe so you beat.
Baby I lie them a tell for me.
That are the talking on the street.
Them have to prove it in front of me.
You want him for?
Me and him never fuck.
You want him for?
Me and him never fuck.
You want him for?
Me and him never fuck.
My brethren, tell me.
Your friend chat too much.
You want him for?
Me and him never fuck.
You want him for?
Me and him never fuck.
You want him for?
Me and him never fuck.
My brethren, tell me.
Your friend chat too much. You know say me never fuck Jerry. I lie them a tell for me. I'm scary.
I make everything when Jerry Pin carry. That's why we love Blackberry. That's why we love Blackberry. That's why we love Blackberry. That's why we love Blackberry.
Me not tell no lie for myself.
Me I go leave, make you stay by yourself.
Baby, me swear for me two penny them. I lie him a tell, and me must see him again.
You must see him again, so you see him already. That simple means say you give him already. Your aunt gal tell me nothing trust you. The door gal no, you me leave already.
Then sing gal sure tell me how you know.
Me no search phone, but the text did a show.
Gal search up the phone man, where the text say?
It said if you meet him again today. Hey, you want him for?
Me and him never fuck.
You want him for?
Me and him never fuck.
You want him for?
Me and him never fuck.
My brethren, tell me.
Your friend chat too much.
You want gal for?
Me and him never fuck.
You want gal for?
Me and him never fuck.
You want gal for?
Me and him never fuck.
My brethren, tell me.
Your friend chat too much.
Then oh, me see icky for your neck.
You're bright. I know icky that a mosquito bite.
Which part mosquito fi bite you last night?
Up and not nice, yeah.
You're there with not nice.
Hey, easy yourself, man. I squid me go check.
You fi easy yourself, 'cause I'm one you go take.
Alright, then kill me. Lock off my breath.
You lucky so me don't get back me hammer yet.
Alright, follow me some man dead. Do me something.
Me no beat woman, me nah do you nothing.
You not hear cartel song, touch a button.
See your next text there, no press the end button.
Then sing to so sure, tell me how you know.
Me no search phone, but the text did a show.
You search up the phone man, where the text say?
It said you fi meet so you ready to sing.
Me want you to take off your dress, let me seal up your dress. You crawl for your skin like ants and an nest. Wind up your waist to the beat and the sides. Me a walk with a one pack. I'm here say my DJ Superific. That makes ya it's so prolific. Black as smoke, pull it down. gal. Me want know if you give me the thing, me want know if you give me gal. Me want know if you give me the thing, me want know if gal. Me want know if you give me the thing, me want know if you give me the thing. Furthermore, me see you a bite up your lip, that means so you're ready to sing. Me want you to take off your dress, let me feel up your dress. Take off your dress, let me feel up your dress. Take off your dress, let me feel up your dress. Take off your dress, let me feel up your dress. Gal, me want know if you give me the thing, me want know if you give me the thing. Furthermore, me see you a bite up your lip, that means so you're ready to sing. Me want you to take off your dress, let me feel up your dress. Keep all for your skin like ants and an nest. Wind up your waist to the beat of the sex. Me a walk with a one back you to the right step. And that is me an interest. Can't give me no jacket, me no posing best. All the happy tell people say you are the B-E-S-T-E-S. Baby, you never bubble off key. Tell your friends if you fuck Trevor off key. Cocky make y'all off you drink me tea. Boom to you so no couldn't ask me. Boom to you so no couldn't ask me. When boom to you so no couldn't ask me. Boom to you so no couldn't ask me. When y'all come party time, I come. Give me the fat banana, see in your eyes say you're honey. This me we want ask. She said, y'all make me know what I want. Y'all make me know what I want. Yeah, me need up the angers fast. Pregnancy days and me pass. Y'all me want know if you give me the thing. Me want know if you give me the thing. Further, my God, me see you a bite up your lip. That means so you're ready to sing. Me want take off your dress, let me feel up your dress. Keep all for your skin like ants and a nest. Wind up your waist to the beat of the sex. Me a walk with a one pack you to the reckless. And that is me an interest. Can't give me no jacket, me no posing best. All the papi tell people say you are the B-E-S-T-E-S. Remember you have another style when me like. Ask for you wet your down with the pie. She a say she want eat the corn when it right. Sweet baby, me love you more than my girl. You know used to be a hustle and a tussle, but you have to do it sometime, my girl. You know used to be a hustle and a tussle, my girl, my girl. You know used to be a hustle and a tussle, but you have to do it sometime, no. Are you the man, love him, happy mind, yo. Bust a wine to me now. You know fight over man, no. Oh, after you know eat, yeah. You know kiss not just. Oh, no, cause I see that girl. Because you know Landers could be that girl. Because them eyes you know see them girl. Give me the Benz phone on, make me go and drive it down. And if you gone out front, keep now miss. And anytime you walk, some girl that talk, oh touch you. It's like them nah listen. Give me the Benz phone on, make me go and drive it down. And you not scratch like kitty cat, nah get me. And feel why you nah get any man you want. No run down, man a hot girl sitting. So you not fight over man. No, oh, after you know eat that girl, you know kiss no junk, oh, cause I see that girl, because you know Landers could be that girl, because them eyes you know see them girl, so tell a girl, no, you not go follow some girl where you bite a solo, so you make you not care thinking, toss off the rush up, where you girl thinking, and girl I feel watch up where you put on, I want war in a car, go Louis Vuitton, you know sponge from me that you want. Me friend, I wonder how you do shine. But tell a girl, you no fight over man, no, oh. After you no eat that girl, you no kiss no junk, oh. Cause I see that girl, because you no Landers could be that girl, because them eyes you no see them girl. Give me the Benz phone on, make me go and drive it down. Give me the Benz phone on, make me go and drive it down. Give me the Benz phone on, make me go and drive it down. Give me the Benz phone on, make me go and drive it down.
Yo, I travel on here, represent for DJ Superific. You know, say boy piss them pants when they shoot a visit them ends with the two matic clip all them girl who ma fi shift. No we win this, Budo.
Merital. The girl them call me. Every other day them want me. Them want to visit for me. So me wet them up like tsunami. Girl, so you come on me yard. Girl, so you come on me yard. Girl, so you come on me yard. You can pick your man, lick up on me yard. I know the food in me fridge, I come fit on me yard. Alright, well sitting on me run on me yard. From you come on me yard. You can pick your man, lick up on me yard. I know the food in me fridge, I come fit on me yard. Alright, well sitting on me run on me.
Girl, no matter come fill up, no inna the play. No talking, no inna the rare. The fucking good one, well that me say. Cause me don't got no time to bust no AK. Fucking at the day, fucking at the evening. Fuck on the ground, fucking at the ceiling. Fucking at the night. night all when you're sleeping. Make you fuck out and door fuck on the chilling.
Girl, so you come on me yard. You plan to give your man lick up on me yard. I know the food in me fridge, you come with on me yard. Alright, well sitting up run on me yard. From you come on me yard. You plan to give your man lick up on me yard. I know the food in me fridge, you come with on me yard. Alright, well sitting up run on me. My yard and no game shop, so where you come from? Stop move like hardware and take the lumber. You never want to see me why you call me number. The highway clear me, I press the under. Sit down on the chair like you waist now the boat. A girl like you, me want to live in a me home. Stand from flip, cause you bad like me phone. A queen like you, me want to sit down on me throne. Girl, so you come on me yard. You plan to give your man lick up on me yard. Food in a me fridge, you come with on me yard. Alright, well sitting up run on me hard. From you come on me yard. You plan to give your man lick up on me yard. And the food in a me fridge, you come with on me yard. Alright, well sitting up run on me.
Baby, you got the pussy where me looking for. You no punani match me car. So come roll with a superstar. Taxi punani, stay away far. Give me the Benz punani, make me go and drive it on.
Boom shalazum gosh man. I dev in the doctor talk. I'm here represent for DJ Superific. I see anywhere DJ Superific a play. I be a gala.
Cartel, what how you been to beat them bad?
Baby, you got the pussy where me looking for. You no punani, baby. You got the pussy where me looking for. You no punani, baby. You got the pussy where me looking for. You no punani match me car. So come roll with a superstar. Taxi punani, stay away far. Give me the Benz punani, make me go and drive it on. All taxi pum pum go and go phone. Give me the Benz punani, make me go and drive it on. All taxi pum pum go and go phone now. Give me the Benz punani, make me go and drive it on. All taxi pum pum go and go phone now. Benz punani, make me go and drive it on. All taxi pum pum go and go phone now. 50 man a rev your body. That means that you come from a taxi. If you make 51, but me no want it. Me a request the girl with Benz punani. Your pussy good and it no wear and it no tear. Your chassis ready for me steer. The V12 in a your underwear. Come here make me cocky kick it in a gear. Some girl a mash up cylinder. Nissan Sunny pussy tie out a sprinter. Them a pick up too much passenger. Missy hand, missy foot a come through the window. Give me the Benz punani, make me go and drive it on. All taxi pum pum go and go phone now. Benz punani, make me go and drive it on. All taxi pum pum go and go phone now. 50 man a rev your body. That means that you come from a taxi. If you make 51, but me no want it. Me a request the girl with Benz punani. You come like the Benz and park on me yard. Enough of them a ladder, them a Ford Granada. From you have your money, then we give you charter. But I know nothing still, them a sum of the data. When me feel put you to the test, we do the dance. Me feel me have to buckle up, you too fast. When me say give me pussy, you feel all yes fast. Not expensive like me S-Class. Give me the Benz punani, make me go and drive it out. All taxi pum pum go and go phone now. Benz punani, make me go it out. All taxi pum pum go and go phone now. 50 man a rev your body. That means that you come from a taxi.
Go suck your mother.